Well, good morning and welcome to the Central Co-op County Ground for Derbyshire against Northamptonshire in the second division of the County Championship. I'm Dave Fletcher and this is Andrew Radd.
Good morning, Fletch. Morning, everyone.
There he is, look.
As if by magic.
Incredible.
It is.
The news of the toss is that Derbyshire have won it and they've decided to bat. They've changed their batting order. They've kept the same team, but changed their batting order in a desperate bid to get out of this slump that they're in. 3 successive defeats. So Lewis Rees and Harry Kane will open the batting with Montgomery in at 4, at 3, Jewell at 4, Madsen coming in, the skipper, at 5, then Martin Anderson, followed by Brooke Guest, and then it's the bowlers really. Zach Chappell, Ben Aitchison, Rory Hayden and Shoaib Bashir. I think Bashir might have a case for getting ahead of Rory Hayden, but it's only based on one game. And the Northamptonshire team news.
Just one change from the side that beat Worcestershire last time out at Wantage Road back at the weekend. Rafi Weatherall is away doing his law exams down at Exeter University, so he misses out. And George Scrimshaw, formerly of this parish, comes back into the side, well, indeed making his first championship appearance of the season. He played his last county championship game in the final match of last season against Leicestershire last September, and got some wickets against Lancashire seconds at Lancott Park in Dunstable over the last few days, and so he comes in to replace Weatherall, otherwise the same team.
Good win last week as well.
Yes, they very. It's one of those performances where I suppose apart from one session when they rather let Worcestershire off the hook, having had them 186 for 9 after Worcestershire won the toss and chose to bat, having left them off the hook to the extent that the last pair put on 120, which broke various records, and they got up to 306. Really, Northamptonshire, apart from that, bossed the game. They, as Darren Lehman said afterwards to me, that the batters took the whole game to a new level, scored quickly enough to give them plenty of time to get the 10-second innings wickets, and in the end they collapsed in a real heap. Worcestershire in the final session of the third day lost 9 wickets after tea and lost with the day to spare.
Derbyshire are the masters of letting teams off the hook. They've done it on 4 occasions in 4 starts so far this season. They should have won at Old Trafford. They should have won at Old Trafford. They were chasing 138, lost by 30. At one point in their second innings, Lancashire were the equivalent of 0 for 5. And then big stands in the next 2 matches of 191 and 184 for the 9th wicket and the 7th wicket. Absolutely stuffed them. And a man who's got 4 fifers against Derbyshire, 2 of them at Chesterfield, so they ought to have an asterisk next to them. Ben Sanderson is going to open the bowling from the racecourse end.
Yes, leading wicket taker in Division 2 now, gone ahead of Sir James after his 11 in the match against Worcestershire.
Remarkable. Umpires Paul Baldwin, who's standing at the racecourse end, and a familiar figure, James Treadwell, who was umpiring at Canterbury last week, so he's had the same drive back up here that we all did. And I've got an update, so I'm going to leave the first over to Radders.
Splendid. Ben Sanderson then to bowl the first ball of the match from this racecourse end, in and bowls, and turned away by Harry Kane down towards long leg, where it's picked up at the second attempt by Harry Conway, sends in his return, and Derbyshire are away. 1 for no wicket. Sanderson 11 wickets for 109 in the previous game against Worcestershire, 25 at 16 in Division 2 this year, as I mentioned, going ahead of Sir James Anderson. 4 slips in place as the field changes over for the left-handed Lewis Rees. Vasconcelos at first slip, Calvin Harrison in the sun hat at second, George Bartlett at third, and Safe Zabe at fourth. Forward short leg as well, as Sanderson running in away from us and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Lewis Rees. Not taken cleanly on this occasion by Lewis McManus. Notable occasion for Northamptonshire's captain, Luke Proctor, who's in there at mid-on. He's making his 100th first-class appearance for Northamptonshire. There's a little ripple of applause for him in the huddle this morning. Sanderson turns down below us. Bright sunshine, lovely morning here in Derby as Sanderson is in and Rees covers up, plays defensively out into the onside, sails under the helmet at forward short leg fields, and there is no run. Northamptonshire, one of two unbeaten teams in the division so far this season. Durham, who were the one team above them, being the other one. 1 win and 3 draws. Here's Sanderson. In again to bowl to Rees. That's down the leg side, most un-Sanderson-like delivery. Taken by Lewis McManus. Sanderson having gone past 600 all-format wickets for Northamptonshire earlier in the season. But his display against Worcestershire, I've been watching him obviously for over a decade since he joined Northamptonshire, and I don't think I've seen him bowl any better than he did on that Sunday afternoon. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Rees, turns it away in the onside, and he is off the mark as well. Just going wide of Sales at forward short leg, so a single to each of the batsmen, and Derbyshire 2 for no wicket. Sanderson picking up 4 of those wickets in that session with pretty much identical deliveries, just targeting the top of off stump. Got 3 bowled and 1 LBW. It was impressive stuff. Sanderson then into bowl to the right-handed Harry Kane, again down the leg side. So not exactly Sanderson's Sunday best to start with, just a couple of singles off it, and Derbyshire, who won the toss and batted in the sunshine, are 2 for no wicket. Harry Kane is 1, Lewis Rees is 1.
And we're going to see Harry Conway, who had his foot stood on by David Griffin out in the middle, apparently, earlier on. He turned around and tried to look him in the eye and realised, and Griff's not a small man, he was looking at Harry's chest. Because he's a very tall man, the Australian.
He is.
Seen a bit of him on telly in the Big Bash. I think he looks like a proper competitor.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
It was wonderful watching him in an inter-squad game. There's no such thing as a friendly, I think, with Harry Conway. He's a great character, and he's been excellent this year for Northamptonshire, 18 at 22. And him and Sanderson have formed a really impressive new ball partnership,
which Derbyshire have to get through, having decided to have a bat first on this pitch. It's greenish, but that'll make no difference at all here at Derby. Now he's going to get up the groundsman's nose by just scratching something on the surface. Outrageous. Here he comes then. 4 slips in place. Bowls to Lewis Rees, who turns that one into the leg side. It's fielded by James Sales, and there's no run.
Pied Wagtail down on the outfield.
Marvellous. Yeah, a regular. I think it's the same one. It looks the same.
Little Willie Wagtail.
Yeah. Delighted to say that Northamptonshire, even the players wearing sweaters, you can see the numbers on the backs of their because they want people to know who they are. There were a lot of anonymous cricketers at Kent on one day. Rees's next delivery goes past the edge of the bat. Nice delivery across the left-hander and into the hands of the wicket-keeper.
The only thing I would say about Northamptonshire's numbers is I think maybe whether they got the wrong font.
A little bit thin. A little bit thin, yeah.
I was rather like Glamorgan's numbers because they're very large, and even if I haven't got the glasses on, then you can actually see who they are. But Northamptonshire's just I think they've gone for a bit of an Eric Gill font. They're a little bit narrow.
Yes, it is. They are thin. As this next delivery is defended bang on target from Conway, defended back to him by Lewis Rees. I did get sent a photograph by somebody. It was in the last home game, so it'll be a long, long way down, whichever message it was, of Worcestershire's T20 kit and their numbers. Good luck. Derbyshire don't play Worcestershire this season because all the groups have changed, but yeah, I think you're going to have a lot of fun with that. Fortunately, there are a number of players who play for Worcestershire who you'll instantly recognise,
Yes.
but the ones that you don't, not a chance. Conway is into Reese. That squirts off the edge of his bat down towards the vacant third man area. It'll race away for 4 runs. The first boundary for Derbyshire. A little bit streaky. It was along the floor. There were fielders scattering in all directions and diving, trying to get near it, but never really stood a chance. And Derbyshire move on to 6 without loss. And of course, Calvin Harrison's floppy sun hat fell off, because they do every single time somebody who's wearing one runs, in my limited experience. 6 without loss. As Conway's next deliveries turn nicely into the leg side, this time by Reese. A little bit off target. No, Big George, first time I've seen him, I didn't realise he was down there at long leg. Oh, it isn't Big George. Well, it is Big
Yes,
George.
it is,
Yeah.
yeah.
So he's not number 9, he's number 98.
98, yes.
Yeah, so that's incorrect. I told you there'd be 1 or 2. Come on, Stephen, you're better than that.
As dear old Jack Mercy used to say, everything's approximate.
Yeah, not much difference between 9 and 98. Final ball of Conway's first over then. Bowling from the city end to Lewis Reese, who flicks that away down to fine leg for 4 runs. And it's a decent enough start by Derbyshire, who raced to 12 without loss after 2 overs. And Reese has 11 of them, having scored 1 off Sanderson and a further 10 off Conway.
Yes, neither bowler just quite got the radar. Was properly adjusted.
The slope, I'd imagine. There is one apparently,
Yes.
but nobody. I've got no idea.
Not like the was it the dreaded ridge at Lords that they reckon
Yeah.
they got in the 60s. It's interesting. As soon as everybody started talking about James Rue for England,
Was he struggling?
he's he's out already this morning. Somerset playing Glamorgan, and James Rue has gone bowled by Tim van der Hoogten for 4. Somerset 5 for 1. Here's Sanderson in and bowls to Kame, who leaves after a moment's indecision, or a split second's indecision. Goes past outside the off stump to Lewis McManus. Northamptonshire's attack, obviously these two with the new ball. Luke Proctor, who's been steady this season, but not particularly penetrative. Obviously, George Scrimshaw replacing Rafi Weatherall. Justin Broad, fit to bat but not to bowl at the moment, so he's not in the side. Here's Sanderson in and bowls, and Kame defends back down the pitch. James Sales has also done a bit of bowling this year. Picked up the last wicket, in fact, in the match against Worcestershire on Sunday. Picked up a couple also down at Canterbury. Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, who's already got through 150 odd overs this year, which is not bad going for a leg spinner in April.
Absolutely.
And various other spin options. Of course, Safe Zabe with his slow left arm, and McSweeney with his off breaks. Here's Sanderson in and bowls to Kame. Outside the off stump, just didn't bounce quite as much as some of the others that we've seen so far. Carry generally has been pretty good. But Sanderson, back end of that game against Worcestershire, spell of 6 for 7 in 29 balls. It was remarkable stuff from a very fine bowler.
Yeah, he's been all right, hasn't he, over the years?
He's been steady enough.
He's been all right.
But today's another day. Still 4 slips as Sanderson runs away from us and bowls, and Kane pushes it out into the offside. Scrimshaw, who's in there at mid-off, comes around to field, and there is no run. I was quietly congratulating myself for once again coming off the right exit of the pentangle roundabout without having to go round it again.
That makes it sound like it's something to do with witchcraft. We'll stick with Pentagon.
Pentagon, yeah. or indeed folk rock from the 60s. Here's Sanderson in again and bowls to Kame. Turns it away through the leg side. Certainly one. Will they think about a second? Well, they might have thought about it, but they won't take it as Proctor. And his 100th appearance comes round from mid-on to field, so 1 more to Harry Kame. He goes to 2, and Derbyshire to 13 for no wicket, having won the toss and chosen to bat. you will know which is the best weather forecast to go with, Fletcher, around here. It didn't look fantastic for later in the day.
Sort of 5 o'clock tonight, and then similar tomorrow. Then Sunday's now looks clear. I think Monday's too far away for anybody to accurately forecast anything. All the weather will come from our right.
Here's Sanderson, in and bowls outside the off stump. It swung, but it swung late and swung back and was taken by Lewis McManus around the line of leg stump, but a comfortable leave for Lewis Rees. He stays on 11. Harry Kane is 2. And Derbyshire are 13 for no wicket. Of course, we'll keep you up to date with also what's happening elsewhere around the country.
And around the world. I've just remembered about Mohammad Abbas in action for Pakistan. I think they're in Mirpur, playing Bangladesh, who were 259 for 3 after 70 overs. Mohammad Abbas, 18 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 39. His economy rate is exactly what you'd expect, but again, hasn't picked up the wickets perhaps he would want.
Well, he'd rather be here, wouldn't he? He's pining.
I'm not sure.
He's pining for Derby.
I don't think anybody's ever done that. As Conway begins a new over from the City end to Harry Kane, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. First wicket in the second division has fallen at Old Trafford. Lancashire 11 for 1 after 3 overs against Middlesex. Pitch at Bristol looks suitably Bristolian. 4 without loss in the 4th over. Gloucestershire against Kent. And Durham, who's director of cricket, will soon be the solitary selector for England as Conway bowls to Kane. Strikes him on the pad. He's gone for the celeb appeal initially as Conway. Then he turns round to see umpire Treadwell with his hands in front of his chest.
Bit high.
Yeah, I think so. Might even have been an inside edge. I don't think the effects mic's really... Oh, there we go. If you turn it on, you can hear what's happening outside. Remarkable. Who knew?
What will they think of
I know,
next?
it's incredible, isn't it? Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, nip back is possibly going over the top. There's enough doubt, I think, to make James Treadwell say not out.
A warning for Kane now. As Conway's next delivery is too straight and turned just backward a square on the leg side. Big George has got some more work to do as they come back for a second. Kane doubles his score, moves on to 4-15 without loss. It was good to see. He's actually holding his shoulder there after he threw that one, and I hope he's okay. It was good to see George on this ground. Always reminds us of his magnificent last over against Lancashire in the T20. He allowed Tim David to take a single off the first ball, and David then stood at the non-striker's end helpless as Scrimshaw got a couple of wickets and a couple of dot balls. Won the game for Derbyshire against Lancashire. It happens so infrequently. Kane waits, and this time he's cut it away a little bit edgily, but he's going to get 4 for it. Down to through the gully region, really. Just leant back. It wasn't as controlled as he would have liked, I'm sure. But he doubles his score again. He's doubled his score in each of the last 2 deliveries. Fascinating fact. He's moved on to 8-19 without loss. I'm going to ask Griff at lunchtime, when was the last time a player doubled his score in successive deliveries? See how long that takes him.
Might keep him occupied for 10 seconds.
He probably remember. It was probably the last game, he'll tell me. Conway in again, and that one's defended by Kane. Up towards Proctor. He was quite close in at mid-off. Certainly was by the time the shot was played. A fair sprinkling of spectators in the ground. Always good crowds on day 1. And then day 2 on Saturday, it sort of drops off a bit. And even on Canterbury, on the final day, they announced very early that it would be free admission, and the game was beautifully balanced at that point. Well, I say beautifully balanced. Conway bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Kane to go through to Lewis McManus. Derbyshire were staring down the barrel, really. And eventually the barrel got them. But I thought a 5 would have been good value, but now free admission.
Yeah, I think we were talking actually during the previous game for Frank Watson and myself, the Worcestershire game, that exactly, I think it's the same experience at a number of grounds, that the crowds on the first day, generally Friday starts have been pretty good, but Saturdays it does fall off, and I do wonder, we were speculating then, whether it is down to the fact that a lot of people that might otherwise come and watch are actually involved with club cricket, league cricket. Certainly it's well underway in Northamptonshire on Saturdays now. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to the left-handed Rees, who defends out towards mid-on, but James Sales, who started off under the lid at forward short leg but is now in at mid-wicket, trots around to field. It's a lovely morning. Quite fresh, not a great deal of breeze, just ruffling the flags the far side in the members' pavilion. Derbyshire flag flying proudly. Northamptonshire bedspread is a little limp at the moment. Here's Sanderson in, bowls on leg stump, clipped away nicely by Rees. Certainly one for him here. Thinks about a second, decides against it as Harry Conway comes round from long leg to field, and for the second time this morning we've seen the sun hat fall off. Only two sun hats visible. Harrison and Conway, all the rest wearing their Northamptonshire caps, which always pleases old fogies like me.
And me. Can't be doing with the sun hats, I'm afraid. Should be banned.
Sanderson runs in again to bowl to Kane, who plays it defensively back down the pitch. Sanderson stoops to pick up. Our sartorial correspondent writes.
Well, it might be a little draconian, I suppose, but if you lose your hat twice in a session, you should be forced to put your cap back on until the start of the next session. How about that as a compromise?
I do like to see, always like to see Northamptonshire caps out on the park. Sanderson, number 26 on his back, runs in and bowls outside the off stump. Decent carry, but the direction again just a little wayward. And a comfortable leave for Harry Kane. So Sanderson's accuracy during that spell against Worcestershire was remarkable. 4 top of off stump deliveries, 3 of them hitting the stumps, 1 of them LBW. Was absolutely on the money and gave Worcestershire nothing at all to work with. Sanderson in again, bowls to Kame, and Kame on the front foot. No ball called by umpire Paul Baldwin, so 2 more onto the total. Takes Derbyshire to 22 for no wicket. Clicks up right on cue. Proctor just having a look at just almost a little bit of role play of front foot going over the line. Make sure he doesn't do it himself when it's his turn to bowl. Still 4 slips in. Sanderson in and bowls, and Kame squeezes that one wide of the slip cord, and it's going down towards third man. Smart bit of fielding from down there. Keeps it to a single. 1 more to Kame. He goes to 9, 23 for no wicket. Field changes over again for the left-handed Lewis Rees.
I think we've been being very charitable to call it the Derbyshire flag. I mean, it's the Derbyshire Falcons one-day flag.
Oh yes, I wonder what it was. But
I'm not a big fan.
The bedspread's been caught by the wind now at the other end. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Rees, very full and turned away out between mid-wicket and mid-on. Proctor trots round to his left to retrieve, and that's another over. Another one ticked off, and a good solid start for Derbyshire so far. 24 for no wicket, 9 to Harry Kame, 13 to Lewis Rees, plus the couple for the no ball. 2 sides last year, Northamptonshire probably having the better of both games. I think they fancied the chances of winning here. Not a ball bowled on the last day. And at Northampton, a lot of rain on the last day, and in the end, Derbyshire saving the game with some comfort. But it was 2 years ago, remarkable game here, terrific game of cricket, which ended with Derbyshire hanging on 9 down, with a catch going down in the last over off Ben Sanderson. So they've had some decent games
Good
in
recall
recent
from
years.
you. Good recall from you. I can barely remember what happened in the game against Kent, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I remember that, but I can't remember when the bins go out. Which colour?
Conway from the City end beats Lewis Rees with the first ball of his new over. Past the edge through to McManus. David McCardle, though, I've got a couple of bits of correspondence already. Derbyshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, as everybody will know who listens regularly, is the only one I can give out. You know how to get in touch, those of you who are already getting in touch in various other ways, but David McCardle, Rory Hayden was described as the Stoke Abbas by prior to the game at Kent, in which he took 10 wickets in the match, by Mickey Arthur. As this next delivery is turned into the leg side by Rees off the stumps. Fielded there by Nathan McSweeney.
That's
Square leg. If he played for Chesterfield, football for Chesterfield, he'd be known as the Stoke Mandeville, which is excellent because Liam Mandeville plays for Chesterfield. I do like that.
Oh, very good, David.
That was in earlier with that one this morning. I had to remember to read it out. I've got one from Nick as well, which I'll read momentarily. As it comes Conway again. Past the umpire now. That one's cut away into the ground. Nicely fielded by Safe Say, but at point on the bounce. And then he applauds. You can hear him clapping in the background. He said it'll be interesting to see if Mickey Arthur thinks changing the batting order will magically change our fortunes in the batting department. Can a leopard change its spots in 4 days? Well, I think it's right to have Lewis Rees up at the top, which is pretty much where he has batted for most of his Derbyshire career. Indeed, batted at the top of the order at Kent in the final game of last season and scored plenty of runs. This time he leaves alone outside the off stump. The fascination for me is that Montgomery remains at 3 with Jewell dropping to 4 and Madsen to 5. Then Martin Anderson, who had been batting at 5, at 6, Guest at 7 where wicket keepers probably should be. Perhaps one too high. But not for Guest, who is a very fine batter. But the lower down the batting order he goes, the fewer runs he seems to score. And Chappell, Aitchison, Hayden and Bashir, but not necessarily in that order. It did bring me to mind, and I have asked those in the written media, part of this media centre, as Conway bowls, and it's left alone again by Rees outside the off stump. If they could get into their reports on one day that Derbyshire had all of the batters, all of the right batters, but not necessarily in the right order, at some point, to misquote Eric Morecambe with Andre Preview. 24 without loss. Look it up if you're under 50. Look it up and watch it because it's exceptional comedy. 1 ball to go in the 6th over. 24 without loss. Conway, as I say, a very tall man, bowls to Rees, who clips this again off his pads out towards the backward square leg boundary. Scrimshaw is hurling himself around there and actually puts a dive in and stops it. Nicely done by George Scrimshaw, but he only saves the 1 run as they come back 4-3. I just kept an eye on George there for a moment because it's a long way down and you don't want to be hurting elbows and shoulders especially. Has a look at his elbow there as he just rubbed it along the ground. 27 without loss at the end of the over. He's okay. Rees has 16 and Kame has 9.
Yeah, there's been looking at the stats, just doing me prep yesterday. You look at Rees and Martin Anderson, and they really have the figures of stand comparison with anybody in the division. With Lewis Rees, 388 at 55, and Anderson 366 at 52. But it looks as though some of the other top order batters are maybe just a little bit light on runs and confidence.
Yes, Caleb Jewell's particularly out of form compared to last season when he scored 50s in 5 of his first 6 innings.
Yeah, Northamptonshire have had 9 championship centuries in 3 matches because they didn't get one at all in the first game. apart from Bartlett's 95 not out, as Sanderson is in outside the off stump to Lewis Rees, who leaves it alone.
I would suggest that the double century that Martin Anderson got is doing a bit of the heavy lifting in his average as well. I mean, he's got another half century as well, and he's batted nicely. Got the above waist high shocker down at Canterbury, but when he was looking in pretty good form.
Well, Northamptonshire haven't won a championship match here for 9 years. 2017, their last win here. Is Sanderson in again, bowls, and Rees is watchful, pushing it out into the covers, and there's no run.
Was that in April?
They won by 3 wickets, chased down 330. I think it was a set-up job.
No, not necessarily. It might have been, but if I'm not mistaken, excuse me a moment. It was a game when Northamptonshire had all the big lads who could hit the ball a long, long way, and they spent 3 days very miserably with hands in pockets and bobble hats on because it was freezing.
Sanderson round the wicket again, bowls to Rees, who looks to try and just open the face and run it down through backward point, but he can't get it past cover, and there's no run.
And even from this distance, I think actually we were over at mid-wicket, we hadn't quite moved into here. You could almost see their eyes collectively light up with the thought of chasing down in excess of 300, and went about it in a fairly spectacular fashion. No bobble hats on the final day, it was all work.
It was in April, yes. 14th of April game started. Nice looking drive from Rees, but without any great power or timing, fielded by Scrimshaw at mid-off.
Sure, that's the one that I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it was a set up by 351 for 1 declared in the second innings for Derbyshire. Lewis Rees got 168, Billy Godleman 156 not out, with all sorts of unlikely people having a bowl. And then Northamptonshire, as you say, chased down 330 to win in 64 and a bit overs. Rob Newton 98, Richard Levy 99, Sanderson in bowls, and that's a beauty. Best ball he's bowled this morning. And it just draws Rees into the stroke, and he does that little hand gesture to suggest that bounced maybe just a touch more than he was anticipating. But that's more what Sanderson and his captain will be looking for.
Levy's 99 came off not too many balls.
79,
there we go.
4 sixes, 10 fours.
Horrific. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant, but from a Derbyshire's perspective, you always knew there was going to be one winner, really.
Sanderson to try and join up the dots, and bowl a maiden, does so outside the off stump, left alone by Lewis Rees, so a maiden for Sanderson. And at the end of that over, Derbyshire 27 for no wicket, 16 to Lewis Rees, and 9 to Harry Kane. Yeah, before that, Northamptonshire won here in 2003, which was a promotion year, and 1997, 1995, which of course was Northamptonshire's big year when they won 12 games, and almost any other season would have won the championship, but Warwickshire were just exceptional that year. And they won here in 93, so they had a little run of success, but they haven't won here for a while because they haven't won a couple of games at Chesterfield in that time.
Conway to Harry Kane, clips this into the leg side. There's an absolute slight misfield by Safe Save, and there's the thing. But it wasn't as big a misfield as to allow the batters to go through for a bonus run.
But as you mentioned earlier, in another context, perhaps Chesterfield games have a...
Well, the result, I mean, there's always a result there, assuming the game's not abandoned without a ball being bowled. So, yes, it's a more sporting pitch as far as the bowlers are concerned, I would suggest. And all the better for it, really, as this one is defended again by Harry Kane up towards mid-on.
Well, Northamptonshire play at Chesterfield later this season, but they're not playing Derbyshire, they're playing Nottinghamshire there. What's the story with that one then, Fletch?
Nottinghamshire needed somewhere to play, and Chesterfield's a council-owned ground and available to hire. It's got absolutely nothing to do with the festival or anything like that.
Oh, it's lovely to be going there.
It's just Nottinghamshire extending their
tentacles,
horrible tentacles into Derbyshire. presumably couldn't play at Grantham or whatever they call that centre that used to be called something Colliery, didn't it?
Oh, Welbeck.
Welbeck. As Conway is in again. This one is turned nicely by, came into the leg side. There might be two here. Running around the boundary is James Sales, and they do indeed get a couple. His hat stays on this time, which is good news. He wasn't running at full pelt because he knew they were going to get two. Harry Kane's into double figures now. He's on 11, 29 without loss. Halfway through the 8th over. The 8th over comes at around about 11:30, which means they're on target to bowl 15 overs plus in the first hour, which is it's not good, but it's exceptional in the modern day. Conway in again and Kane defend. That was a no ball. That's not going to help them. Called by James Treadwell this time. Second no ball of the morning. One each for Conway and Sanderson. Score moves up to 31 without loss. And James Treadwell goes and has a look at the line, and as umpires do, puts his foot on it as if to say, yeah, that's a no ball.
Reassuring himself.
I've no idea why they do that. It's like calling dead ball when the bowler doesn't bowl it. It's just not a dead ball. The ball's not alive yet. It is now. And that one's turned nicely by Kame again into the leg side. Saib is chasing it towards the straightish mid-wicket boundary. They've run two and they're thinking about the third, and they're going to come back for the third as well. He's a long way away. Saib out there, and it's beautifully controlled by his left foot. By Harry Conway, who then bends down, picks it up and throws it to Luke Proctor. Came onto 14, 34 without loss.
They'll be looking for an excuse to change the ball. It's not doing anything.
It's got these spike marks on it now. I have no idea how they got there.
Ben Sanderson I was asking him about this because certainly during the Worcestershire game, the ball was changed on a number of occasions. And he said he thinks there's an issue with the adhesive, the glue or the gel or whatever that's used to. I think it's changed or something, and he reckons it's led to a slightly inconsistent batch.
That one is smacking Lewis Rees on the thigh, I think, outside the line. Yeah, but yes, they sort of. Certainly down at Kent, the ball was moving in the air a lot, which is we were right behind the bowler's arm, so you could see it to full effect, and a lot of bowlers took advantage. They don't do much in the first 10 overs, then they come to life, and then by the 35th over, they've almost died again, haven't they? There's a very small window of opportunity, it strikes me, unless that's just watching Derbyshire. Around the wicket comes Conway to the left-handed. Rees, and he gets a leading edge. He tries to turn it into the leg side. It spoons into the off. Misses the two fielders who might have been interested, and he goes through for a fairly fortunate single to move on to 17, 35 without loss at the end of 8 overs. Then he has a lengthy discussion with Mr. Treadwell.
Well, if you're watching the live stream, you'll be able to see the ice cream van, which is in place and in business. Send our run around a bit later, perhaps.
The producer can go and get it.
Yes. 35 for no wicket in thoroughly satisfactory start for Derbyshire, and indeed we're going to see the first change of bowling, and Luke Proctor is going to have a bowl himself, as I say, making his 100th first class appearance for Northamptonshire. Debut was back in 2017, and he's bringing himself into the attack to bowl the 9th over from this racecourse end, round the wicket to Rees, and Rees turns it into the onside, but straight to James Sales at mid-wicket, down to 3 slips now. There's a point, inviting gap through the covers. Scrimshaw in there at extra. Then a mid-on, mid-wicket. Save now behind square on the leg side.
I've got to go and do my quiz.
And
I'll be back.
Harry Conway down at long leg. Here's Proctor in bowls and defended by Lewis Rees. Proctor himself intervenes. And there's no run. In the other games, Starting this morning, Hampshire have run into early trouble against Essex down at Chelmsford. Hampshire 19 for 2. Guess what? Sam Cook's got 2 wickets, 2 for 10. Here's Proctor in again. Appeal for LBW stifled by Proctor because there was clearly 2 noises. McManus went through with the appeal, possibly, I suppose, thinking that it had hit pad first, but he had very little support. In fact, he had no support from the bowler. Clearly 2 noises. So Toby Albert and Tom Prest both out down at Chelmsford. Here's Proctor in and bowls, and another stifled appeal from behind the stumps as Rees looks to push that out in the offside. Takes the pad, maybe a little inside edge as well. Suspect he probably also got himself outside the line. At Cardiff, Somerset 39 for 1 against Glamorgan. Mentioned the early demise of James Rue. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Rees, turns it out into the leg side, fielded by James Sales, and there is no run. Josh Thomas and Tom Lammonby in there at the moment. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 17 for 1, batting first against Surrey. Dan Worrell has removed Nottinghamshire's captain Hasib Hamid for just 7. Ben Duckett has just gone in. Leicestershire 32 for no wicket against Sussex down at Hove. Here's Proctor in again, once again on leg stump, and again turned by Rees straight to Sales at mid-wicket. So tidy start for Luke Proctor. At the end of it, Derbyshire stay at 35 for no wicket. That was a maiden. 14 to Kane, 17 to Rees. Conway will continue from the far end, the City end. Conway so far 4 overs for 27, which is, I suspect, the most expensive opening spell of the season for him. In Division 2, the other Division 1 game, Warwickshire in all sorts of trouble against Yorkshire at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 33 for 3. Jack White has picked up a couple of wickets there. Former Northamptonshire bowler, of course. In Division 2, Gloucestershire 27 for 1 against Kent down at Bristol. Conway, the sun having disappeared behind high cloud at the moment, running in to bowl to Harry Kane with 3 slips in. Full, driven by Kane nicely up through mid-on. A couple of runs for him here at least, chased down towards the boundary by Ben Sanderson, reeled in, and they come back for 2. So Harry Kane goes to 16, Derbyshire to 37 for no wicket. Cameron Bancroft, the man out down at Bristol, for 12. Lancashire 30 for 1 against Middlesex at Old Trafford. George Balderson, pushed up to open, has gone for 8 to Ryan Higgins. And Worcestershire 33 for 2 against Durham at New Road. Here's Conway in again, bowled short and paddled round the corner by Harry Kane. This might go all the way. It does, because long leg is fairly wide, and he hit it fine enough to basically give that field a very little chance. Well controlled by Kane, just getting on top of it. It's almost like the old swat hook. And he picks up 4, he goes to 20. Derbyshire to 41 for no wicket. And after the Lord Mayor's show, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, who had that extraordinary win on Sunday, nothing has really gone for them this morning. Here's Conway in, bowls, and outside the off stump, left alone by Harry Kane. It's been a really good start by Kane and Rees. So the sun has disappeared behind the clouds, and as we mentioned earlier, the forecast for later in the day is a little bit iffy. But hopefully we get a good chunk of cricket in. Vasconcelos at first slip. Harrison, good deal in front of Vasconcelos at second. Bartlett at third. Here's Conway. In and bowls to Kane, very full. And Kane drops a bat on it, rolls up to mid-on. where Ben Sanderson comes across
I'm going to go George.
to field, and there is no run. Has a chat with his captain, Luke Proctor, who's in there at mid-off.
But he does sound a bit like a call.
Harry Conway studiously ignores both of them and marches back to his mark at the far end. Good few spectators there on the balcony of the members' pavilion over to our left.
Is that not Pam doing the same thing?
Here's Conway in and bowls. Appeal for LBW as Kane comes across his stumps, not out, says umpire Treadwell. And they're going to come back for 2 as it rolls out into the onside, and Lewis McManus has to do the fielding from behind the stumps, and Treadwell signals a leg by 2 of them, so no bat involved, probably just sliding down. Yeah, looks like that. Watching on the replay, hit him in line of middle and leg, just angling down. 43 for no wicket. Encouragement for the bowler. Conway walks back to his mark. Long strides as he comes in and bowls to Kame, and Kame very solid in defence, pushes it up to mid-off, where Luke Proctor fields and presumably will hang on to the ball if he's going to continue his spell from this end. 43 for no wicket at the end of the over, 20 to Harry Kame, 17 to Lewis Rees. Now is Proctor going to continue? Or are we going to see maybe a bit of George Scrimshaw? No, it is going to be Proctor. Scrimshaw was having a little chat there to Ben Sanderson. But in the end, Proctor decides to continue. Started off with a tidy maiden. Proctor's only picked up 4 championship wickets this year. He's bowled tidily enough most of the time, but just hasn't really had the figures to reflect that. 4 wickets at 60.5. Coming in round the wicket to bowl to Rees, and it's on his hip, and he turns it away into the gap between backward square and mid-wicket. Zabe chases back, and they come through for a single.
I do apologise for that lengthy...
44 for no wicket, Rees to 18. What was that? I don't know.
Well, the worst quiz I've ever done, because it was Attenborough's 100th birthday,
Yes,
so I had to do creature or colleague, and I got an extra point for naming the colleague I thought it was, and I've upset just about everybody at Radio Derby, I think. So,
Wonderful.
Yeah. Disappointing. I didn't like being away for 2 full overs, really.
2 slips and a gully now for Proctor. He's in and bowls to Harry Kame, who's forward. Plays it out into the covers where James Sales fields. And there is no run. The Derbyshire Falcons flag that Fletcher was talking about is it's just managed to get itself wrapped around the flagpole, but it's just freed itself. But Northamptonshire's flag, we call it the bedspread because it's
huge.
It is large.
Yeah.
Sort of medieval banner. Here's Proctor in, bowls and beats Harry Kame as he pushes forward. And a good start here from Luke Proctor. Proctor becoming the 7th Northamptonshire player to get to 100 first-class appearances solely in the 21st century. So following in some illustrious footsteps, Alex Wakely, Rob Keogh, Ben Sanderson, Stephen Peters, now cricket chair, Andrew Hall and Rob White. In comes Proctor again. Harry Kame defends. Up towards mid-off. Sales comes round in front of Sanderson to field, and there's no run. Rob White, of course, on the first-class umpires list. So Proctor becoming the 7th. Northamptonshire's better day's work, I think, when they took him on from Lancashire 9 years ago, outside the off stump, left alone again by Harry Kame.
He and Rees know each other very well indeed, because I noticed he joined, 2017, did you say then?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when Rees joined Derbyshire, so they were both leaving Lancashire at the same time.
Well, he came on loan at a time when Northamptonshire didn't have a great deal of money. They're having a few financial issues, and they needed somebody to open the batting. So he opened and did all right. Very full goes Proctor, and clipped away by Kane.
Wonderful.
Fielded in stages by George Scrimshaw at mid-on. But it has the desired effect from his point of view, and that he doesn't concede a run. End of the over. 44 for no wicket. Harry Kane is 20. Lewis Rees is 18. Proctor 2 overs for just 1 run.
It's nice to see George having the same issues with his trousers at Northamptonshire as he had with his trousers at Derbyshire. They don't quite meet his shoes, but why would they when he's 12 foot tall?
Well, the opening pair will be happy. They've got through to the first drink of the...
Yeah, I think it's been a solid start. But as my mid-morning show host Ian Sky said, he said, "Can I do some amateur punditry?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely." He said, "It seems like they've started well a few times." Yeah, no, that's a fair comment. And they've sort of hit the wall. Conway, his 6th over, bowls to Rees, clips that nicely into mid-wicket. A bit of a chase on here from McSweeney out towards the Monarch security stand and keeps them down to a couple. Rees moves on to 20 joins, came on 20 indeed, and it's 46 without loss.
Been seen quite to best advantage this morning, Harry Conway, hasn't
No.
he? He's just... he can't do it every time, I know, but...
I also think having a left-handed and a right-handed opening pair is an enormous advantage to the batting side, because you can't settle on your line and length, can you? Bowling to the left-handed Rees with just 2 slips now, and he strikes him in the pad. He likes it. He'll have got outside the line, Lewis Rees, and he always holds the pose just to make sure that the umpire knows exactly where his front foot was. And he's asking James Treadwell by putting both hands to his ears, Harry Conway, and Treadwell basically says, "Yeah, outside the line," and I think that's fair enough, personally.
Comfortably outside the
Well,
line.
you can see all 3 stumps,
Yes.
and there's about a foot behind his legs as well. I'm not sure what he thought he was going to achieve by that particular appeal, but 10 out of 10 for enthusiasm.
Well, he is what we in the summer game call a character.
Yeah,
Harry
no,
Conway.
absolutely.
It's good fun.
I like him. I've seen a bit of him because I like the Big Bash, because it's on when you get out of bed in the morning. And I do like watching the Big Bash. I've seen him a few times. I can't recall any specific feats of his, of course, but this one is left alone outside the off stump by Rees. But I know he's a character. He's just having a little stare at Lewis Rees there, even though Lewis Rees wasn't looking in his direction. That kind of, and I like that kind of. You don't mind that, do you? As long as he doesn't start, and he never will, I'm sure, start getting abusive or anything like that.
Well, he's been delisted. He's not playing Shield cricket at the moment. Played club cricket, grade cricket during the winter. But as Darren Lehman said, Northamptonshire's head coach, it means you've got a fresh bowler. You've also got one with a bit of a point to prove, and as Conway himself said, a bit of a chip on his shoulder about it.
And he comes around the wicket again to Rees. That strikes him too high on the thigh pad as it goes down towards fine leg for a single where Sales does the fielding. It'll be signal leg by, which it is now. 47 without loss. There's Darren Lehman having a little stroll around in front of the members' pavilion on the far side of the ground.
He loves his laps.
Yeah.
I think he said he'll hopefully come up and see us at some point during the game.
Excellent, good value. I must ask him about working with Andrew Moore, who's my favourite commentator. Does the NRL as well as cricket for ABC in Australia. A bit of a heart scare towards the end of the last rugby league season, but he's back in full flow now. Never met him, would love to. He's just leaning on one of the advertising boards to watch Conway bowl to Harry Kane, and this one's a full delivery that he just clips around the corner down towards fine leg. There is a fine leg. It's George Scrimshaw, and they go through for another single. 48 without loss. Yes, I mean I think I've only spoken to Darren once when we were on air, and he was absolutely terrific. I mean, he is a good broadcaster, full stop anyway. with the ABC in their summer.
Well, yeah, and he's committed to Northamptonshire for another couple of years now, to the end of 2029. I did ask him about the, splitting the year, and he says, works fine for him. 6 months commentating in Australia, 6 months or whatever over here in England.
Brisbane's very similar to Northampton, isn't it? In comes Conway, is defended by Rees, and there's no run on this occasion.
Yeah, the beaches especially.
Yeah, absolutely. The Storms, I think, are slightly worse in Brisbane. 48 without loss after 12 overs.
But he did say, Fletch, that one thing that he and his wife in particular, is very keen to see is a white Christmas. So he did, he said we might actually stay over, obviously depending what commitments are in Australia. I said, well, I can't remember the last time we had a white Christmas in Northampton. So
it doesn't happen very often, does it?
So I think
they're usually a disappointment.
Well, yes, and as I did sort of say,
I mean Christmas really as much as anything, but white Christmas is especially.
Well, I did say if you have a penchant for slush, and then I don't think it's probably a lot to commend it. Appeal for LBW as Harry Kane pushes forward. Appeal lacked a bit of conviction from Luke Proctor. The ball just looped up off Harry Kane's pad. Finishes up in the slip cordon.
Again, possibly outside the line again.
Yeah. Let's have a look. We've got the replay here.
Well, it must
It's a
have been
better,
height,
it's
yeah,
a
it's not
bit
bad
better
shout,
shout, but I think it was close to being outside the line. I think he did actually hit him in line, but as you say, I think it probably would have gone over the top. But Proctor's been good here so far. To his third over, he's in and bowls, and Kane forces that away off the back foot. He's going to get certainly one. They'll turn for a comfortable second as Safe Zabe chases it out towards the boundary, and that brings up the 50 for Derbyshire. 50 for no wicket in the 13th over after winning the toss and choosing to bat. Harry Kane on to 23. Lewis Rees has made 20. No breakthrough for Northamptonshire as yet. Down to 2 slips and a gully as Proctor is in again and bowls, and again a bit of width on offer for Harry Kane, who punches that through the covers. More work for Safe Zabe to do. Good sliding stop and almost a carbon copy of the previous delivery. The shot was similar, the fielder was identical, as was the result, which was 2 runs. Kane goes to 25, Derbyshire to 52 for no wicket. Sun is back with us. A little bit of fluffy cloud around as Proctor bustles in and bowls, and that's a late leave from Harry Kane outside the off stump. I think we give him credit and say I think he did pull his bat outside the line. As Darren Lehman gestures something to Nathan McSweeney, who's in there at mid-wicket. Possibly best not to ask what it was, but seemed to be maybe suggesting something about the bounce in the pitch. Here's Proctor in again, and once again came looking to play that same stroke, that little back foot punch, but this time doesn't really time it, and it rolls out to Zabe, who is in there at point.
I think it's only the second half-century opening stand of the season. I'd have to double and triple check later on with somebody else.
Well, it's been a very, very solid start.
Yeah.
A few shouts for LBW, but nothing that untoward has happened so far as Proctor is in, bowls, and Kane defends out into the offside. And that's the end of Luke Proctor's third over. 3 overs for 5. Derbyshire 52 for no wicket. 25 to Kane, 20 to Rees. Derbyshire's last win over Northamptonshire here, have to go back even further, 2012.
So I've never seen one. Excellent.
Well, they won at Chesterfield in 2018 against Northamptonshire, but the last win here, 2012. Before that, 2002. As Ben Sanderson switches to the City end.
Yeah. 4 overs for 8 to start with. As miserly as you would imagine. He's got quite a good pace there as Darren Lehman. He's already below us now.
You'll see him put in a lot of laps in the course of the match. Love to know what his steps app is telling him.
Chris Wright is constantly out. I'm surprised we haven't seen him yet. Not seen Mickey Arthur quite as much. Sanderson around the wicket with 3 slips to Lewis Rees, who gets trapped in front. Again, a half-hearted appeal, really. The ball dribbles out into the offside. Prefer a full-throated appeal, really. It's from the city end, so it's a bit trickier to see because the camera's a bit lower down. It didn't look right, but
no, he didn't, did it? Say Ben Sanderson didn't really give it the full Monty, did he?
He's in once more and bowls to Rees, who clips this nicely up towards a very straight mid-wicket. There is a bit of a chase on here for Proctor, who is going to get it in, yes, just before it goes over the rope, and he tosses it back for Sales, and he actually tosses it a long way behind James Sales, who throws it in the end, and they go through for 3 more. Rees moves to 23.55 without loss. There's a chap by the wall who's got a spectacular pair of maroon trousers on.
Oh, yes.
I think that might even...
I think that's our president.
Is it?
I
Yeah,
think
the Northamptonshire coloured
yes,
trousers.
That has the look of Gavin Warren.
There's also a chap at the far end who's clearly trying to remain incognito, who's got fluorescent jacket and a fluorescent cap on, which is terrific. And he's not a steward.
Yes, it is.
There we go.
Northamptonshire's president down there with Ian Peck, who was vice chair for years, former Northamptonshire player.
Team trousers. As Kane pushes this one into the onside.
Well, in the old days, Fletcher, when I started watching Northamptonshire back in the 70s, and the great Bish and Beddy was playing, then it was always you wondered, turned up at the ground, what colour Patka he'd have on. Well, with Gavin, it's rather what colour trousers.
Okay.
He's got
favours the coloured trousers.
Oh, very much so. He's got a number of different coloured pairs. The mint green ones I always think are rather fetching, but he's over there with Ian Peck.
This one is driven. It was wide from Sanderson and pushed into the offside by Harry Kane for a couple. He now moves on, I imagine, to 26. Those runs have been given to Lewis Rees. I think it's 58 without loss. I think that's absolutely right, but it's definitely not Rees batting.
Well, we had all sorts of issues with the scoreboard during the Worcestershire game at Northampton. For a good part of the game, it wasn't even working at all. It was blank. So,
James
count your
leapt
blessings.
into action as Kane waits and leaves this one alone. It's a no ball. So we should move on to 60 without loss.
Interesting one with Ian Peck. He played a bit for Northamptonshire, and has done a terrific job in the committee room since then. But he was recently awarded his England rugby cap because he'd been involved in the squad and played some matches which then were not full cap internationals, but which have subsequently been deemed cap internationals. So he recently got awarded his England cap.
There we go, the scoreboard's right now. It's gone back down to 59 now. I'm not sure that's right. That one's pushed out into the offside. It might be. By Harry Kane. He's got 27, Rees has 23.
So you should have left well alone. It should be 60, shouldn't it?
I think so.
I think so.
I just think they just had them the wrong way round. There was nothing wrong with the number.
But we've had a no ball, haven't we, since...
Yeah.
Well, I say, at least it's working, which is...
Well, scoreboard over there's brand new.
Very nice.
Just out of its wrapper, really. Sanderson. Balls came from China. Left alone by, apropos of nothing, left alone by Harry Kane to go through. There's also a repeater to our left, which we can't see. I don't think we can see it. No, we can't. As well as the big scoreboard to the right. There's no excuse for not knowing the score apart from when it's wrong. 59 without loss.
Well, Northamptonshire's chief executive was relieved when the scoreboard at Newlands wasn't working properly, because he said at least it Shows that it's not just the one at Northampton that has issues. Anyway, we reckon it's 60 for no wicket, but it says 59. Proctor will continue from this racecourse end. He'll be bowling to Lewis Rees. 3 slips in. Round the wicket comes Proctor and dropped into the offside, and they set off immediately for a sharp but well-judged single. Good stuff, rotating the strike, as Fletch was saying earlier, just pressing home this advantage of the left-hand, right-hand partnership. 60 on the board, Rees to 24. Strike actually has been very even. Kane has faced 45 balls, Rees 43. 60 on the board. Proctor back over the wicket to the right-handed Kane, wide outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Lewis McManus in front of Ricardo Vasconcelos at slip. Must mention also the bit of news which has broken this morning of relevance to Northamptonshire, which is that they have, after 148 years, gone down the ground naming rights route. Careful how you say that. And it is going to be the Cinch County Ground in Northampton. Yes. Proctor in, bowls, and Kane defends. Out into the covers, Sales comes in from extra to field, and there's no run. Still Wantage Road to me, but that is a 6-year deal apparently.
Blimey.
They already have the naming rights at Franklin's Gardens, the rugby ground. So
that makes sense then, I suppose.
yeah, so extending the.
Are they local? I know
there is a local connection. Yeah. Here's Proctor in and bowls, and forward again goes Kane. Plays it up to mid-on, where tall figure of George Scrimshaw fields. Haven't seen him in the attack yet. Imagine we will do in the not too distant future. Don't know which end he would prefer here, actually. You probably know that better than me.
I think he used to bowl from the City end.
Yeah.
He didn't play much first-class cricket here, although he wanted to.
Well, he's played 12 championship matches for Northamptonshire. This is his 13th. His Proctor in bowls, and again on the back foot, Kane defends to Sales at extra, and there is no run. Trying to think of, there are an awful lot of counties now that have gone down the naming route. Obviously, we're at the Central Co-op County Ground.
I don't think there are many that don't have a sponsor's name now, are there?
No, I was just trying to think. I'm struggling to think of too many. Here's Proctor in bowls, and that's a Jaffa from Proctor, and it beats Harry Kane outside the off stump. Good finish to the over for the Northamptonshire captain. 4 overs for 6. It's been very tight in this spell. Derbyshire 60 for no wicket, 27 to Harry Kane, 24 to Lewis Rees. I think I shocked Dave Griffin this morning, which is something that doesn't happen very often.
No.
He's seen, been there, seen it, done it. When he mentioned the fact that everything stops for tea here at Derby, and I started singing some of the verses of the great Jack Buchanan hit from the 30s, and he's almost impressed, I think. I was taught at my grandmother's knee.
He performs a lot of songs from that era when he's on his keyboards.
Yeah.
Ben Sanderson, City end. Lewis Rees tickles the first one down towards fine leg. Scrimshaw comes in off the boundary to do the fielding, and one more run to the total as Rees moves to 25, 61 without loss.
Derbyshire's answer to John Shuttleworth.
Very much.
Pigeons in flight. Oh, our screen has gone.
They shouldn't have done. A little bit back. There we are. We were inactive for too long, as we so often are. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Sanderson to Harry Kane. This time it pushes it up towards Proctor at mid-off. Worcestershire 3 down against Durham. 51 for 3 at New Road. Have been put into bat. Lancashire did lose the first wicket of the morning in Division 2, but they're still 1 down. 48 for 1. Haven't been put into bat at Old Trafford by Middlesex. And Gloucestershire put into bat by Kent at Bristol of 52 for 1. Sanderson bowls a no ball that's left alone by Harry Kent. The umpires have been on a no ball course. I don't recall this many no balls in the first 4 matches of the season. Ben Sanderson has been bowling for long enough to pretty much know his run-up, you would have thought. But anyway,
it's funny, Fletch. He tends to go through little rashes of
Does he?
no balls.
Yeah.
You know, bowl 3 or 4 in one spell, and then you won't bowl another one for a couple of games. He had a serious go at Cheltenham a couple of years ago, and he just couldn't seem to get it right.
he's in again now. And that one is down the leg side. Taken standing up by McManus. The only no ball I can remember this season was the one that wasn't given, so I'm not going to go there again. I had my say, as you can imagine. I was actually commentating at the time and just thought, well, yeah, that'll be called no ball, even though Martin Anderson's back was to us. Magnificent catch taken down on the boundary, but I reckon at the time it would be in vain. It wasn't. As Sanderson's next delivery is left alone as it goes. It's bowled wide outside the off stump and just goes away from Kane, so he had no need to play at that one, and indeed didn't. Who's walking with your coach now? Is it Greg or one of the other coaches? I can't see.
I think that's looks by stature. It looks like Greg Smith.
Yeah.
Might be. I think he's only him and Glenn Chappell who are
Yes, I
up here.
saw Glenn Chappell out there in the middle. It's definitely not him. As this next delivery is defended by Harry Kane up towards Proctor.
Might be Lee Daggett actually. The obviously former Northamptonshire bowler is now physio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's Greg Smith.
Is it? Excellent.
Who was also promised to come up and, on the basis that he has
that'd
a
be good.
foot in both camps,
Yeah,
as it were, and
absolutely.
played here.
An historical foot. I think he's both feet are in one camp at the moment, just in case anybody's listening. Sanderson bowls to Kane, who defends that straight back down the pitch. Sanderson stops at the end of his follow-through and basically stares at Harry Kane. And Safe Zabe has just swapped the bails at the far end, as if that will have any effect materially. But if a wicket falls now, then we won't see an end to the swapping of bails throughout the game, I'm sure. He just ran in, swapped the bails, and ran away again.
Well, superstitious bunch cricketers, almost as bad as actors. It's still bright sunshine. We're just seeing it disappear behind clouds for a moment or two, but it's gorgeous out here at the moment as the traffic whizzing around the Pentangle roundabout, or Pentagon roundabout at the far end of the ground, as Proctor is in bowls to Rees, who clips it down behind square on the leg side, fielded by Safe Zabe. 2 slips and a gully. In fact, I think he might be going back into third slip, George Bartlett. Calvin Harrison starting process of warming up, but regular Northamptonshire watchers will know that that doesn't necessarily signify that he's imminently going to bowl. He'll often be warming up for a couple of hours before he actually gets on, but fair enough. Be prepared. Proctor in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Lewis Rees.
It's a spinner thing. I think that very much Bashir will start warming up the moment he gets on the cricket field. He's an absolute box of tricks. He can't keep still. Great fun to watch.
I say Harrison has had a lot of work to do, as I think we always suspected would be the case. And if say Northamptonshire are, as some feel, maybe just a seamer light, as Proctor is in and bowls, and Rees pushes it out to the offside for McSweeney to come in from cover to field, then to have him with the ability to basically just block an end up and allow Proctor to rotate his pack of seam bowlers obviously is very, very handy. It's going to be interesting when Justin Broad is fit to bowl, and a come straight back into the side when that happens, then who gets left out is an interesting one. Here's Proctor in again, bowls, and Rees pushes forward, and I think a little bit of mixture of bat and pad, and again the slip cordon suggesting it might have been pad first, but Proctor not remotely interested. Turns on his heel and walks back. Captaining it's his 42nd game as captain, and assuming he doesn't miss games, he could go to 50 before the end of the season. Not that many that have captained 50 first-class matches for Northamptonshire down the years. Here's Proctor in again. Bowls, goes full, pushed up to mid-on by Rees, fielded there by Ben Sanderson. He's one of those, Luke Proctor, who is quite well aware of records and milestones. He actually messaged me before we bowled a ball this season to say I must be coming up to 100, and said, well, it's 5 more, so if you play every game it'll be Derby.
Keep picking yourself.
Pro. Here's Proctor in, bowls, and turned away into the leg side by Lewis Rees, fielded by James Sales. And that is the end of the over. 63 for no wicket. Kame is 27. Rees is 25. Greg Smith, I think, will be well happy as batting coach. I say Northamptonshire with 9 championship hundreds already this year from 6 different players. Record is 11 back in 2002, including one well known in these parts, one Matt Cassar.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Who, I do remember that innings. He got one against Gloucestershire when Mark Powell and Rob White had put on a still record 375 for the first wicket, and he went in and cashed in against some.
He's currently playing for Derbyshire's over 50s.
He was it Ockbrook and Borrowash who's been involved for some time.
You would have the better of me there with local
I think he's
local teams they play for.
I think he's been involved with there for a while.
Derbyshire trio of Aaron Donald, Zach Chappell and Pat Brown walking around the boundaries. Sanderson is in for a new over from the City, and that one's off the inside half of the bat, out into the onside where George Bartlett, one of 2 catchings early for the 2 catching mid-wickets, but they're both there.
Yeah, Ockbrook and Borrowash.
Okay, not too far from here. Just up the road. Just looking at the scores in the first division, they're pretty much going as you'd expect. Hampshire struggling 58 for 3 against Essex. They're not even playing at the Concrete Bowl today, they're playing at Chelmsford. And Sanderson is in. That's turned into the leg side again by count. This time to the other of the catching mid-wickets, James Sales. Yorkshire have Warwickshire 58 for 4. Yorkshire have been as abject as Hampshire this season so far, pretty much. Somerset 66 for 1 against Glamorgan in Cardiff. Down the road, Nottinghamshire 52 for 2 in the battle of the heavyweights. According to Kevin Howells, at least. They're playing Surrey at Trent Bridge. Sanderson is in, and it's defended again by Kane. And Leicestershire, whose batting has been very impressive this season, from a distance certainly. 75 without loss at Hove, having been put into bat. They'll be pleased with that. I imagine they'll be pleased with it anyway. Here, Derbyshire will be very pleased at 63 without loss. There was an 83-run opening stand, I think, against Worcestershire in that game that Derbyshire could have won. Sanderson bowls, that's down the leg side again. Kane tries to flick it away, can't make contact with it, and it goes through to Lewis McManus behind the stumps.
Derbyshire and Leicestershire, the 2 sides so far not to have lost a wicket.
Never in doubt, really.
No, absolutely.
Never in doubt.
All the batting order needed was a little tweak.
These 2 have been in pretty good nick all season. Harry Kane's had a couple of quiet games, but certainly started really well. Sanderson bowls. He's left that one alone outside the off stump. He captained the side in the first 2 matches. Looked as though he might be about to lead Derbyshire to victory at Old Trafford for the first time since 1997. Until, most of the Lancashire bowlers had other ideas, but Anderson brought himself on and took 2 wickets in and over, and then it looked, you could almost see the panic in the eyes. Sanderson bowls, defended once again by Came up towards the mid-on. That was a maiden over, I believe, from Ben Sanderson. Indeed it was his second. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 18. His figures: Derbyshire 63 without loss, with Came on 27 and Rees on 25.
So we've got an hour and a quarter, still no sign of George Scrimshaw coming into the attack. Calvin Harrison is still
Warming up.
doing the calisthenics, bit of bending and stretching, touch of the Eileen Fowlers if you're of a certain age. Proctor seems to be varying between 3 slips and 2 slips in the gullies. 3 slips at the moment as he's round the wicket, bowls to Rees, and Rees pushes it out into the onside. Sales fields at mid-wicket. James Sales back-to-back hundreds in the last 2 games for Northamptonshire. 164 against Middlesex, 146 not out against Worcestershire. His 5th, taking him to 5 championship hundreds, which gave rise to my Bank Holiday Monday quiz question, as we're talking about quizzes. Here's Proctor in outside the off-stump, left alone by Lewis Rees, with your David Attenborough themed one earlier on. It was James Sales, having made 5 championship hundreds. Only 8 Northamptonshire-born players have scored more championship centuries for Northamptonshire than that. And I put it out on Bank Holiday Monday, and it gets a few people just got involved with it. Obviously tells you a lot about bank holidays in Northampton. Here's Proctor round the wicket, bowls, and that seams away. Not a lot has done much this morning, not many deliveries. That one did actually seam away, and prompting Lewis Rees just to come down and have a little look at the pitch, but he left it alone, taken by Lewis McManus. Funnily enough, the one that didn't get many mentions was the one who's top of the list, which is the late Jack Timms, who made 28, born down in the south of the county at Silverstone. Forward goes Rees to this next ball from Proctor, plays it out into the covers for Nathan McSweeney to field.
I'm just glad you didn't test me on it. Really.
No, it's well, Mal Loy, I suppose, is the one that most people got. Former member of the coaching team here.
Yes,
He's currently in Dubrovnik with the Croatian national team.
Very nice.
Hopefully going to be doing a bit of summarising for us this season. Around the wicket comes Proctor again, and Rees defends back down the pitch. Come the T20s, which is coming up in, 3 weeks' time?
Yeah, but too quickly, isn't it, really?
2 weeks' time.
Is he still living down on the river, on the canal? He was living down on the... Was he living on the canal or the river? I can't remember which.
He's over in the west of the county. He's been obviously involved with the Qatari national team as well, with Toby Bailey. Here's Proctor in again, and again just finding a little bit of seam movement away from Rees, but Rees plays it well, leaves it alone. It goes through to Lewis McManus, 63 for no wicket. Pleasingly uneventful start, really, for Derbyshire here. Not too many alarms. 27 to Came, 25 to Rees. And Sanderson will continue.
Yeah, it's what we've got, 40 minutes until lunch. That will be quite the confidence boost for Derbyshire if they weren't to lose a wicket this morning. Remains odds against. There aren't many sessions where you don't lose a solitary wicket. Sanderson bowls to Harry Kane, who pushes this into the offside. And there is no run. The sun has disappeared for the time being, and there's plenty of cloud bubbling up towards the south, but there is blue sky away to the west, so just a steady breeze, really. There's Anuj Dal down there. he's not got his foot in a boot, but he is limping, which is good news and at the same time bad news that he's still limping, but horrible injury suffered. Is that what he's turned into the leg side straight to safe Zabe?
Well, I was going to say, what's
Harry
the problem?
Kane. He was bowling from the city end, and his front foot didn't land, or certainly didn't grip, and he went over on his ankle. It's the first. I've seen obviously players suffer shoulder injuries and horrible injuries like that, but in Aaron Donald's case, a collarbone, but they were able to walk off. He's the first cricketer I've seen taken from the field on a stretcher.
Dear.
He was back in the ground by the evening, as this next one is turned into the leg side backward of square, this time by Kane. In comes Scrimshaw off the boundary to do the fielding and keep them down to a single, 64, without loss. I asked Mickey Arthur what it's grade 3. I said, no, you're going to have to do slightly better for me here, Mickey, because that means nothing to me. He said 4 weeks. So it was a fortnight ago, and he's no longer in the boot, which is good news. And of course, after next week at Lords, there isn't the game until after the first 6 games, is it, in the T20?
No,
something like that. And they played Durham at Chester Street and Lancashire at Chesterfield. In the middle of the T20, Derbyshire. Sanderson around the wicket too. Rees edged into the ground. It was a very fine stop at second slip by Calvin Harrison. But it did bounce in front of him, and he's hurt his. Looks like his right hand.
Yeah, he got one on the when Gareth Roderick was teeing off in the previous game. He dropped him on 95. I say dropped him. He basically smashed it back at him, and he got a hand to it. And it's probably still a bit sore, I should think.
Sanderson bowls to Rees, who pushes this out into the offside. And there's no run. He wants his helmet, does wicketkeeper Lewis McManus. He's going to stand up to stop Lewis Rees from getting out of his crease at all.
Yeah, often does stand up to Ben Sanderson. Sanderson, in terms of Northamptonshire's all-time wicket takers list, is closing in on the great Jim Griffiths, and he's 7 behind now in all formats. Griffiths 627, Sanderson 620.
He seems all right for a Yorkshireman.
Good man.
There's only one more ball left in the over, but McManus is going to stand up to the stumps for it. And why not? Balls to Rees, who's turning it into the onside where Sales fields. And the over comes to an end. 20 gone then, 64 without loss. Derbyshire with Kane on 28. And Rees on 25.
Yeah, that little gap between the T20, Northamptonshire have got Gloucestershire at home, which corresponds with former Players' Day, and then it's the hike up to Durham for 4 days up at Chester Street. George Scrimshaw just starting to do a little bit of bending and stretching, so maybe we'll see him in the attack, possibly one more over from Proctor. This is the 7th of his spell. 2 slips and a gully as he bowls to Kane, who clips that beautifully away through mid-wicket. He's timed the backside off that one, and it runs away to the boundary for 4. That's one of the best shots he's played, I would suggest, this morning. But one of the best shots we've seen from either of these two this morning. Timed to perfection, takes Harry Kane to 32, Derbyshire to 68 for no wicket.
You'll know Durham well, of course, but you'd be have you found somewhere nice to stay?
It's in the throes of being sorted at the moment. I've stayed at a few places up there, but I shall. Jenny, who does all my bookings, I'm sure will be on the case. Is Proctor in and bowls and forces Kane onto the defensive, plays it out into the covers, and there's no run. Well, of course, there's the famous Lumley Castle, which is not too far away from ground at Chester Street. Indeed, it's visible from.
Haunted, though.
It is. So the Australians discovered, wasn't it,
haunted.
famously?
But, couldn't sleep by themselves, could they? Apparently. Madness.
Here's Proctor in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Kame. Well, in fact, Northamptonshire have got 2 trips up there because we're up there on the 6th of June for the T20 game, and then which is a Saturday evening.
Nice.
Ideal. And then, yeah, we've got the 4-day championship match up there 2 weeks later. So I shall be very well used to the A1.
Yeah.
By the middle of June. Here's Proctor in again, bowls outside the off stump again, left alone by Kame. I suspect this probably will be the end of Proctor's spell. 7 overs, well, coming up to the end of his 7th over. He's conceded just 10 runs. He's been very tidy. But probably we'll see a bit of George Scrimshaw before lunch.
Who's your home game in the crossover then?
Essex.
Oh, okay, Derbyshire go to Essex.
Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Kame again, outside the off stump. Good carry from Proctor, slaps into the gloves of Lewis McManus, but left alone by Harry Kame. First time Northamptonshire played Essex in a T20 match since 2013, which was on finals day at Edgbaston when they beat them and went on to beat Surrey in the final.
Yeah, Derbyshire go there. I'm fairly sure they lost to them in their only finals day appearance in the semis.
Proctor in, bowls, and Kame defends up to mid-off. So just that boundary off the over, at the end of which Derbyshire are 68 for no wicket. Harry Kame is 32, Lewis Rees is 25, Proctor 7 overs for 10. Calvin Harrison still whirling his arms, so maybe he will be on as well. Louis Kimber is doing 12th man today in the fetching red bib. And
Here we go.
Bit of scrimmy.
There we go. Derbyshire's other crossover game in the T20 sends shivers down every Derbyshire supporter's spine. They're at home to Somerset, who they lost to by about 500 runs in the quarter-final a few years ago.
Yes.
So,
Northamptonshire have got to go to Taunton, so...
That's in the normal group games.
Yes,
isn't it?
normal group games.
Normal
Yes,
group games. We don't get Northamptonshire this year.
No.
They've gone.
Taunton, Bristol, Cardiff, Worcester.
Cuts down on travelling time, of course, which was the plan, wasn't it?
Worcester, Edgbaston and Durham.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
You do more miles than if you'd have been in the North group.
Indeed.
Scrimshaw around the wicket to Lewis Rees. And the first ball is bang on target for the big man. And although he didn't stop it properly with his right foot. Leeds United fan, I think.
Is he?
I think so. He certainly supports somebody unusual. Burton Bourne. Not a supporter of the Brewers, sadly.
I was going to say, you'd have seen him through the winter, wouldn't you, if you were?
Yeah, no, I know he's not a Burton fan. He's got 2 slips and a gully. And this one is wide of the off stump, getting everybody excited, apart from Lewis Rees, who just lets it go through to the keeper. McManus, Harrison, he's going to bowl soon, surely to goodness. He'll be exhausted, the lad.
Tell you.
He's stretching muscles that I don't have at the moment, I'm fairly sure. Kicking his legs and... Calm down. We'll see him. Half an hour to go until the lunch interval. Scrimshaw's next one is a bit too straight. It's turned off a pad or a thigh pad by Lewis Rees into the leg side. Umpire Treadwell will signal leg by. 69 without loss. Rees remains on 25. Kame on 32. And then Harry Kame just gets a little bit of advice from Lewis Rees, who walks halfway down the pitch to say, "You remember George? You'll have faced him in the nets. You know what he does." The ball comes from a very great height. Well, as it does with... I reckon these 2 sides must have the 2 tallest spinners in the country.
Oh, yes. Oh.
Shoaib Bashir's huge. Scrimshaw bowls to Kame, who defends it back to him. And Harrison's not small. I know he's standing next to Ricardo Vasconcelos, which sort of gives him the edge anyway, but through his bowling action now, he's a tall man as well.
He's not quite in the same arm-ache category as Scrimshaw and Harry Conway, especially, though, when you're interviewing them and you're standing there with your arm up and you have to change arms midway through.
Yes.
Occupational hazard.
I'm sure bowls to Kane, who gets a very full delivery and clips it away out towards the wide, long on boundary for 4. Nicely played by Harry Kane. He moves to 36.73 without loss, and the aforementioned Harry Conway, a fairly relaxed jog to go and retrieve the ball from the boundary. He knew he wasn't going to catch it. Wasn't a bad delivery from Scrimshaw by any stretch of the imagination. Full in the block hole, but Kane saw it nice and early and flicked it away. This one's short of a length and off the edge of Harry Kane's bat into the offside square. Picks up another single. George was disappointed with that. 37 to Kane, 25 to Rees, 74 without loss after 22. This is slowly turning into a very good morning. And guess who's coming on to bowl? Thank goodness for that.
Yes, the warm-up is over, and he's actually going to be bowling the ball in anger, as it were. Calvin Harrison, 12 wickets at 35 so far this season. So he's got through 150-odd overs in April. Glenn Chappell about that, Northamptonshire bowling coach and senior assistant coach as his full title, and he was saying, he just wouldn't have had particularly long odds on an English leg spinner getting through 150 overs in April, but that's what he's done. Terrific season last year, of course, on loan for most of the Red Bull season with Northamptonshire, leading wicket taker with 36. Got a maiden 100 as well, caught everything above ground, and Northamptonshire were highly delighted to get him to sign a 2-year contract. I think he's going to be figuring, obviously, in pretty well all competitions. I don't know if he'll be around for the Metro Bank Cup, the 50-over competition. It starts at the end of July, but hopefully he will. No, he's going to start from this racecourse end with a slip. Glaston Salos. 3 saving, 1 on the onside. Here's Harrison then with his leg spin bowling to Kame, who drives out away through backward point, and then going to come back for an easy couple. Fielded there by George Bartlett out on the cover boundary. 2 to Kame. He goes to 39, 76 for no wicket. Fielders changing over. Conway's going onto the 45 to save 1 on the onside as Harrison's in, flights that up, and Kane pushes it out towards backward point, the safe Zabe. Possibly a little quicker over the ground than Harry Conway. Nip and tuck, I'd have thought, but he's in there now at backward point.
Ball goes into the leg side, safe Zabe's got more chance of fielding it.
Here's Harrison in bowls, and forward goes Kane, and again just squeezes it down to backward point where Zabe fields. I think safe Zabe's got the shin pads on as well. Looks as though he has.
Right.
So possibly with a left-hander in, he might be going under the helmet. Here's Harrison in again to Kame. That's turned away on the onside this time, and there's a long chase in for George Scrimshaw down at deep backward square. Sends in his return. 1 more to Harry Kame. He goes into the 40s, and Derbyshire to 77 for no wicket on the bright, sunny early afternoon here in Derby.
Rees won't be afraid to sweep.
Well, as we thought, safe Zabe now going in at short leg for the left-handed Rees. Conway might be in the firing line here at backward square. It's turned away by Rees and very well fielded at mid-wicket by Nathan McSweeney. Fine fielder, full of energy, he's always buzzing around in the field. Harrison shining the ball on his backside. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, trots in and bowls just back of a length, and clips that away past McSweeney. he was tight in there at mid-wicket, and he's going to get a couple. And it goes out to George Bartlett, who sends in a return that very nearly eludes the bowler. Fortunately, they had somebody backing up, James Sales. But it's 2 more to Lewis Rees, who goes to 27. Kame is 40. And Derbyshire to 79 for no wicket, 5 off the over. And just over 20 minutes to go until lunch.
If that one had hit the stumps from George Bartlett, it might have been interesting. It didn't, so therefore it wasn't interesting.
I was just, as I say, my immediate concern was that there was nobody, nobody backing up.
It was a little bit.
Fortunately, there was.
Wild it would be wrong to call it wild, but it was an interesting throw. Scrimshaw begins a new over from the city end and tucked into the onside by Harry Kame. And they go through for another single. Came on to 41. Derbyshire to 80 without loss. Very much in their best opening stand of the season territory now. I think 3 more and they'll equal it. Unless Stephen, if he's listening, tells me otherwise. There's no reason why he would be listening unless he's sitting in the stream room. As around the wicket comes Scrimshaw, defended on the back foot by Rees up towards Conway. Immediately gets to work on the ball. Which is now in its 24th over, so it's still relatively new. Just the 2 slips and a gully. Man on the point boundary. Cover mid-off. On the offside, that one's turned into the leg side by Rees to pick up his 28th run, 81. Without loss in off the boundary, coming Nathan McSweeney there. Now the field's completely changed, so I'll have to go through it all again. I won't go through it again. Have a look on the stream. I did get a question earlier about Kent's stream. I think the answer to the question I was posed on why they only have cameras that end on and nothing else is down to finances. Scrimshaw bowls, Kame just taps it into the leg side. Scrimshaw looks almost forlorn that he's given up another single. 42 to Kame, 82 without loss. It's not a cheap thing to do, stream these games. Derbyshire with the addition of the roaming camera this season, which is very exciting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it could go anywhere. Occasionally you get some interesting shots. They switch to it. Somebody's not expecting it, but
As long as they don't home in on us for having our lunch or something.
there's no cameras in the dining area.
Good. Pleased to hear it.
Yeah. Rees with 1 slip now waits, and that one's defended up towards Proctor, and a very straight mid-on this occasion. Trying to keep themselves entertained out there by the sound of it. Meanwhile, Bangladesh have moved on to 301 for 4. They're approaching the end of day 1 in Mirpur. Mohamed Abbas, 21 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 45. It's also bowled a no ball. Scrimshaw bowls a short delivery. Rees ducked, but he needn't have bothered because it went a long way over his head. I'm slightly surprised that wasn't called a wide. 82 without loss. I'm not in favour of that kind of thing. I'm glad it wasn't called a wide. I think bowlers should be allowed to do what they want, really.
No, well, Stephen Finn gets very exercised on that subject. Again, I think consistency is the key. And during the previous game, the Worcestershire game, Adam Finch, who's got a bit of pace, and fair enough, put a few round or indeed over the batsmen's heads, but they were not being called. When you're bowling to Sabe or Ricardo Vasconcelos or whatever, they've got absolutely no chance.
No.
But they weren't being called. which just seemed a little bit odd. Anyway.
I said it was close to stumps at Mayport. It is stumps. 301 for 4.
82 for no wicket. Harrison in and bowls to Kame, who is forward. Playing it up in the general direction of Proctor at mid-on, but Harrison comes across to field. Right arm leg spinner with a slip in, bowls, and that's on leg stump. And clipped away by Kame. Certainly one. They'll come back for 2, down to the man on the boundary, George Scrimshaw. And that is, I think I'm right in saying, Derbyshire's best of the season.
I believe so.
Marvellous.
I believe so.
84 for no wicket. Harry Kame to 44.
I could be wrong though.
Subject to audit.
There is, yeah, very much so. There is always that possibility that I've got no clue what I'm talking about.
Here's Harrison. In and bowls, and just a little bit of turn for Harrison. Not a great deal. Goes off a thickish inside edge from Kame, down behind square on the leg side. Conway, he of the floppy hat and demonstrative personality, fields, and they come through for another run. Kame to 45, 85 for no wicket. And for Rees, save going in at forward short leg under the helmet. Harrison in, bowls, forward goes Rees and just steers that away into the vacant backward point region. It's another run. Rees to 29, Derbyshire to 86 for no wicket. It's been really good stuff from these two. Haven't taken any unnecessary risks. Ball hasn't done much, but they've played carefully. Good application. Harrison in, bowls slightly quicker ball, and forward comes Kame. Defends back down the pitch.
Exactly what was called for, certainly, from a Derbyshire perspective.
Tossing the ball from one hand, right hand to left, and then in and bowls. Very full appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Paul Baldwin. It looked as though it was possibly just going down the leg side, but it looked a decent shout. It was very full, but not out, says the umpire. End of the over. 86 for no wicket, 45 to Harry Kame.
If it hits him on the full, you can't take into account any kind of spin, can you? So
29 to Rees. It looked a decent shout from where we are, but anyway, not out, says umpire Baldwin. 86 for no wicket it is. And we've had 25 overs in the session with power to add. Gosh.
George Scrimshaw from the city end. Lewis Rees just defends this out into the offside. Harry Kame sets off as though there was going to be a single there. There never was. And he's sent back. Looking forward to seeing Derbyshire's left arm wrist spinner in the T20, Sufyan Makeem. He's just finished as the leading wicket taker in the Pakistan Super League and won the title with Peshawar Zalmi.
Naturally.
All Zalmi, aren't we? The competition played entirely behind closed doors. Scrimshaw's next one is down the leg, so that's a really good take by Lewis McBatter. It's one-handed, moving across to his right, didn't even tumble over or anything, just plucked it out of the air.
Nonchalant, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Brilliant stuff from McManus.
Northamptonshire had, of course, Tabraiz Shamsi from the South African left-arm wrist spinner a few seasons ago, and, well, of course, Freddie Heldrick as well, homegrown, but released at the end of last season. Yeah. Stuck on 49 T20 wickets. It's a shame.
Rees waits. This one is a better directed delivery from Scrimshaw. Turn into the leg side. Sales. Fields. Yeah, I think McKeem is here for the first 6 as they wait for Mohamed Ghazanfar to return. I think he's playing in Belgium. Why wouldn't you? In some kind of T20 tournament.
Yes.
There's also the European one.
I think Ravi Bopara has something to do with the Belgian thing.
I wouldn't be surprised. Belgium. This next one is turned into the leg side by Rees. Whatever next. Again, it sails. who does the fielding. But they will have all three overseas here at once, Caleb Jewell, Gazanfar and McKeem. And who knows, will we see mystery spin and left arm wrist spin in the same match? That'd be very exciting. But Gazanfar's terrific, apart from his batting and his fielding.
I remember him from last year.
Dear, oh dear. Scrimshaw bowls another short one. He ducks underneath it, Lewis Rees, this time. A slightly more conventional take for Lewis McManus. Yeah, he wasn't just a poor fielder in general, he was especially poor off his own bowling. He dropped about 4 or 5 catches off his own bowling. Safe Zabe and Aaron Donald having a chat just in front of the players' pavilion. Anyway, to our left, no, looks like he's going for a white ball bat by the look of it. Derbyshire's white ball skipper this season. Scrimshaw is in, and that one is driven gloriously by Lewis Rees straight back down the ground. He's giving chase Conway initially. His hat comes off, of course, and the ball crosses the rope now. That was a really nice shot from Lewis Rees, who moves into the 30s. 34 to him, 91 without loss at the end of that Scrimshaw over. Harry came on 45. He's faced 10 more deliveries than his partner. And we have 12 minutes to go until lunch, so we'll get another 4 overs in, I would have thought, minimum, which would take us up to 30, which isn't too bad. Not great, but it's not too bad.
No, well, it means there's a possibility of getting back in time to see the David Attenborough 100th birthday concert
at
this
half
evening.
8 tonight, is it?
Yes,
half
that's
8?
right, from the Albert Hall.
Yeah.
Harrison it will be to continue, starting his 3rd over. No wicket for 9 so far. Slip in. Bowls to Kame, that's a full toss, and it's slapped away by Kame, and he may still get 4 despite the fact that James Sales took the way off it in there at mid-wicket, and it runs away for 4, and to be honest it was a bad ball, and in the end it got what it deserved. Luke Proctor chased it down to the boundary. James Sales getting to his feet, but that was full toss and put away by Harry Kame, who moves to within 1.5 century, 49 to him.
Just felt his finger again then, Harrison,
Yeah.
when he...
Well, he had to go off after that drop. Is Harrison in again, quicker ball, flatter, and nudged by Kame into the onside, and there's no run.
They got a like-for-like replacement lined up at all?
Oh dear, really, don't start. It's just bizarre, isn't it? Some of the
Rubbish.
things.
It's absolutely rubbish.
Here's Harrison in again. Might have been the wrong one. Brings Kame forward. Pushes it out into the offside as Northamptonshire president. As he lap around the ground, just gone past the main scoreboard. Harrison in again and pushed nicely for a single. Out past cover. George Bartlett comes in from the boundary to tidy up, but that's 50 for Harry Kame. 50 off 89 balls. For some unknown reason, they've given him a boundary for that.
Definitely wasn't a boundary.
And there certainly wasn't a boundary. So 95 for no wicket, I think that should be. Came 50 off 89 balls.
Come on, Jane. Sort it out next door.
Here's Harrison in, turned away down just behind square on the leg side. More work for Bartlett to do on the boundary. Picks up a single, does Lewis Rees. He goes to 34. Board's a little bit haywire at the moment.
is.
I think that's 96 for no wicket.
Yeah. I think you might be right, because
Yeah.
Rees has just got a single. Yep, 96.
Here's Harrison again, bowls to Kame, very full, worked into the leg side, straight to Sales at mid-wicket, end of the over. 96 for no wicket it is.
There we go, look at that.
All done with magic and mirrors.
I like to keep Jane in check.
Well, it's very nice coffee and walnut cake this morning.
Wasn't it
from,
just?
from
Yeah.
Jane. 50 to Harry Kame, 34 to Lewis Rees. Yep, 89 balls and 5 fours for Harry Kame's half century. Very well played. It's been a very, very good session for Derbyshire so far. It's 8 minutes or so to go until lunch. And as you said earlier, Fletch, if they go through to lunch without losing a wicket,
Yeah, that would be
Happy days.
That would be something. His third half century of the season. Harry Kane. Chris Wright and Alex Hughes going with Nye Donald for that net. As Scrimshaw begins a new over, it's just dabbed backward of square on the offside by Rees for a single. Harrison completes the fielding.
Been really good at rotating the strike, these two,
Yes,
haven't they, this morning?
yeah.
And as you say, it hasn't allowed the attack to settle on one line.
Only been 8. I mean, 8's not bad, but only 8 boundaries, so 32 of the 97 runs scored have come by way of boundary, which tells you how good their running has been. Batted together quite a lot last season before last. This one is defended by Kane. I think it was the season before last. There's no run. Sales does that.
Thanks to our friend William C. at fourth slip for sending a photograph of scoreboard problem at 2007 World Cup North Sound in Antigua. The board showing something very unlikely. So we had all sorts of problems with the board at Northampton last week.
Showing 34 to win off one ball. This next delivery from Scrimshaw is turned off his hip by Harry Kane out into the leg side. Just for a single, safe save comes in off the boundary to do the fielding.
The entertaining part of it was that it obviously the board is in bits, so they've got like 8 sections of the board on the screen. So the bottom left-hand corner you could usually see, but that was all. There was nothing else.
Oh dear. This next one is driven by Rees, but straight to Proctor at mid-on. It didn't really time that one.
So when Tom Taylor and Ollie Hannon Dolby were bowling, we just got Tail and Hanno.
Which is what the players were shouting,
yes,
presumably.
Come on, Hanno, yeah. And we knew nothing else about what was going on. But fortunately, the little board over next to the signal box was at least vaguely working. So
Early season for boards, because the big board at Kent wasn't working on day one. This next delivery is flicked into the leg side. It was aerial for a while. It goes over the head of the man at mid-wicket and all the way to the boundary for 4, but James Sells would have been interested momentarily as the century comes up. The century stand between Lewis Rees and Harry Kane. 102 without loss in the 28th over. Rees moves on to 39. Kane has 51.
Very, very few balls that's been hit in the air in this session. Sabe just having a little roll down below us. Wonder if he might be the 6th bowler used, possibly before lunch. Yeah, he's warming up with some purpose, you feel.
Scrimshaw's on his way in again, and this one just turned towards Sales at mid-wicket. Yeah, he looks like he's going to come on now. You're absolutely right. He's removed his cap already. Safe save. And at the end of that over, 28 gone with 5 minutes to go until lunch. Derbyshire 102 without loss. Untold riches.
So it's been an excellent session and many, many, many joys of 4-day cricket is the fact that last time Northamptonshire were on the field, wickets flying everywhere and 8 wickets falling for 30-odd runs. And this morning, it couldn't have been more different. Harrison taking a breather after bowling 3 overs for 15. Perhaps he was worn out by a very, very long bout of warming up. And we are going to see Safe Sabe to bowl. Let's see if he can do his Simon Kerrigan sub-minute over trick. He's bowling left arm spin round the wicket, bowls to Kane, drops it out into the onside. Sales, who's tight in there at mid-wicket fields, just a slip in. Askin Salos. Zabe round the wicket, and Kane defends. He gets through his overs, as you will see, very quickly.
Possibly. He's just gone through his action and he's wimbling his arms.
Possibly a bit of touch of McSweeney. Here's Zabe in, bowls and turned into the onside by Kane straight to Sales. Simon Kerrigan was wonderful getting through his overs in ridiculously short space of time, sub-minute over. Here's Zabe in and bowls and driven hard into the ground by Kane. Bounces up nicely for Zabe to field off his own bowling. So we should get another one in after this. Zabe round the wicket. That's flat up, a little bit quicker, and onto the back foot goes Kane. Steers it down to backward point. And there is no run. McSweeney fields. So 5 dots. Here is Zabe in again. And it's not going to be 6 because he turns that away out through mid-wicket, and he should get a couple as George Scrimshaw comes in off the boundary. Sends in his return, but it's 2 more to Harry Kane. He goes to 53, 104 for no wicket. Just those 2 runs off the over. And, well, looks as though it might be, yeah, it is Nathan McSweeney. It is. So we're going to see 7 bowlers used before lunch. Not that unusual. I think against, might have been at Canterbury. I think they used 8 in a session. But fair enough. Try all your options.
No, absolutely.
Well, especially if you've got the left-hander on strike, I suppose that might have been a thought. Get the off spinner on.
Yeah.
With Rees on strike. Took a wicket with his 4th ball in Championship cricket this year against Lancashire. Got Tom Hartley, I think.
Rees.
Yes.
Slips catching cover in. That's Harrison. As McSweeney bowls, that's driven out into the offside by Rees, and there's no run. 104 without loss, Derbyshire. Defying all expectations as Rees waits and smothers any potential spin by pushing the ball back to McSweeney. 4 balls then until the first interval. We will have had 30 overs. As McSweeney bowls off the back foot, Rees pushes it out to save Zabe. That's got Salos in it. Slip. I don't think we're necessarily going to see one of Lewis Rees's sweep shots in the remaining 3 overs, but you never know. That one's pushed up towards Proctor at mid-on. Barely has enough revolutions on it, the ball, to reach the Northamptonshire skipper. 2 to go then. McSweeney around the wicket. Rees just guides it backward a square on the offside towards Ben Sanderson. Bowled 8 overs for just 19 runs early on in the day in 2 separate spells. Final ball of the session then, I fancy. As McSweeney comes in, Rees defends it and then puts his bat on the ball to make sure it doesn't dribble anywhere unpleasant. And at lunch, Derbyshire are 104 without loss, with Harry Kane on 53 and Lewis Rees on 39. And it looks as though changing the batting order might have paid off.
Well, it's been an excellent session for Derbyshire. Not much in it in terms of seam or spin or swing, really, for Northamptonshire in that session. It looks a pretty good batting track, as you hinted at the start, Fletch, despite the fact that there's a bit of green grass on it. It hasn't done very much.
Never does.
And these 2 have just played extremely sensibly. And Harry Conway just maybe not quite at his best this morning. But an excellent session for Derbyshire, and Northamptonshire with a lot of work to do in the rest of the day.
Absolutely. Just 9 boundaries this morning, but that is immaterial because Derbyshire at lunch are 104 without loss, and we will return in 40 minutes. His course end. Bowled nicely this morning, 7 overs for 10.
Yes, he was probably the most accurate of all the Northamptonshire bowlers this morning. Well, two of them just looked a little bit below their best, but take nothing away from Harry Kame and Lewis Rees, who just played properly, proper cricket. Yeah. Rotated the strike really well to make full advantage of the right hand left hand partnership, and really nothing to fault. No chances, a couple of half decent shouts for LBW, but very, very good morning.
One aerial shot off Lewis Rees's bat that just might have interested mid-wicket momentarily, but only momentarily. Proctor's first ball, oh dear, is short of a length, and Harry Kame just guides it down the the vacant third man area. There was a dive from Calvin Harrison, but used the pace of the delivery to guide it away for 4 as Derbyshire moved to 108 without loss.
I think that shows you the degree to which batsmen trust this surface. It does look an absolute belting batting track so far.
We've got 500 plays, 500 here.
Well, I'm just wondering about the weather forecast for tomorrow, as we said, is a bit iffy. It looks fine today.
Sun breaking through as Harry Kame goes back and pushes this one out into the off. So 3 sun hats now, that's disappointing.
Yes. I mean, yeah, the forecast was not fantastic for later today.
No,
but
it got better.
I don't know. Well, I don't know if it's general. I was just looking at the radar, and I mean, there's nothing remotely to worry us here at this stage. There's a bit of rain much further north, but it looks
30% by 5 o'clock, but that's it. As Proctor goes in again, and Kame is beaten. Just hung his bat outside the off stump, having played back to that one. Good carry through to McManus. And Kame definitely beaten, definitely played at that one. Moral victory. Very nice, thank you.
Wonderful.
What's Di talking about? Here comes Proctor and bowls. That's defended off the back foot again by Kame out into the offside. Sales runs in front of Sanderson to do the fielding. They're both wearing the floppy sun hats, as is Conway. Oh, there's 4. Oh no.
Yes,
Harrison has one and Conway has one. So Sanderson, Sales, Harrison and Conway all wearing the floppy sun hat. Very disappointing. I don't think there is a sun hat wearer in the Derbyshire side, as this one is defended by Kame to backward point. And there's no run.
Certainly, I'm just trying to think. There used to be a sort of a unwritten rule that I think it was it the first session you were supposed to wear your
something like that. Did they not? They used to have maroon ones, didn't they?
Yeah, they were a little bit lighter than they used to be.
Next delivery from Proctor's just pushed to backward point by Kame. So I can see in my mind's eye Rory Kleinfeld and Richard Levy and the rest of that big hitting crew all wearing they almost turned them into bush hats.
Well, big being the operative word.
There was some force. That's into the over 108 without loss.
It's going to be Harry Conway to start from the far end, from the city end. 6 overs for 36 this morning. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Lewis Rees. He's going to be bowling round the wicket with 2 slips and a gully. Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second. George Bartlett in the gully. Saif Zaib, who was back sweeping on the cover boundaries, being brought into the ring to save 1. But there's still a big gap between Sanderson at mid-off and Zaib at backward point. Then a mid-on, mid-wicket in fairly tight James Sales. A deep backward square and a long leg as Conway round the wicket bowls to Rees. And Rees defends back down the pitch. Nice little bit of fancy footwork from Conway, knocking the ball up from boot to hand. Get a contract with Burton Albion next year.
Well, you jest, but I just released 6.
Have they?
Yeah, well, they were at the end of their contracts.
Oh,
but
right.
one of them was Jasper Moon, who is my favourite footballer. And he won't be there next year. He knows he's my favourite footballer because I told him. I told him live on air, actually, which sort of put him on the spot. It was very good.
I think it did. Here's Conway. Around the wicket again. 2 on the leg side, and it's gone for 4 somethings. Buys. Nothing on it at all.
A little harsh on McManus.
Well, it was, because he dived full
swinging
stretch,
away.
and he didn't actually get close to getting a glove on it. Just having a look at the replay, it did come a little bit wide of the crease, and just he almost got a little bit closer to it than I thought he did. Looking at the replay, but it's still harsh.
I think so.
But it's 4 buys onto the total, 112 for no wicket. And as I say, saying this morning, Harry Conway, just a radar not quite honed in, a little bit wayward early on. Indeed, Bender Sanderson even slipped a couple down the leg side, which you don't see that often. Here's Conway in and bowls, and that's a better ball, and it's turned away into the leg side by Rees, straight to Sales at mid-wicket. Harry Conway's ridiculous follow through.
I was just going to mention the follow. It was a
Yeah.
magnificent follow through. It was 2 yards away from Lewis Rees by the time he stopped.
It doesn't do a lot for the over rate, but it's fairly common. A quick canter through what's happening elsewhere in the course of this over. In Division 1 at Chelmsford, Hampshire, 88 for 4 against Essex. Jake Lehman, son of, 42 not out. 3 wickets for Sam Cook so far. Conway in and bowls, and Lewis Rees defends back down the pitch.
Remind me when Darren comes not to diss Hampshire. They're not my favourite. I mean, I've only been there twice, I think, for one-day games. It's not my favourite place to go, the Concrete Bowl, but I don't want them to come down if Derbyshire don't get promoted, which seems highly unlikely, because 4 days in the middle of nowhere in a Concrete Bowl with JMO will be something special.
Here's Conway. Round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. Good leave, good carry as well, still, despite the fact that this ball is, into its 32nd over. Somerset 115 for 1. Solid start for them against Glamorgan down in Cardiff, having lost James Rue very early on for 4. Josh Thomas 62 not out. Tom Lammonby 42 not out. Notts 112 for 3 against Surrey at Trent Bridge. Ben Duckett out for 42. Joe Clark unbeaten on 40. Conway in again, bowls to Rees, clipped uppishly and caught at mid-wicket. And Conway, with not the best ball he's bowled today, it was a leg stump half volley, and Rees, who had one slightly narrow escape, as Fletch mentioned, just after lunch. It was about the only ball he hit in the air this morning. It went over mid-wicket. That one didn't. It went straight to James Sales, and this opening partnership has been broken. It's Lewis Rees who goes for 39, caught Sales bowl Conway, and Derbyshire are 112 for 1.
Yeah, disappointing end to Lewis Rees's innings, which have been pretty impressive up to that point, has to leave the field having made 39, and it was a similar shot. It went to Sales's right, I think it was, before lunch. Very disappointing way to get yourself out, really.
We said on commentary, didn't we, that when that one stroke before lunch, we said I think it's the only shot. I think either player really lifted above ground level this morning, but that was all a little bit slow motion. It was leg stump half volley and just chipped obligingly to James Sales, and it brings Matthew Montgomery to the crease at number 3.
It does. High score of 75, I want to say, in the defeat to Gloucestershire here at the county ground, the Central Co-op county ground.
Just wrap up those scores at Hove. Leicestershire 119 for 2 against Sussex, with Sol Badinja has just gone in. Rishi Patel made 43 there. Warwickshire 80 for 5 against Yorkshire at Edgbaston, with a couple of wickets there for Jack White. Sam Hain 47 not out.
Proctor to Came, who leaves the first ball of the over alone outside the off stump.
And the other Division 2 games, Gloucestershire 104 for 1 against Kent down at Bristol. Ben Charlesworth heading for Lancashire, of course, at the end of the season, 49 not out. Lancashire are 86 for 3 against Middlesex at Old Trafford. Keaton Jennings 44 not out. And at New Road, Worcestershire 99 for 4 against Durham, including a first wicket of the season for Ben Stokes.
Proctor's in again. That one's defended once more by Harry Kane. As I heard on the radio this morning, it made the sports news on Radio 4, I think it was, that Ben Stokes was going to be batting and bowling.
Gosh.
Usually for an all-rounder. Having had his face rebuilt. The nasty incident in the nets earlier this summer. Probably more like spring, I would have thought. As Proctor's in again and Kane clips this away nicely. That might go all the way for 4. It's being chased by Nathan McSweeney. It isn't going to go for 4 at all. It's actually stopped before it gets anywhere near the boundary, and they only get 2 in the end. 114 for 1 as Kane moves on to 59.
Again, that was always slightly one of those one-sided races where McSweeney versus Scrimshaw, I think it was always odds on McSweeney to get there first.
It's Montgomery's highest score of the season, 74, in fact, not 75. Yet to face a ball, came on strike. Proctor bowls to him and he defends this one off the back foot, straight back to the bowler. Sun has disappeared for possibly the last time. There's a bit of blue sky away to the west, not much, but... Did you go out at lunchtime?
I just wanted...
Was it warm enough?
It was very pleasant, actually,
yeah.
yes. I was just wandering down to see if I could see a friend of mine who is here, but I think he wandered around the ground to get some lunch.
As Proctor comes in and bowls. Oh, he fiddles at that one, Kane. Goes through to McManus. Pascal Taylor is great. He's just standing there with his arms folded. I'm not even sure if he unfolded them when the ball was delivered, but first slip. And of course, he looks like he's much, much further away than any of either of the players either side of him. One is Calvin Harrison, and the other one is Lewis McManus, but he does unfold his arms here on his knees. That one's left alone by Harry Kane to go through to McManus. It's the end of the over, 114 for 1. Kane 59. Montgomery, who's yet to face a delivery, is therefore on naught. Yeah, well, I brought a pair of trousers down, but I had no intention of wearing them. I just thought 7 o'clock this morning when I walked out the front door of the house, I thought, is it? Yeah, no, it's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, well, I'm staying about 15 minutes away from here, and it was a pleasant surprise this morning when I opened the curtains, and so the forecast had been a bit not terribly marvellous for today, but it was pleasant enough.
Yeah.
A little bit fresh first thing, but not unpleasant. 114 for 1.
Seldom is.
Well, not round here, absolutely. Conway it will be to continue. 7 overs, 1 for 36. His 19th wicket of the season. 2 slips and a gully as he's in to bowl to the new batter, Matthew Montgomery, who's driving nicely but very well fielded by James Sales, who's fairly tight in there again at extra cover as he was at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Parries it round the post. And has a chat with Nathan McSweeney, who's in the covers. Proctor in there at mid-off, Sanderson at mid-on, Safe Zabe at mid-wicket. George Scrimshaw down at long leg. Here's Conway. In and bowls to Montgomery, who steers that perfectly safely between second slip and gully down to third man for 4. So he is off the mark. I think a deliberate stroke. Perfectly safe. So he is 4, and Derbyshire 118 for 1. One of those players who's crossed one of the great divides in county cricket and come from Nottinghamshire to Derbyshire. originally coined, I think, of coming from Grace Road to Wantage Road, from Leicestershire to Northamptonshire, or t'other way round. Now, file under stable door and bolted horses, but George Bartlett has now dropped back to third man. Here's Conway, hitting bowls to Montgomery, who presents the full face of the bat and drives nicely up to mid-off, but straight to Luke Proctor, and there is no run. George Bartlett, one of the more unselfish little bits of cricket this year. And the game against Worcestershire, when Northamptonshire were looking to try and press on and get to a fourth batting point at 400, and mindful of the fact that obviously Northamptonshire would have go on and bat and try and get as many as they possibly could, but Bartlett was in at the time as Conway bowls, turned away by Montgomery into the leg side, and he will pick up a single as Safe Zabe has to come round from square leg. One more to Montgomery. He's 119 for one, and he perished in the cause, and he got to 50, and as one of the batters who hasn't got to 100 this year but made 95 not out to save the match against Lancashire, he went in and gave it a bit of a biff, got bowled in the end, but singled out by Darren Lehman for a bit of praise afterwards. His Conway in, bowls outside the off stump, wide and going wider, and taken by McManus, I think by Vasconcelos' right shoulder at first slip. But yeah, he's and indeed in that innings of 95 not out against Lancashire, he had any number of opportunities to try and get himself 100, bearing in mind he's only got one for Northamptonshire, and that was one of his early games. But he concentrated on saving the game, and then, as I say, unselfish bit of cricket against Worcestershire last time out. His Conway in bowls, and Kame defends back down the
going
pitch.
For a bonus point, you
Yes,
say?
yeah.
You see, they've got a lot to answer for because they make no difference at the end of the season.
Well, you would find a kindred spirit in that respect in Northamptonshire's head coach, who
3 for a win, 1 for a draw, none for a loss. The season, since COVID, the second division of the county championship has only had one season in which 2 sides swapped places, and Middlesex finished below Derbyshire, but they would have finished above them if it had been 3-1 and 0. So bonus points, a complete waste of time.
I think Darren Lehman would agree with you. I know he agrees with you, because
But I also think that 8's too many for a draw.
Yeah, well, I think he would agree with that as well.
I thought 5 was too many in that one season. 4 is more like it, but what we say is never going to be listened to anyway. So,
but certainly 8 does.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Mean that you're never ever going to dangle the carrot.
No. That's the first ball of the new over from Proctor is defended by Montgomery. Into the onside, and there's no run.
There's an interesting discussion, Fletch, on WhatsApp group that involves a lot of former Northamptonshire players after the Middlesex game, and a lot of them of a certain vintage saying, why didn't they open the game up? Why didn't they try and it was those of a sort of more recent vintage who said, well, with 8 points for a draw, you don't do it.
Plus, with only 14 games in the season, it's either too early in the season to do it, or indeed too late in the season to do it. As Proctor bowls, that's driven by Montgomery handsomely out towards the extra cover boundary. The ball is racing away to the rope, crosses it now, and he moves on to 123 for 1. Back in the day when they were playing however many 33-day games, whatever it was, 20 odd.
28, I think, for a lot of years.
Yeah, I mean, and because there were 3-day games, you sort of had to. And there were restrictions on the 100 overs batting and all that kind of thing, but you sort of had to do something special in some games to get positive results. Not so much in 4-day cricket now. We thought Kent had batted too long in their second innings last week. It's Proctor bowls, and Montgomery turns it into the onside.
Well, it's one of the lost arts, isn't it, of setting up a game and timing your declaration. And when I first started covering Northamptonshire, Jeff Cook was captain and was an absolute master, who I think had learnt a lot from Dennis Brooks, who I think before then was very, very good when it came to balancing time and overs and runs, and especially not having the best attack in the Championship. You needed to do that to get results.
The next delivery is also defended off the back foot by Montgomery, this time up to Scrimshaw.
But it's not so much a dying art as a completely lost art.
It's gone. Although in 2017 that was clearly some kind of setup.
Oh yes. Well, it's still the record for Derbyshire's first wicket against Northamptonshire, 333, I think, between Rees and Godalming, but against all sorts of slightly unlikely bowlers.
Next delivery from Proctor is just nudged into the offside by Montgomery for a single. One ball to go in the over.
Looked positive and purposeful, hasn't he? Since he went in.
Mickey Arthur has backed him and backed him again. Matthew Montgomery got 2 centuries in the One Day Cup last season when he came on loan. And we already knew that he was coming for the Championship, but then went back to Nottinghamshire till the end of the campaign. But so Mickey Arthur, in a pre-season interview, described him as the potential successor as far as captaincy is concerned to Wayne Madsen. It's Proctor bowls. That one's played off the back foot again by Harry Kane. He'll pick up another single. 125 for one. Kane moves on to, unless that's been put on, they could have done me. They haven't. Kane moves on to 60. End of the over. 2 o'clock news.
125 for one. Conway will continue. Bright sunshine now, and cloud that looked as though it might be building from the west over lunchtime has largely dissipated, and plenty of blue sky now. Very pleasant early afternoon here in Derby. Third man is staying put. George Bartlett just down to our right. Northamptonshire down to 2 slips now by way of close catches. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. And Conway in the far distance, running in to start his 9th over. And that just bounces a little bit on Harry Kane, and comes forward and then takes his hand off the bat as that really hammered into the splice. Conway putting it in, as he always does. The only wicket taker so far. Just joining us after a slightly longer lunch, maybe. Derbyshire have lost the wicket of Lewis Rees, caught by James Sales at mid-wicket off Conway for 39, breaking an opening stand of 112. 125 for one now as Conway is in. Bowls to Kane, turns it into the onside, rolls up to mid-on where Ben Sanderson fields, and there is no run. As Fletch lets the good people of Radio Derby know exactly what's happening.
20.26 seconds.
Slipping.
It's remarkable.
Slipping.
It's remarkable.
It's like my winter's timed bulletins.
Yes, timed bulletins. Yeah. Several length weather forecasts.
Conway in bowls and turned away by Kane. It's running down towards deep fine leg. Scrimshaw is quickly to the ball, and Montgomery was thinking about possibly a second run, and Harry Kane sensibly advised him against it. And it was a good throw, good bit of fielding all round from Scrimshaw. Remained ground quickly to the ball, got the ball away, and keeps it to 1. 126 for one, came to 61.
He's had a good arm. Gets it away, the key getting it away quickly, isn't it? As soon as you pick it up, try and throw it, which is what he did. Big man.
And there's another big man, Harry Conway, running into bowl to Montgomery, and the ball back of a length is turned away down to the aforementioned George Scrimshaw at long leg, and they pick up another single. Montgomery to 11, Derbyshire to 127 for 1. Be a nice place to watch the cricket on the balcony of the members' pavilion, far side of the ground. Lovely spot.
Starting to get some sun down at the chairman's end of the balcony. We'll soon all be enjoying the sunshine, shielding their eyes.
Here's Conway running in towards us, bowl short, and came into position, not really timing the attempted pull rather cloths it down to deep backward square, but he comes through for a single. 62 to Kame, 128 for one. Yes, I imagine the Northamptonshire party will probably be up there somewhere. President's trousers will be visible at some point.
There's another very impressive pair of trousers to the left of the seat unique stand at the far end of the ground.
Conway. Oh, yes, I can see them. Conway in. Bowles outside the off stump, left alone by Matthew Montgomery, and that's the end of the over. 128 for one. Montgomery is 11. Kame is 62. Man out, Rees, Court Sales Bowl, Conway for 39.
Yeah, brave choice, but he's on his way up the steps now. I assume it's a he. I apologise if it isn't. I'm going to be... don't look in your binoculars and tell me it's not a he.
It is a he.
I thought it looked like a he. He's taken his seat about a third of the way up the seat unique stand, the far end of the ground, in his peach trousers. It's David Griffin, who's been sitting in one of the dugouts, the T20 dugouts, to take photographs, just goes for a little wander. And Luke Proctor continues from the racecourse end in and bowls to Kame, who drives it very pleasantly up to Ben Sanderson. Barely has to move to complete the fielding. We lost a floppy son, haven't we? Oh no, we haven't. He's down there. Look.
Oh, yeah.
He's in front of the bar in the distance.
Somebody bring him out a tinny.
Yeah, resting. As Proctor goes in again and bowls. That one is driven down the ground by Harry Kane. That'll be 4. Very straight drive. Moves on to 66 now, 132 for one.
Yeah, Luke Proctor looked quite crestfallen by that. It wasn't a particularly bad ball. It was just very, very well played. Maker's name. Send it back where it came from. Straight back past the bowler for 4. A handsome shot.
He's been in pretty good nick all season, Harry. High score of 83. This being his 3rd half century. Proctor bowls to him, and he just dabs it down towards 3rd man. There's a chase on here for Harrison. I'm not sure he is going to get there. His hat comes off, and they come back for 2. He also falls over as he throws the ball in. Kane moves to 68, 134 for one.
Second time he's played that shot this afternoon. In fact, the first ball of the afternoon session was steered away through there. It does look a nice surface to bat on, doesn't it?
Too nice, really. Too nice. That's always the fear. Long way to go, though. So Proctor is in, and that is pushed into the offside as a tumbling stop by Sales. He gets back to his feet and limps. Might just have fallen on a knee there by the looks of it. Flexing his left knee.
Need a clean pair of whites tomorrow, actually. Yeah. Rolling around in the dust.
There's a lot of dust out there. A lot of dust. 2 slips and a gully. That man at cover, man out on the point boundary, mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square leg, or deep square leg, and a long leg for Proctor, who bowls to Kame, who defends it straight back to him. Montgomery with an average of touch over 27 this season. He'll want to improve that. Harry came up towards 40, 37.5, including, I think that includes this innings. Again, stats have never been my forte. No, he's up over the 40s now. He's up to 41 his average as he defends this ball from Proctor straight back to the bowler. Fields off his own bowling with his right hand, just bending down. Sort of threatens to shy at the stumps. He was never going to. It's a very dangerous thing to try to do these days with the stringent penalties for doing that kind of thing. when the batter hasn't left his crease. And the over comes to an end at 134 for 1, 68 to Cayman, and a run of ball 11 for Matthew Montgomery.
Luke Proctor fell foul of that at Grace Road
Oh, did he?
2 or 3 years ago when he thought that Rayan Ahmed was drifting out of his crease and threw the ball at him, and after a certain amount of kerfuffle, it seemed to go on for a very long time, umpire Ben Debenham awarded 5 penalty runs. His Conway in bowls. Start of a fresh over to Montgomery, pushes it out into the covers where Sales, still flexing his left knee, where he went down like a sack of potatoes in the previous over. He fields.
I think they're even sharper on it now. There was a new edict brought in, wasn't there? Even in the last year or so, about throwing the ball at an opponent, essentially, when there was no need to do it.
His defence was that he thought he was out of his ground and it was legitimate, but here's Conway in, bowls very full and driven by Montgomery. More runs from here. It may be another boundary. It's running out towards the Pensard extra cover, and it's just going to get there. Little teaser for Nathan McSweeney. It crosses the rope. It's another boundary for Matthew Montgomery, who goes to 15. Derbyshire to 138 for 1. Yes, he was called up before the beak at the end of the day's play for the match referee and the umpires. I think it was, in the end, nothing more than a slap of the wrist, but it was how the whole thing held the game up for a best part of it. It seemed longer. It was probably only 5 minutes or so, but it seemed like a very long time. Here's Conway in, bowls, and that's a sumptuous on drive from Matthew Montgomery. That could be shot of the day. That was beautifully timed, back past the bowler with the minimum of effort and the maximum of timing, and it's raced away to the boundary at the city end. Montgomery goes to 19. Derbyshire to 142 for 1. What a lovely shot that was.
It's all about the timing, isn't it, really? Yeah. But that was glorious from Montgomery. His 2 centuries in the One Day Cup. I know it's a different format with a different coloured ball and fielding restrictions and everything. Just superb. And he's here for all formats, so we can look forward to him in the T20 as well.
He waits as Conway is in and bowls to him outside the off stump, and he leaves it alone. Goes through to McManus. Conway 50 up for him, 1 for 52. A couple of balls left to go in his 10th over.
The big issue for players who are playing in the county championship and going straight into the T20 is the complete lack of preparation time, isn't it? Derbyshire play a game. Yorkshire pulled out of their showcase match with Cheshire, so Derbyshire said, well, we'll play you at Nantwich 2 days before the start of the T20. That's their only proper game.
Here's Conway in, bowls short, bangs it in, but Montgomery just ducks underneath it, watches it fly over the small of his back into Lewis McManus's gloves. Yeah, unless I've misread the list that came out yesterday, I don't think Northamptonshire have got a showcase game this year.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Well, Derbyshire then go to Luton at some point. That's too far for me to go, but Nantwich is ideal. I'll nip into Nantwich without any problem.
To play beds. Wardown Park. Nice ground. I say Northamptonshire used to play championship matches there. Here's Conway in again to bowl to Montgomery, and Montgomery just coming across his stumps a little bit, which gave Conway a glimmer of hope, which he expressed vocally, but in the end Montgomery played it solidly enough. End of the over, 142 for 1. Montgomery is 19. Harry came on 68, and Proctor will continue.
They're kind of rattling along at the moment, Derbyshire. 30 this partnership in 2 balls under 6 overs. Which was what we were told they would try to do this season. It hasn't quite worked out like that, of course. It hasn't worked out like that at all.
Northamptonshire down to a slip and a gully now.
It's early in that. We did have the 2 catching mid-wickets before lunch, which was exceptionally early for that particular ploy. As Proctor is into bowl to Kame, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Over 8 -1. Shouldn't be on the board, but it is.
Yes, they bowled 30 in the morning session, so a couple light.
I think the fact that there were no wickets as well hasn't helped them at all, has it, really?
No.
If there's a couple of wickets in there, you can perhaps lose the -1, but I think if it's none down and you've only bowled 30, a little bit tardy. This next delivery beats the edge of Harry Kame's bat. He may well have played inside the line, but it looked like it had beaten him from my angle. Luke's playing as a replay. Oh, he was beaten.
Yeah.
He definitely withdrew the bat after the ball had gone past the edge. Disappointing news confirmed this week that Pat Brown won't play in the first half of the T20 after having an operation on his shoulder. Bowling resources a little thin on the ground. As Proctor bowls down the leg side, good one-handed palm by McManus, but it's looking to go through for a bye. And there it is, the signal from umpire Baldwin, speared down the leg side. 143 for 1. McManus at full stretch.
Did well to get anything on that, didn't he?
Absolutely. Just about managed to get a bit of left hand on it. Stop it racing away for 4 byes, which we've already seen once in this Derbyshire first innings. Proctor halfway through his 12th over in and bowls. And there's a short arm jab. It's gone straight up in the air. It's going to land safe, though, just in front of Conway. He'll pick up a single. That was a very strange looking shot from Matthew Montgomery. Just a short arm pull around the corner, really. It looped up into the air off the top edge and eventually lands a couple of yards, perhaps a little bit more in front of Harry Conway, who had raced in from the boundary down at long leg to try and get close to it. Full shot, though. He moves on to 20, 144 for 1. And now Kame leaves the next delivery from Proctor alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. The wind is changed direction. According to the Falcons flag, at least. It's sort of coming from the northeast. This is unusual. Sun back out here at the Central Cork County Ground in Derby. And Proctor in to complete the over with a ball that is defended by Harry Kame straight back to him. 12 overs for 29. Now 3 maidens in there as well for Luke Proctor. 144 for 1. Derbyshire with Harry Kame on 68 and Matthew Montgomery on 20.
We often mention the Northamptonshire flag, the bedspread, and it's so large that it's noticeable that when the wind is catching it, it's sort of shaking the whole flagpole at the far end of the members' balcony. If it doesn't cause them.
Might even be shaking the members' balconies.
Shaking the members.
They won't like that.
No, indeed not. It's time for the post-prandial nap. Vasconcelos getting back to his fielding position at first slip. Harrison at second, and that's all at the moment as Conway starting his 11th over. He's in and bowls, and Montgomery plays it out to extra cover where Sales fields, and there is no run. Just lost the sun for the time being, but pleasant enough. So you were saying earlier, I think the forecast for tomorrow is not marvellous, but I think it's better on Sunday. Conway running into bowl to Montgomery, who lets that go outside the off stump. Without which have already tried 7 bowlers. 4 seamers, Sanderson, Conway, Proctor and Scrimshaw, plus the spin of Calvin Harrison, Safe Zabe and Nathan McSweeney. Just the 1 wicket to show for their efforts so far, just after lunch. And that was really down to pilot error, really. Here's Conway in, bowls down the leg side, good take. Again, diving to his left by McManus. Conway was, I think, just getting ready to appeal. On, I have to say, scant evidence of anything actually making contact with that. But it was a very good take down the leg side by Lewis McManus, who's had a bit of diving around to do
He has,
today.
hasn't he? Yes. His kit looks remarkably pristine considering
does,
how much diving he's done.
At least he's on the lush grass rather than on the dusty pitch ends. Next ball from Conway brings Montgomery forward in defence. Runs it down to McSweeney at backward point. Still James Sales flexing his left knee. It's the one of the, if you like, regular bowlers that we haven't seen today.
Got a like-for-like replacement ready for him?
Well, I don't think we've got anybody else that scored 310 runs for once out in their last two championship innings, but then again, I don't think probably many people have. Here's Conway in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Montgomery. Yeah, he's been excellent this year, James Sales. It was strange, sort of fine margins, first game of the season against Lancashire in the second innings with Northamptonshire looking to save the match. He battled away for a while and then went for a big hit off the spinner and holed out. It wasn't a good look. And when a question of somebody being left out for the next game, because they're obviously going to pick an extra bowler, people think he would either be Sales or Louis Kimber. Here's Conway in, bowls short, and Montgomery sways out of the way, taken by McManus. 144 for 1 at the end of the over. 68 to Kame, 20 to Montgomery and Conway. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 52. And it was Kimber who was left out, but I think Kimber got some useful runs in the first innings of the Lancashire game, caught a couple of screamers in the slip cordon. But coach backing James Sales, and I'm glad, I'm sure he is, that he did, because he's certainly come good in the last couple of matches.
Ben Sanderson's back.
Yes.
From the racecourse end. Jen will spot it in a minute. Go on, Jen. When you're ready.
She's got the microphone out.
Yeah, she's poised.
Bit of karaoke.
There we go.
To bowl from the racecourse end, Ben Sanderson.
There we go. Some good news from Burton Albion that 2 of their current players have triggered extensions to their contract, George Evans and Jack Armour. As Sanderson goes in and bowls wide of the off stump and it grubs along the floor. Taken by McManus. Low down to his right. We've seen the odd one carry really nicely. That was a little warm-up delivery from Ben Sanderson to begin this latest spell. He had 2 spells this morning, one from either end, for 8 overs. Conceded just the 19 runs, just flexing his right shoulder, just to stiffen up a bit while he was enjoying whatever we had for lunch. And he's in again. That one is left alone outside there. It was very tasty. I couldn't tell you what it was. There were potatoes in there and some meat and a lot of peas.
Never have too many peas.
Well, I'm not sure, but there were a lot of peas. The great pea glut of 2026.
At least they weren't the garden ones out of a tin that we used to have. Dearie me.
Sanderson is in again. This one is just guided out into the off-side towards Safe Zabe. He was patrolling the boundary out there for a single by Harry Kame, who moves to 69, 145 for 1.
Fixture of Sunday lunch at my nan and they stained everything, didn't they, with that sort of green juice.
Well, all I can remember about peas back in the day was they'd come really hard in a big bag, but the big bag would have like a little tablet in which you soaked them in. They're the ones
Soda or something.
yeah, they're the ones I can remember from my grandma's. It comes off the inside half of Matthew Montgomery's bat, goes into the leg side. McSweeney.
Were they what they called marrowfat peas?
I think they were.
Yes.
I think they were. But yeah, we went for tea tonight. I don't know. I'm just soaking the peas. Are you? What on earth for? Well, they're like bullets at the moment. And then, of course, they'd boil them and boil them, and indeed boil them some more, just in case they weren't soft enough. Sanderson, that one is driven off the toe end of his bat by Montgomery. Fielded by Sales, tumbling, and he looks okay now, which is good news.
Yes, the term al dente had never been certainly never been heard in my part of Northamptonshire at about 50 years ago.
Nothing crunchy unless they'd burned something, really. Marvellous. Sanderson runs past umpire Baldwin and bowls to Montgomery, who dabs it out into the offside. They might have taken a single. It would have been a bit of a scramble, to be fair. Harrison fields, and the over comes to an end, just one from it. 145 for one, so 9 overs for 20 now. Ben Sanderson came out 69, Montgomery has 20.
You can tell Northamptonshire's batting coach Greg Smith means business, sitting in the little box next to us. He's got his orange highlighter out.
He's working his way through a book.
It's not one of mine either. He's highlighting all the good bits, which is why he hasn't used it yet.
And I've never written one that thick. Mine's a very slim tome.
Well, Conway it will be to continue. Sun behind the cloud at the moment, 2 slips. Conway from the city end bowls outside the off stump to Harry Kame, who's been patient to a fault so far. 69 not out of 132 balls. Down below us, George Bartlett partakes of liquid refreshment brought round by Louis Kimber, who I'm sure will have a substantial role to play in the T20 in a couple of weeks' time. Northamptonshire starting at home to Glamorgan on the 22nd, Friday night, before going to Worcester on the Sunday for a double header women's game as well. Conway in and bowls, an appeal for LBW as he comes across his stumps, and Conway has followed through, and he is now standing where Harry Kame was, and there's no signal from umpire Treadwell as they came through for a single, which would probably explain why it's not out.
Well, why it wasn't given out, certainly. Yeah, and then he sort of punched the ground, so he's got to be careful.
Yes, he's just...
He also, in his appeal, I noticed, Derbyshire have already got 146 runs on the board, so perhaps they won't be too disappointed, but...
Oh, we went straight
he
across. I just
danced straight down the middle of the pitch.
I'll just watch that on the replay. Yeah, absolutely he did.
And his feet weren't exactly tiptoeing down either, they were going all over the place.
No, umpires don't like that, and rightly so. 146 for one with that single. Montgomery, the recipient of a very short and rather angry bouncer from Harry Conway, who let out his frustration on poor Matthew Montgomery, who was blameless. He was at the non-strikers end. He had nothing to do with that decision. But it was extraordinary. He finished up in the batter's crease.
Yeah.
I mean, even by Harry Conway's standards, and he does tend to follow through a long way. That was, I think, the furthest we've seen this season. Conway in again, bowls, and Montgomery seems to have plenty of time to get onto the front foot and just run it down to backward point where McSweeney fields. James Sales is going through his warming up, so I wonder if we'll see a little bit of him. As I say, he's the one recognised bowler that we haven't seen yet. Bartlett bowls a little bit of speculative off-spin from time to time, but I don't think we'll see him. The keeper and Vasconcelos being the other But yeah, I think Sales is doing his sort of Elliot Ness walk at the moment. Here's Conway in, bowls and hits the bat hard of Matthew Montgomery, but he just plays it calmly back down the pitch. I suspect Harry Conway may have made an observation about something or other. You any relation to the Field Marshal or something? But anyway, 146 for one.
I don't mind that.
No, a bit of
Yep.
bit of chat.
I don't mind that.
As one umpire said to me years ago, he never minds players having a chunter on the field. He said, if it makes me laugh, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's when it doesn't make me laugh that to intervene. Here's Conway in again outside the off stump, left alone by Montgomery. End of the over, 146 for one. 70 to Kame, 20 to Montgomery. And Conway now 12 overs, 1 for 53.
At the end of his follow-through, he turned to Matthew Montgomery and applauded him and immediately signalled to leave the field, presumably to go and calm down a bit, because he's very
he's
wound
ticking,
up.
isn't
He
he?
is very wound up at the moment, yeah. He's probably, I think it's great, but he's probably better off for his own sanity if he just goes off for 10 minutes and sits in a dark room.
Well, he's probably best for his A, for his sanity, and B, for his chances of avoiding censure of some description.
Yes,
So Louis Kimber is on the field as 12th man.
excellent. And Ben Sanderson to continue from the racecourse, some of the ball that's wide of the off stump, and goes through to the wicket keeper, Lewis McManus. That's who he is. Yeah, he's gone to the top of the stairs now. He's taken a drink and he's going into the changing room. It's Harry Conway, and I think that's a good idea. Good for his bank balance.
Yes.
Sanderson passed umpire Baldwin and beats the edge of the bat, but it's a no ball. There have been a few of those today. Was that the third? Possibly. Might even be more.
I think Conway bowled one as well, didn't he, early on?
In fact, it's the fifth. Shows you how much I've been taking notice, and it's the fourth bowled by Ben Sanderson. At 148 for one now. Very expensive car leaves the ground away to our left as Sanderson bowls to Kame, who pushes this one out into the offside up towards Luke Proctor is wearing a sun hat now as well.
It's rash off them, isn't it?
Yeah, far too many.
They're breeding.
I don't mind one or two because you can tell who they are, but that just fooled me for a moment. I mean, they're eminently sensible if it's a sunny day. I mean, you can get sunburnt in this weather as well, of course, as Sanderson bowls to Kame on the stumps and he clips it away to backward square leg. Kimber will come around to do the fielding and Kame will get back for two more to move on to 72, and the 150 comes up to a ripple of applause from the Derbyshire faithful. They've all realised now. 150 for one. Harry Kame, almost half of the runs that have been scored in this innings are his.
I think we're definitely going to see some James Sales.
It
aren't
looks
we?
like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's showing everybody his bowling action. Sanderson bowls, and it's fielded by Sales. Get to work on polishing the ball on his Northamptonshire top.
Yeah, they've sort of got him in this, I suppose, enforcer role against Kent down at Canterbury when a pitch that was doing very little. He came in at the back end of the day and banged it in, and actually got a wicket with a short ball in each innings. A couple of both important wickets as well. And they want him to bowl more, I know.
Sanderson bowls to Kame, who defends that one straight back to the bowler. He tries to flick it up with his right foot. Didn't work. Eventually has to bend down to pick it up.
Rotherham United won't be coming to call there then.
Is that his team?
I think so. Yeah. Well, I think he's from that part of the world.
Relegated this season. They were poor when they came to Pirelli towards the end of the season. I think they're about to be taken. Are they about to be taken over by an American, or have they already been taken over? One or the other. Sanderson bowls, and it's defended again by Kane. This time up to George Scrimshaw, and the over comes to an end at 150 for 172 to Kane, 20 to Montgomery. I think most teams in the EFL are either about to be taken over or have just been taken over by an American consortium. The one that's dragging on longest, of course, is at Prenton Park, where they don't seem to be able to sell the club, but I can't understand why. Oh no, I remember, they're no good. Just about survived this season.
Be careful what I say about football teams that are not very good after Northampton Town's
They were relegated as well.
relegation at the end of the year, after a very, very record-breaking bad run at the end of the season. And we are going to see James Sales, as I think we've been anticipating for a while.
They also lost 5-1 on Boxing Day at the Pirelli
But they did
Stadium.
indeed, yes.
Which was probably Burton's one of their better displays.
Caused a certain amount of wailing and gnashing of teeth. Here is Sales then to bowl for the first time from the City end outside the off stump. Left alone by Montgomery. Bowled more at the start of his county career, made his debut as far back as 2021, and I remember his first championship wicket was Ricky Clark, Surrey. Clean bowled. And then he went through a period of bowling very little, but I think certainly Glenn Chappell has been encouraging him to bowl a bit more. He's in again, bowls, and he's got a decent pace, Sales, and that just is back of a length, and Montgomery again trying to use the pace of the ball, forces it, punches it off the back foot straight to Harrison in the gully. They have a third man, George Bartlett. Deep backward point on the boundary as well. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Sweeper at deep square and long leg. Sales is in, bowls. Cut away by Montgomery. It was short, it was wide, and again it rather got what it deserved. And it was powered away by Montgomery through backward point for 4. 24 to him, 154 for 1. Just sat up nicely.
Yeah.
And as we said about the previous ball, he just used the pace and threw the arms at that. Lovely shot for 4.
Down towards the marquee to our right, which I can't see certainly.
Sales in again to Montgomery, again outside the off stump, left alone. Tightish leave, but Sales, he hasn't quite got the sort of the well-honed dramatic instincts of Harry Conway. If that had been Conway, he would have been auditioning for RADA. He'd have been rolling around the floor, I think, or giving us a bit of his King Lear on both knees, but Sales just waved his arms vaguely at it to express his frustration as he bowls that next ball, and it's a good one as well. Homing in on off stump, but Montgomery plays it out into the offside, and there is no run.
Caleb Jewell standing at the top of the stairs, who's next in. I was rather hoping to see him facing Harry Conway. That could be good fun.
Well,
he's not very demonstrative,
no.
Caleb
It was a
Jewell.
wonderful tussle between Conway and Marnus Labuschagne last year at Cardiff. Is Sales in, bowls very full, dug out by Montgomery up to mid-on, and at the end of a respectable over from James Sales, apart from that short wide one that went for 4. 154 for 1, 72 to Kane, 24 to Montgomery, and it was a contest that was won emphatically by the bowler, who cleaned him up very quickly, and the celebration had to be seen to be believed. In fact, when I caught up with him pre-season, I said if he was still sort of on a high after that one several months before, because it was rare to see quite such a demonstration of pure joy as we saw from Harry Conway that afternoon.
He's a useful man to get rid of, though, isn't he?
Absolutely, well, yes. Northamptonshire got him out twice cheaply in that game.
Kane waits for the beginning of the new Sanderson over. That one rather surprises him as he turns it into the leg side one-handed. Then there's a ridiculous throw. Comes in for it, Zach McSweeney. That overshoots the stumps probably by 15 feet. And is backed up by Proctor. I'm entirely sure what he was... I think he was aiming at the stumps, but... Yeah, last home game we saw a Tasmanian bowling to a Tasmanian, which is... very exciting. Gabe Bell. It looks very useful with Gloucestershire. As this next delivery is pushed into the offside. They're going to go through, I was going to say a quick single, but it turned out to be a very comfortable single in the end for Montgomery, who moves to 25. Pushed it out to the offside. It was fielded by Sales.
Spot of Tasmanian devilry.
No, he looks a good bowler. They arrived with 3 points from their first 3 matches and beat Derbyshire comfortably in the end by 10 wickets. 156 for 1. Came back on strike. Sanderson, the bowler. That one's turned into the leg side. McSweeney picks up and starts getting to work on the ball once again. 12 and a half overs. No, that's rubbish. 19 and a half overs until tea. I thought 12 and a half overs was a bit... blimey, it's flying by. Absolutely flying by.
A chance would be a fine thing.
Wouldn't it just? It is only 20 to 3, though. As Sanderson's next delivery is edged and caught by Vasconcelos at slip. And Harry Kame now goes. He just prodded at that one. Vasconcelos took a good sharp catch. It was head height, so chest height for everybody else. And he tumbled backwards as he took it. Derbyshire 156 for 2 with Kame out for 73.
I have to say, both the wickets that Northamptonshire have taken since lunch, whilst of course very welcome for the visitors, have just come out of nowhere, haven't they?
Yes.
Sort of rather against the run of play, but Northamptonshire will take it. One more for a point. And, well, Caleb Jewell, as you say, coming to the crease with no form to speak of this year, but we know what a dangerous player he can be. Certainly 114 runs at 16, the highest of 56 this season, suggests somebody a little short of confidence. And Harry Conway is back on the ground.
Excellent.
You'll be pleased to,
Good.
you'll be pleased to hear.
That's what we want.
Well,
They'll have come across each other in the Big Bash, I have no doubt. They may well have come across each other in state cricket as well.
well, when the head coach describes him as Mad Harry,
Which state's he from?
he is, well, he was with South Australia. He's actually from New South Wales.
Okay.
And he's studying since he was delisted by South Australia. I know he's been studying for a business degree because he had a chat with Northamptonshire chairman Gary Hoffman, who obviously has a long history of work in the financial sector, various banks and so on. So he was having a chat with him out on pre-season. But he played for Eastern Suburbs, I think was the club he played for during the winter. But Sanderson, well, finally getting some reward. I mean, he's been pretty accurate, apart from that slightly scruffy opening over, which was most uncharacteristic, with 2 balls down the leg side. But 1 for 26 in his 11th. 26 for the season now.
I think that's what time tea will be. Oh dear. It'll be closer to 4th and 340.
Yes, it will, yeah. Unless we see a lot of Calvin Harrison.
Yeah.
That's an interesting field.
2 slips, 2 gullies as Sanderson bowls 2. Caleb Jewell leaves the first ball he faces alone.
It's almost a sort of Jim Yardley field going back into the 70s and 80s. Left-hander play for Northamptonshire, former Worcestershire player who even in club cricket when he played subsequently after retiring from the county game, played for Overston Park. He's got a vast number of runs, but even club sides would put into a couple, at least 2 gullies for him. Scored a lot of runs through there.
Sanderson to Jewell, that's wide of the off stump, trying to tempt him into a drive, but he's not to be tempted early on in his innings. And the over, a successful over, comes to an end. 156 for 2. Jewell yet to get off the mark. Montgomery has 25. As you say, it's a big-ish innings for Caleb Jewell, having been moved down the order to number 4. It's a whole different dynamic, isn't it? You know when you're going to come out to bat when you're opening. You win the toss, we're batting, right? Well, go and get ready. And he's had to think about batting for 45 overs before he comes out. It's completely different.
Yes, it's not quite pad rash, but it's a different mindset, isn't it? Here's Sales to bowl to Montgomery with a slip and a gully, and he gets a inside edge, and it rolls out into the onside. Sales himself fields and his follow through, but he hasn't got a lot of clue where that was going. Elsewhere, Hampshire 166 for 4 now against Essex. Jake Lehman 69 not out, Ben Brown 41 not out, leading a bit of a Hampshire revival. Somerset 167 for 4 against Glamorgan down in Cardiff. Josh Thomas out for 71. Here's Sales in and bowls to Montgomery, who angles the bat, runs it down to Harrison in the gully, and there's no run. Nottinghamshire 162 for 3 against Surrey at Trent Bridge. Joe Clark 58 not out, Jack Haynes 35 not out, Ben Duckett out for 42. Leicestershire 151 for 3 against Sussex down at Hove. As Sales runs in again, bowls short, and Montgomery doesn't really duck underneath, it just inclines his head underneath the ball. It sails past. Warwickshire still in a heap of trouble against Yorkshire at Edgbaston. They're 109 for 8. Now the Bears, having just lost their 8th wicket. Wicket shared around, 3 for Jack White. Sam Hain, his 3rd victim, out for 57. Here's Sales in and bowls, edged, and oh my goodness, very close to Harrison in the gully. It got a little bit big on Montgomery, maybe just surprised him with a little bit of extra pace. He was trying to keep it down, and you have to say probably in the event he did and played it pretty well, but it was in the air a while, and it wasn't a million miles away from Harrison in the gully, but gets a run for it.
Only just managed to keep it down.
Well, he did. I'd say in the end, I think he did quite well. 26 to Montgomery. 157 for 2. It brings Caleb Jewell on strike. In Division 2, Gloucestershire 152 for 2 against Kent down at Bristol. Ben Charlesworth 77 not out. 2 slips and a gully as Sales is in, bowls wide outside the off stump, left alone by Caleb Jewell with almost exaggerated care, watches it into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Lancashire 128 for 4 against Middlesex at Old Trafford. Keaton Jennings 58 not out, a couple of wickets there for Ryan Higgins. And it's raining in Worcester, where Worcestershire are 149 for 4 against Durham. Adam Hose 51 not out. Here's Sales in, bowls wide outside the off stump, and Caleb Jewell through the kitchen sink and everything else at that one. Didn't make contact, goes through to Lewis McManus, but he absolutely threw every possible item of kitchen equipment at that one. Luckily for him, he didn't get a nick. 157 for 2 at the end of the over.
It's an interesting shot to play 4th ball of your innings when you're looking for a bit of form. But
yes,
he knows himself better than anybody, I suppose.
I'm surprised to see it raining in Worcester, because it's must just be a Passing shower, yeah. There's just looks at the radars a little bit about around there.
Sanderson bowls to Montgomery, but the inside half of his bat plays the ball down to long leg for a single. Montgomery moves to 27. 158 for 2.
Coming over the Malvern Hills. Absolutely clear here. I don't think there's anything anywhere near.
High, white and fluffy.
What about the clouds?
Just how we like them, yes. Sanderson around the wicket now to the left-handed duel with those 2 slips and 2 gullies, and he's trapped in front.
Nick on it, I think.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
And they'd have gone up. They'd have gone up. The ball got stuck in his nether regions before dribbling onto the floor. Goes for a little wander towards square leg. For remarking his guard and preparing for the latest delivery. Madsen next, then Martin Anderson and Brooke Guest, the recognised batters, as that one is guided into the offside by Jewell, but straight to Sales, who is fielding sort of, it's cover, but it's a lot closer to point than you might expect. He does like a drive, and they have bowled fairly straight at him this season, most of the bowlers, which could well explain his lack of substantial runs as he waits again. Oh, that's a good leave outside the off stump. Even I almost went ooh ah then. That was a good leave from Jewell. But I suppose it's the bonus of having an opener down the order. Certainly worked in Lewis Reese's favour across the course of the campaign so far. You can hear him tapping his bat on the crease, Jewell, waiting for this next Sanderson delivery, which beats him. Nicely bowled by Ben Sanderson. Yeah, just 114 runs, as Radders was saying, at 16 and a bit. That includes a 56.
it's clearly a much better player than that, isn't it?
Well, he is.
We saw last year.
The fact that he's only hit 16 boundaries this season. I think he hit 16 in his first game for Derbyshire last season when he arrived. And goes Sanderson again. That one's a bit wider of the off stump than the previous one, and left alone comfortably by Caleb Jewell. Sanderson 12 overs, 1 for 27. Montgomery 27. Jewell, after 9 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Derbyshire 158 for 2.
Sales it will be to continue. Cloud is building a little bit, not threateningly so, but it's just enough to obscure the sun. Sales will continue from the city end with a slip and a gully. Running into bowl to Montgomery, who turns it away off his hip. Certainly one, and they'll settle for one as Safe Zabe is quickly to the ball. He's on sweeping duties out at deep square. Comes up into the ring to field and keeps it to a single. Montgomery to 28. Derbyshire to 159 for 2, and I think Northamptonshire obviously would be very happy to have another little go at Caleb Jewell, still looking for his first run, faced 9 balls. An extra slip goes in, so a slip, 2 slips and a gully now for Jewell. He faces Sales, and he's a little bit tucked up, but he's going to get his first run as he drops it down into the offside. McSweeney comes round from extra cover to field, so Caleb Jewell is away. 1 to him, 160 for 2.
I feel a little bit better. Not a huge amount, but a little bit better.
And Sanderson telling Justin Broad down on the boundary underneath us exactly what's going on with some graphic hand movements. Here's Sales in bowls, and Montgomery steers it into the gully, and there's no run.
All the pace comes from his shoulder, doesn't it?
Yeah, nice.
Really slingy. So I used to bowl.
Wonderful, like a sort of Marcel Marceau masterclass going on down on the third man boundary with Sanderson, giving a wonderful display of how he's been bowling and what the pitch is doing and all the rest of it to an appreciative audience. And Justin Broad, here's Sales in again, bowls to Montgomery, who drops it down, this time just past gully, and he picks up a single as Bartlett comes in off the boundary to field. One more to Montgomery. He goes to 29, Derbyshire to 161 for 2. After a really bright and brisk start to the afternoon session with first Cayman Rees and then Cayman Montgomery, Northamptonshire have just got a little bit of a measure of control in the last half hour or so. His Sales in, bowls short, and Jewell has a little paddle at that one rather than a full-blooded hook. There's a polite inquiry from Lewis McManus as to whether it might just have flicked the top edge or the glove. She wasn't looking at the replay. It wasn't a million miles away, but
No.
it didn't. Nothing audible from here, certainly. And James Sales didn't join in the general inquiry. 61 for 2. One ball to go in the 48th over. And his Sales bowls to Jewell, who chops it hard into the ground. It rolls down into the slip cordon, and that is the end of the over. And in terms of the overs, it's halfway stage of the day because we've had 48 overs, 48 to go. 161 for 2, 29 to Montgomery, 1 to Caleb Jewell. James Sales, 3 overs for 8.
So around about an hour or so before the tea interval, 16 overs away. Should be an hour. Ben Sanderson will continue. He's already primed and ready, prowling at the top of his mark, waiting for the ball, which is eventually delivered by Luke Proctor. Just seen the 4 overs from George Scrimshaw, 3 from Calvin Harrison, Zabe McSweeney, 1 apiece. As Sanderson is in, is defended by Montgomery out into the offside, where Sales, who's bowled 3 overs, does the fielding. 19 extras.
Yeah, there was a few buys, weren't there, that we thought were a little bit harsh on the keeper.
Yeah, but at least 5 buys and
Same with Sanderson's
6
no
no
balls.
balls. That pretty much accounts for most of it. The odd leg by here and there, chucked in for good measure. Sanderson bowls to Montgomery, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. It's always very exciting when extras get into double figures, though. Just waiting for Jewell. He's some way off at the moment. They had 10 players plus extras into double figures in one of the innings against Kent, and that's a rarity. Not as rare as all 11 plus extras. Only ever happened once.
Really?
Yeah. Gosh, yeah, 1932. Oh, gosh, I've got it written down somewhere. I think it was 1932. I'll double check. I don't like to be inaccurate. There's this next one from Sanderson's left alone to go through.
Well, Mr. Griffin will be on to you if you are. So.
Well, it's clearly one of his. Yeah, 1932 against Somerset. Yeah, the only time all 11 plus extras had reached double figures in a completed Derbyshire innings.
I remember extras nearly getting into 3 figures at Northampton Essex game a few years ago when there were 98 extras in an innings.
Sanderson bowls. It's driven into the offside, straight to Sales, though, by Montgomery.
I'm trying to find the game.
Derbyshire's record was 80 odd up at Durham when Hardisville Jeune was unable to locate the pitch for long periods.
Well, this was, if I remember rightly, I think it was Ashley Cowan having an absolute shocker with no balls. Couldn't get his feet in the right place. It was quite difficult to watch. But, 98 extras.
Sanderson bowls. That one is edged, but down towards third man. Along the ground, really, but there is only one slip in place anyway. For Montgomery, there'll be more for Caleb Jewell. He picks up another single to move to 30, 162 for 2. Who was the chap in the cup final? Was that
Scott Boswell.
Yeah,
former Northamptonshire bowler. Yeah.
His dad was one of my teachers at Pocklington.
Yeah, Scott was at Pocklington as well.
Yeah.
That was they talk about things that were difficult to watch.
Absolutely difficult to watch. Yeah, no question about it.
Just such a nice guy as well.
So 2 slips, 2 gullies, and a point for Jewell, who leaves the first ball he faces from Sanderson alone, and indeed it's the last ball of Sanderson's 13th over. 162 for 2. Jewell has. Was it me?
Yes.
Jewell has 1 and Montgomery has 30. I've completely lost it. Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Yeah, to the 2001 Cheltenham and Gloucester final, Leicestershire against Somerset. Paul Scott Boswell bowled 8 wides in his second over, including 5 in a row. And didn't play a lot of first team cricket after that, but happily still involved with the game as a coach and a teacher. 162 for 2, Sales. To continue, and that's wide outside the off stump, cut away by Montgomery. But there is plenty of protection down there for James Sales in the form of a deep backward point and a third man. And George Bartlett sends in his return. So 1 more to Montgomery. Goes to 31. 163 for 2. Yeah, 98 extras in Northamptonshire's 579 all out. Essex at Northampton in 1999. Here's Sales with 2 slips and a gully to Jewell, who chops it away down through backward point. There is a man back on the boundary, so he gets just a single. Jewell to 2, 164 for 2. David Sales, father of James, 303 not out. But there were 48 no balls in the innings, bearing in mind that there was only 1 for a no ball there. And as I say, memory serves, I think Ashley Cowan bowled most of them. Here's Sales. Bowls to Montgomery outside the off stump. Montgomery leaves it through to the keeper. Another thing I remember about that game was a last wicket partnership of 88 between Sales and Michael Davis, Dickie Davis, left arm spinner, who made 10. And I seem to remember David was not overly chuffed with Michael for getting out, because I think he was going for Mal Loy's then record of 322. And he got to 303 not out and ran out of partners. His Sales in bowls and cut away nicely by Montgomery. And that's going to go straight between those 2 fielders on the boundary. Beautifully placed. And it runs away for 4. Past the left hand of Bartlett and the right hand of Sanderson. 35 to Montgomery, 168 for 2, and anything with a little bit of width, Montgomery has punished very effectively in this innings of his so far. 35 off 54 balls. Sales in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Montgomery.
He looks in good nick, doesn't he?
He does. Well, he has done from the moment he got to the crease.
Hugh Lloyd informs me that Scott Boswell is now teaching and head of cricket at Trent College. It's not too far from here. Thanks, Hugh.
Yeah, very, very nice chap. Here's Sales in and bowls, and nice looking straight drive and very well fielded off his own bowling by Sales, who then, it's what we used to call when I was playing club cricket, and I don't know quite why we called it that, but it was called doing a gatting, which is when you field a ball or take a catch and then afterwards sort of do something spectacular, a roll or a dive or something. And I don't know, there was a feeling that this must have been sort of, I don't know, early 80s, that Mike Gatting was not averse to throwing himself around a bit in the field, which I know for some of a certain vintage might be slightly hard to believe, but
He was young once.
Well, he was, as were we all, supposedly, in theory at least. But anyway, Sales fielded it and then did a little bit of a half twist with Pike.
Very impressive.
It
Put
was,
his
wasn't it?
back out. He had to put me back out, but I thought he was going to at one point in an unnatural position.
I think you're going to have some company.
Oh, excellent. Next delivery for first delivery for new over from Ben Sanderson. It's pushed into the offside. And there is no run.
We shall be joined at the end of the over by former Derbyshire player, now Northamptonshire's batting coach, Greg Smith, who will come in alongside you, Fletch.
I'm trying to think of some tough questions there. No, I'm going to ask him.
Capital of Venezuela, I don't know.
Yeah.
Think of something, I'm sure.
It's Caracas,
Yes, it
I
is.
believe. It's absolutely pointless. Is Sanderson bowling that's left alone by Jewel to go through to the keeper? See, you've got to be careful, you've got to be subtle about the questions that you ask because you can't just jump straight with it. When you're out of form, because I'm sure that Greg never was, but when you're out of form, how do you get back into form again? Which unfortunately Caleb Jewell is having to do during a season. His average last year for Tasmania was quite low, but all the averages in Australia were low last year
yes.
in the Sheffield Shield. Sanderson bowls again wide of the off stump, and again it's left alone by Caleb Jewell.
Yeah, I mean, Nathan McSweeney didn't have a great Sheffield
I
Shield
think
season.
it
with
rained a
South
lot,
Australia.
didn't it?
Yeah.
It rained a lot, from what I can gather.
Mind you, his average is rather boosted by that big double 100 for Australia A against England Lions that he made during the winter.
Yes, you can always trust the England Lions to get him
Now.
back into form. Did Bashir play in that match? Perhaps not. We'll perhaps not go there then. Sanderson in again, balls to Jewell. Again, it's wide of the off stump again. Jewell, he's not having any of it. They've set the trap and he's not going to fall into it just yet. Determined not to fall into it. 168 for 2. Been out there for, he's faced 3 overs worth of deliveries now. There's Caleb Jewell. Doesn't usually start slowly. Looks determined, and he plays that one, which he has to, because it's on the stumps out into the offside where it's fielded by Sales. Trying to work out who is walking. He's so easy to spot, Zach Chappell. It looks a bit like Ben Aitchison, who's with him.
Yes, Chapel's fairly
Yeah,
unmistakable.
yeah. Ben's bowled beautifully this season.
Comfortably leading wicket taker, isn't he? For
Well,
Derbyshire?
he's now got Rory Hayden breathing down his neck after the 10 wickets last week, because this one is defended straight to the ground by Caleb Jewell. And the over comes to an end at 168 for 2.
And I shall make way for Greg Smith.
Lovely. Montgomery has 35. Jewell has 2. 2 men out since lunch. Lewis Rees caught at mid-wicket by James Sales for 39 off the bowling of Harry Conway. And Harry came caught at slip by Ricardo Vasconcelos off the bowling of Ben Sanderson. How are you, Greg?
Fletch, how you doing?
I'm all right, mate. I'm all right.
Just to tell you, I was always out of form.
No, that's not what I've heard, though, you see. I talk to Griff a lot. He'll tell me otherwise. Sales. 5th over. City end bowls wide of the off stump, and it's left alone by Montgomery. But he had such a good season last season. Got 1,000 runs in the championship, and then went back home. All those averages were a bit lower. He didn't have a great blast either, which I don't think is good for your confidence, as he moved from Hobart to the Renegades, I think. He only played 1 game.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, every player goes through that. Selzy runs up and bowls it.
His next delivery is clipped nicely into the leg side by Montgomery. Out towards safe Zabe. Picks up a single, moves to 36, 169 for 2. And what about moving from opener, which he has been through his entire career here at Derbyshire. And they've swapped it about a bit. Lewis Rees has gone back to it, which he is, and then Caleb gets put down at 4. He's saying he sort of waited 45 overs to bat, whereas if he's opening and they win the toss and bat, he's straight in.
I think quite a few counties looking at it. I mean, I know Marcus Harris does it at Langsbats and all. I think
And the wicket sails to Caleb Jewell, who's pulled it round the corner violently for 4. Blimey, he's hit that hard. He hit the 6 at Chesterfield last year that I think he's still going. It was hit that hard, but that's his first boundary. He moves to 6, 173 for 2.
But just back to that point, I think it's in England in particular. I think it's quite difficult to bat at the top order, especially in April and May, as everyone says. It's tough. You get some tough wickets, and you get some English seamers that don't often miss their line and lengths. You look at our own Ben Sanderson. He'll challenge you off stump, relentlessly. So I think for their better play, you'd suggest that your overseas players are going to be one of your better players, and to keep them at the
Sailed bowls, and that one's edged through the gap. Yeah, between second slip and fourth slip, really down to third man for 4, and he moves into double figures, 177 for 2.
But I think if you can keep your best players out of the limelight a little bit early doors, it can help. As I said, Marcus Harris at Lancs does it, and he's not sure what he did last year, but he got quite a few hundreds batting at 4. I see he's there again this year. Max Sweeney for us generally bats. I know he's open for Australia, but he bats at 3. We've got him at 4. And I think they can kind of control the innings a little bit more from there.
Sails bowls. That's a full toss that's driven for 4 more this time by Caleb Jewell. He's not going to miss out on that. There was a despairing dove. I think that's Louis Kimber on as a substitute fielder, and he thrashed it away to the cover boundary. 181 for 2. Yes, that was a bit of a gift.
It
really.
hasn't been a great over this one. A short down leg side pull and then a half full toss outside of stump. So as you say, Jules and I had a couple of gifts, and he's moved on to 14. So his confidence is slowly starting to grow. Yeah.
Around the wicket comes Sales again, and that one beats him. There's an absolute jaffer. Goes to McManus. I'd never, obviously, because we see them twice a year at most. A lot of these players in the opposition. I just like James Sales. He sort of bowls like he's much better than I ever was. But it's all in the shoulder and the.
He's a strong lad. He's got a lot of. I mean, I think his ceiling as a genuine all-around is pretty high. His batting has come on of age of late. Hopefully that can continue. But I think his bowling is he's under bowled actually. I think he can bowl a bit more. And I think once he starts bowling more, he'll get more confidence in his ability, because he can definitely bowl some proper deliveries, and he's got pace, he's got ball speed, which everyone is crying out for. He does have that. So I think, as I say, the more he bowls, the more confidence he'll get. I think the better cricketer he'll become.
Luke Proctor's certainly got plenty of options, including himself. 8 players have bowled so far, even if 2 of them have only bowled an over each, as Sanderson begins a new over from the racecourse end. This first ball is defended by Matthew Montgomery. Good start for Northamptonshire, though. We're pleased with the way it's gone in the first 4 matches.
Yeah, we have. We've played nicely. Still a long way to go, but I think everything that Buff, our head coach, has asked of the lads, have done. We've scored hundreds. We've scored big runs. Got first innings runs, which is key, and then our bowlers, Sander and Harry Conway have been tremendous. If we can wrap those 2 in cotton wool, we'll be okay.
I'd do anything that Darren Lehman asked me to do as his next delivery's left alone outside the off stump.
He's a character. He's just actually, I've just got a message on our WhatsApp group, on our coaches, and he's a bit of a character, isn't he? So he's taken, I believe, I'm not sure whose car it is, but it's either James Sales or George Bartlett's car, and he's actually driven it from the car spot all the way around, and he's put it on the bank behind our media centre here. And they're going to go home later, and their car's is going to be gone, and they're not going to know where. So I'm going to absolutely laugh my head off.
Sanderson is involved.
So that's what he's been doing in the last 10 minutes. He's not watching much cricket. He's moving people's cars.
Well, you've got to have some downtime, haven't you? You've got to have some downtime.
He's brilliant. But he's just a great man. This morning we rocked up in the change room, and everyone had a bar of chocolate on their spot. Yeah. So he just does things differently. But I mean, I've learnt an enormous amount of him in the last sort of year. He's a real character.
Well, when he comes to see us, chocolate would be gratefully received.
Just make sure your car's still parked on the place you left
I'll
it.
hide the keys. Sanderson Bowles that's pulled around the corner by Montgomery. He's only going to get a single though, and there's a slight slip out there. And they do get through for one more. Montgomery moves 37, 182 for 2. But I just think it's great to have these high-profile coaches. I mean, we've got Mickey Arthur here. Obviously, it's not gone as well this season as it did last season. But to have high-profile coaches from overseas coming into the county game is brilliant.
It's massive. I mean, they've all got, from what I can see, they've all got a lot of charisma. And it feeds off from the players, you know. Obviously, they've got a lot of respect for them as players and coaches and what they've done. But I think it brings a lot of... It does get the best out of the group of players, that's for sure.
Jewell waits for Sanderson to bowl. Germany's beaten. That's another good delivery. They've been bowling a lot straighter to Caleb Jewell this season, the bowlers, it seems to the casual observer. Whereas last season, if they gave him width, he just drove relentlessly. And they got 5 half-centuries in the first 3 matches and hit the ground running, whereas he hasn't been able to do that this season, which has made it a bit trickier for him.
But again, from his personal growth, that these are the times that he needs to go through for him to become a real quality player.
Sanderson's
is that a catch?
No, I think it's dropped just
word, what an effort there.
Short of Calvin.
How many people are getting that? That should actually be 4. If anyone else is standing a second slip, that's 4 runs.
Calvin Harrison down to his left. Nicely done, 182 for 2. Yeah, you have to go through the bad times to appreciate the good ones, I suppose.
You do. And I mean, this is for Australian cricket, it's really good. You've got these young players coming over and they're learning the game. And county cricket comes thick and fast. And if you get yourself into a little bit of a rut, you don't have much time to go away and work on a few things. You're back into the next game. So you're kind of learning on the job, which in a way it can actually be a good thing because it fast tracks their development. So he'll come good. He's a very good player. Hopefully he doesn't today, to be honest. But he'll come good, and it's only going to be good for his growth, as I say, for a player.
George Scrimshaw's back from the city end, Big George. This is the end that he bowled that over to Lancashire that won them a T20 match here on that famous night. I've never done it. The place was packed, and you could hear a pin drop as he bowled every delivery. The first one to Tim David went for a single, which I thought was a slightly bizarre move from David. And then he won the game. He was only defending about 5. He's on his way now to bowl to Matthew Montgomery, who just dabs that down into the gully region where it's fielded by Harrison. Looking from afar, then, this is you don't have to answer this question. Are you surprised at Derbyshire's start this season? They did pretty well last year, finished 3rd, 5 points off promotion. I know they never really looked like getting promoted towards the end of the season, but then to suffer 3 successive defeats, you'd have seen the capitulation at Old Trafford, of course, which was both alarming and entirely predictable. Scrimshaw's in again, wide of the off stump, left alone by Montgomery.
I know he's my mate, but I think having Mads not in the side creates a bit of calmness. So something like in the Lancs game, I watched a bit of the highlights. Having him in the middle order, he can kind of control the innings a bit. He speaks to the players, and not having him there, maybe a little bit of, panics came in there.
There was a lot of panic.
And he's done it for so many years. So having other players to have to stand up, maybe put a little bit of pressure on themselves. But again, they've got to adapt and get better at doing that because he's not going to be around forever. But I suppose 9 times out of 10, you'd back yourself to chase 130 or whatever it is. So I would have thought it would have been disappointing for them. But look, it's early in the year. It's not going to detriment their chances of going up, I suppose. It's a long way to go. And they're a decent side. I'm sure they'll come good at some stage.
Exactly what I wanted to hear, Greg. Thank you very much.
But I hope we get a hat-trick here and they won 80 for 5.
Montgomery picked up a single off the last delivery ball by George Scrimshaw, who's on his way now to bowl to Caleb Jewell. That one is guided, I think, along the floor, just to the right of Harrison, down towards Louis Kimber for a single down at third man. He moves on to 15 rather, 184 for 2. And of course, that win last week will have done Northamptonshire the world of good as well.
Yeah, the confidence is high in our group. And it's a really nice group to be a part of now. Everyone's working well together. There's a bit of banter in the change room. Look, we're going to have hard days.
Scrimshaw is in again. Bowls to Montgomery, just pushes it into the offside.
But I think the pleasing thing in the last sort of 4 games, is we're finding solutions to get out of sticky situations where we're holding in for long periods of time, whether it's with the ball. And then batting, we're getting good partnerships. So looks like we're going to have to bat pretty well again here. And like you say, you never know what the wickets plays like until both teams have bowled. But
it looks pretty good for batting.
It does look.
Doesn't it?
It looks a bit slow. We actually thought with a bit of we would have batted ourselves. But looking at the grass on the cover, it's a bit dry underneath. But we thought that it would be a little bit quicker than it probably has been. So it does look good. I think for the next couple of days, it'll be a really good wicket to bat on, and then who knows what will happen after that.
Since I've been covering Derbyshire the last 10 years, the pitches further towards the players' pavilion offer a bit more to the bowlers generally than the ones immediately in front of us. So it's a sort of in the middle, this one. Difficult to gauge it.
Yeah.
We've scored a few good runs on this ground. What's your best memory? I'll give you time. You don't have to answer it immediately.
Yeah. I'm not one of those. Honestly not one of those players that remembers all my.
Oh, that's bad, because I didn't see you play and I've got no idea. So we're in all sorts of trouble here.
Yeah. I know I got a good 100 against Glamorgan here.
There we go.
But yeah, I'm not one of those. Some people you talk, they remember every run they got or every dismissal. I'm not one of those players.
Proctor bowling to Caleb Jewell, pushed out into the offside. Fielded by McSweeney, no run.
I do remember innings. We played Somerset here, and I was batting with one of my old mates, and Botha, who's now the batter. He's at Notts, yeah. And we were facing Andy Caddick, and I was still a youngster. I was only 19, 20. And I felt like he was bowling the speed of light. If someone asked me what's the hardest spell of bowling I've faced, I would probably have said that spell with Andy Caddick because it was reversing. And it's probably the first time I'd come across any ball that was meant to swing out but swung in. And I remember both saying to me on the non-strikers end, do you trust me?
Proctor bowling to Jewell, who defends.
Yeah, and I said, what do you mean, do I trust you? And he said, well, do you trust me? So I said, well, yeah, I trust you. But he's like, right, I can see what the ball's doing. I'm like, I'm glad you can, because I didn't know which way it was going. And he said, if I hold the bat in my left hand, it means it's going to swing away from you. And if I hold it on my right hand, it's going to reverse into you. I was like, are you sure about this? He said, do you trust me? I was like, okay, I'll trust you. And I did it. I trusted him, and we both ended up getting hundreds.
Proctor to Caleb Jewell, who's beaten outside the off stump. Really good delivery. Took off as well. Good carry.
And we just made it quiet. Every time he could see the ball in his hand up at the bowlers when he was running in, and he could tell which side the shiny side was. And he'd put his bat in the right, either the left or the right hand, and it did work because I couldn't understand how the ball was going so much, but it did help. It did help knowing kind of which way it should go.
Sounds a bit like the old signal stealing in baseball. This one is perfectly legal, of course. I'm not suggesting any illegality. Left alone by Caleb Jewell. It's good work from Ant, though, isn't it, to spot it as well? And, of course, if he didn't spot it, does he hold it in both hands when he's got no idea which way it's going, or do you have to just take pot luck?
Oh, I just took pot luck, because I was either going to get cleaned up quite quickly if I didn't have that information, because I didn't know what was going on. And in the same game, I actually said it to Darren this morning, Cameron White was playing, and the square was the other way around, and I decided to bounce Cameron White, and it didn't go well, because he hit me into the gym.
Flicked away by Caleb Jewell down towards long leg for a single. It's George Scrimshaw down there in the distance. Jewell moves on to 16, 185 for 2. That can happen, though, can't it? That can happen.
Well, not at my pace. I should never have been trying to bowl short.
The standard of second division cricket, I know people get asked this all the time. Well, it's second division, is it? Yeah, but Emilio Gay, who obviously you'll know well, is being touted as the next England opener, and he's playing second division cricket as Proctor comes in and bowls. That's pulled around the corner in the air, down towards Scrimshaw, who's covering a lot of ground out there with the left-hander and the right-hander, does the fielding in front of the Monarch stand, and they go through for one more. Montgomery moves on to... probably already been added, has he? Yes, he has. 39, 186 for 2. The standard in the second division, I mean, we've got James Anderson in it for a start. We've got Ben Sanderson in it. We've got some Mohammed Abbas when he's not away playing for Pakistan. There's some really good players in Div 2.
There is, definitely. I mean, I can't comment because I've unfortunately never played in Division 1 and I haven't coached in Division 1 yet. But I think from what the only difference is, I would say, and I might be wrong, is that the pace of the bowlers is probably, there's quicker bowlers generally in Division 1.
Scrimshaw bowls tucked into the leg side by Montgomery. He fancies 2 here. I don't think he's going to get them. No, he isn't.
So you're talking about Emilio. I mean, he can only score runs where you play, and I've obviously done a bit of work with him before he left for Durham, and I think he's a very good player. I think his work ethic is amazing, and I think he'll work it out. I think if he plays enough, if they give him a decent run, I think he'll work it out in international cricket. I don't think he'll be flustered by the media and the negativity of press. I don't think he's quite a thick-skinned character, so I don't think he'll be worried about that.
That's useful. Scrimshaw to Jewel, who just defends this one back to him.
So, I mean, I suppose the only difference there in Division 1 is maybe the pace of the attacks. You might have some quicker bowlers, and you might have 3 of them per team, where in Division 2 maybe you've got one guy that bowls real pace, and maybe you've probably also got your 4th seamer that might not be on the money.
Yeah.
Where Division 1 maybe they've got 4 quality bowlers where they keep coming at you, the pressure is there all day long. But look, I think he scored runs last year in Division 1, didn't he? So he has done it. So it'll be interesting to see who the England selectors go with. But he certainly hasn't done himself any harm in the amount of runs that he scored.
Another single there to Caleb Jewell, who moves on to 17, 188 for 4. And the question I ask everybody, the substitution rule, it's got to be scrapped, hasn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of old nonsense.
Yeah.
I don't want to put words into your mouth, Greg, obviously, but...
Yeah, I don't... Yeah. I get it if it's someone...
Life event.
A life event,
Absolutely
then that's
no problem
fine.
with
But
that.
I think the reason you got S&Cs and stuff is to make sure the guys are robust.
Scrimshaw bowls, that's turned into the leg side. Sales is there to do the field. He doesn't pick it up cleanly, but they were only going to go for 1 anyway.
And if you've got a fast bowler that's, you want him to be a bit of a penetrating bowler and bowl some hostile deliveries and you break someone's finger, well then that's a good thing. That's what you want the bowlers to do, Not break their fingers on purpose, but you're trying to make it, it's a tough mental game, this 4-day cricket. It's a grind, it's a game of fatigue and all that. So I think maybe that might be to be reviewed.
That's one. He's tried to turn it to the leg side there, Jewel, but it sort of struck him on his body. And Jimmy Anderson said, so we've been saying this since it was introduced, really, when they started saying that Tom Bailey couldn't come in down at Bristol because he was too experienced.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Anderson said it on his podcast this week. Well, he can never come into a game as a substitute because there is nobody like James Anderson in English cricket.
No, I mean, I think that they're going to use, if it's a bowler's playing and a bowler gets in, it doesn't matter what bowler, any bowler can come in. If that's what, you can't have it one way or not the other.
His next delivery is, go past the edge. Caleb Jewell's bat and through to Lewis McManus, 189 for 2 at the end of the over. Well, we had a situation in the last home game where Lewis Rees came in as a substitute for Anuj Dal, both all-rounders. Lewis Rees's numbers are far higher than Anuj Dal, but he wasn't able to bowl because he's got an ankle injury at the moment, which precludes him from bowling. and the match referee sort of looked at them, that's close enough, and just passed it. But when Bailey couldn't play down at Bristol, they sent for a left armer who was playing up in the north of England.
Which is interesting because now you know that Lewis Rees can't bowl, where Nijtal is going to bowl. So you're actually picking another batter. So, I mean, it's just quite a grey area there, isn't it?
Oh, it's an absolute shambles. You don't have to say that, of course, as this one is turned around the corner. I don't want to get you into trouble. You've been kind enough to come on air, and the last thing I want is to get you into trouble. Otherwise, I'd start asking about other things that I have opinions on that you probably do, but don't want to say them out loud, and it's understandable. 190 for 2. When you're out in the field, you're just looking at that scoreboard and going, well, it could be 190 for 4 here, and you're right. You're backing it, aren't you? You're backing it. You've got to keep positive like that. It must be difficult. I don't know because I've never played 4-day cricket.
Yeah.
So Proctor is in to Jewel, who cuts this one away hard, but there is George. Dear George. I was just going to say George Scrimshaw's there. Well, he was sort of there-ish, and couldn't quite get the dive out to stop it. 194 for 2. Don't comment on that either. Jewel moves on to 21.
I think if he dived, we might not have seen him get up. He's not the elegant of divers.
No, he's not. He's not. In fact, it's a long way down as well, isn't it? It's a long way down.
No, I think you've just got to keep grinding. But that does, I mean, from afar, as we say, it looks like quite a docile pitch and slow. There's not much margin for error. So I think you've got to just keep saying to yourself, you can add another 2. You get 1, you could get 2.
Try and get a new batter out there. This one's wide and overpitched. This time it will be picked up by George Scrimshaw, and they'll come back for 2 more, and Jewel moves on to 23, 196 for 2. And as I run out of questions, I will bring Radders back if you're going to stay.
No.
I've just got one on one of my pet peeves, bonus points. I was delighted when Radders told me earlier on that the head coach at Northamptonshire thinks they're a waste of time.
Yeah.
I've always thought they're a waste of time. In fact, I did league tables for 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and none for a defeat. Since COVID, the second division, on only one occasion, do teams actually swap places. That's pushed into the offside by Caleb Jewell, and it didn't affect promotion or anything like that. Yeah. We seem to obsess over them in county cricket. We've got 5 overs to get the extra bonus point. It changes the way the game goes, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, and it doesn't make for entertaining cricket because it comes this point in the season where people are just trying to get bonus points. Yeah. I mean, I don't agree with him. I think there should be more. I don't think there should be as many for a draw.
No, absolutely not. Proctor bowls. That's driven very one-handed by Caleb Jewell out to the extra cover boundary for 4. One-handed, everybody. 27 he moves on to. And the 200 comes up for Derbyshire. They'll realise in a minute. Hang on. No, perhaps they won't. 200 for 2. Just started to look like Caleb Jewell again, which is good for Derbyshire, not necessarily for Northamptonshire, I would suggest. I want to get rid of these 2. It's Wayne Madsen in next, of course. Who's dropped down as low as 5. He can't have batted at 5 very often. In his career, once he established himself, as that one is punched backward a square on the offside for a single. Jewell moves on to 28 and keeps the strike. 201 for 2. Montgomery has 42. I am going to bring Radders in now. I honestly, without starting to ask you controversial questions, and I don't, Greg, it's not my style to get people into trouble, unless I really have to. Just talk to me a little bit, or talk to the listener a little bit, about Wayne Madsen, and 42 years of age and still going strong. I mean, that's mad, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I remember I was here when we got him into Derby. John Morris was the coach at the time, and I mentioned there was a guy from South Africa, as Scrimshaw runs in and bowls and down the leg side.
Good take by Lewis McManus.
But yeah, I mean, he's been around for donkey's years and broken a lot of records. And I think he'll I don't know, I'm actually having dinner with him tonight, so I'll find out and I can come back tomorrow and tell you how long he's going to play for. But he's still scoring runs, and he's just got such a good method now and an understanding of his game. And he's still pretty fit. He still keeps himself pretty fit. So he's been an inspiration really for Derbyshire. He's been here and done the business for a long time.
Here's Scrimshaw in again, punched away off the back foot by Caleb Jewell and into the offside for a single. Tidied up by Calvin Harrison. One more to Jewell, who goes to 29. Derbyshire to 202 for 2. Yes, I was talking to David Griffin this morning. We were talking about Luke Proctor, of course, making his 100th first-class appearance for Northamptonshire in this game, and pointed out the fact that I think Wayne Madson's playing 100 first-class matches at this ground.
Oh, wow.
So it's a steady record. Is Scrimshaw in bowls and steered down into the gully by Montgomery. Can't get it past Calvin Harrison, and so there is no run. I take it there was a little presentation or something, or a acknowledgement of Luke Proctor this morning in the huddle. Yeah,
Buff just mentioned it, what an outstanding achievement it is, and everyone applauded, and everyone's got the utmost respect for Procky for what he does. Runs in all day and then opens the batting. So he's a stalwart really and an unbelievable competitor.
Scrimshaw in again, bowls to Montgomery, who defends up to Conway at mid-on. He sort of holds up a hand as though it's saying it's all right, I've got it, and there's actually nobody within about 20 yards. Then he drops it. He's just, you can't take your eyes off.
No, he's a
Harry
comedian.
Conway when he's when he's out on the field. But you talk about competitors. Having just seen him play in an inter-squad game during pre-season. I mean, he's you wouldn't have known it, would you?
Yeah.
Here's Scrimshaw. 2 balls left in the over, a slip and a gully. Sun behind the clouds now as he's in and bowls down the leg side, taken by Lewis McManus. The other thing about Luke Proctor getting to 100 first-class games, I think he's now been captain in 42 of those. So, assuming he gets through the season, then he's going to be looking at 50-odd games as captain, and actually there aren't that many in the book that have got. I mean, Jeff Cook captained Northamptonshire 376 times across all formats, but that is exceptional. Here's Scrimshaw in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone through to Lewis McManus. We have 6 overs to go until tea. 202 for 2 with Montgomery on 42, Jewell on 29. Batters out. If you're just joining us, Lewis Rees caught by James Sales at mid-wicket off Harry Conway for 39. That was 112 for 1. Then Harry came, caught by Vasconcelos at first slip off Ben Sanderson for 73. That was 156 for 2. Andrew Radd and Greg Smith with you in the commentary box as Luke Proctor starts his 15th over. What's the mood been like since the win against Worcestershire on Sunday? It must have been absolutely exultant because it was not far off the perfect performance.
It was,
one session probably.
Well, I remember we were walking around as coaches around the boundary for an hour as Procky runs in here to
Jewell. It's
still inside edge.
Nipped back, and he's got a little bit of bat on that. He's running away out through square leg, and then a comeback for 2 as 3 fielders converge. Harry Conway sends in a flat throw, which I don't think maybe Lewis McManus appreciated over much, but anyway, they come through for the second. Jewell is 31, and 204 for 2 the score. Yes, he was saying about the...
Well, yeah, we were just walking around the outfield, and within an hour, I think we lost Sando. It took 7 for not many. It was just an unbelievable... It happened when we changed the ball, actually. The ball got changed, and all of a sudden the ball started doing anything, and Sando had the ball on a string, and it was doing all sorts. He bowled some unbelievable deliveries. So now the guys had a couple of drinks after the day's play just to celebrate, and then we had a couple of days off, and then we're back in here for another ground here at Derby.
6 for 7 off 29 balls, that burst. Here's Proctor in bowls, and it's driven away by Jewell off a thick sort of outer portion of the bat. It's run away for 4, but it was a no ball in any case. called by umpire Paul Baldwin. So 6 onto the total, 210 for 2. But a few no balls today. I think that's 7.
Yeah, we haven't been. I wouldn't say we've been at our best today.
No. Well, I'm glad you said that, because I did. Even the first session, it just looked a little bit
Yeah, we're a bit
flat.
We're a bit too straight. Like we talk about as about being straight as in biting onto off stump. We were probably a bit biting onto middle stump and down leg.
Proctor driven out into the covers by Jewell, but there's no run. Can't get it past McSweeney. Yeah, it's. I suppose there's always going to be a little element of anticlimax, isn't there? And you made the point with Fletcher a moment or two ago. The games come just so thick and fast.
They do, and I think, but we need to be honest here. I think after tea, if you can try and get one before tea, that'll be ideal, and then try and get 1 or 2 after tea, and then it doesn't look too bad. We've managed to keep the run rate since the lunch. I think we've kept the run rate down slightly. So
here's Proctor in and just squares Jewell up a little bit as he pushes that out into the offside for McSweeney to field. Proctor putting in a serious stint in his 100th game. This is 15th over. Sanderson has bowled 15, Conway 12, and then sort of 6 other bowlers. 5 other bowlers have sent down, 17 between them. Just 1 apiece for Zabe and McSweeney just before lunch. Only 3 for Calvin Harrison as well. Talk a little bit about Calvin after this ball as Proctor is in and punched away by Jewell. Square of the wicket in the offside. Zabe comes off the boundary to field. 1 more to Caleb Jewell. He goes to 36, 211 for 2. I was talking to Glenn Chappell after, I can't remember which game it was, but the fact that your leg spinner Calvin Harrison has bowled 150 overs odd in the first 4 games, you probably wouldn't have got very good odds on that in April.
no, and he's bowled pretty well, to be honest. He gives us a bit of control, and for a leg spinner to say he gives you control is a good testament to him, really.
Proctor in. Bowls to Montgomery, defends out into the offside. There's no run. Yes, I mean, I suppose the role he can play is basically block and end up, and then you can rotate the seamers around a bit.
Yeah, and then when it turns, that's when he can come into his own, because he does turn the ball and turns it quite sharply. But I reckon in the next definitely today, probably his role is probably going to be just to get the over rate back to a positive number and just try and hold and contain.
Proctor in bowls and Montgomery defends back down the pitch. End of the over. 42 to him, 36 to Jewell, 211 for 2. 5 overs to go until tea. Yeah, I was a little bit surprised actually we've only seen him for 3 overs today.
Yeah, I would have thought I would think he might start after tea now, because we've got 20.
5 overs
20
to go.
overs till the new ball, so I reckon he'll get a good spell now up until the new ball.
Right.
And then rotate a few of the seamers from one side.
I can reveal, incidentally, I've had a message that one of your colleagues on the support staff, and I'll say no more, claims that he's asked me specifically that you should carry on talking, because he says you're sending his 3-month-old to sleep, which I think is very harsh, and we thoroughly enjoy having you up with us, Greg. But you can imagine, I'm sure, who it is.
Yeah.
Here's Scrimshaw starting a fresh over round the wicket and driven down to deep backward point by Jewell, who picks up another single. He goes to 37, 212 for 2. What about this? It's something that I know a lot of discussion goes on in press boxes and commentary boxes about this, the way that the season is mapping out, and the number of lower order partnerships that we're seeing, tail end partnerships. We saw obviously Northamptonshire's previous game against Worcestershire, 120 for the last wicket, as Scrimshaw is in outside the off stump, left alone by Montgomery. Is it just a question of, I don't know, the ball's getting soft and maybe pitches that are obviously being prepared into the new regulations, so they maybe not doing as much? What's your take on it?
we spoke about it, and whether other counties agree, I'm not sure. We might get a poll in here, but we said that after the new ball does quite a bit, so a lot of wickets either fall in the first 25 to 35 overs, and then from the 40 over mark till the new ball, it becomes quite flat and dead.
Scrimshaw in outside the off stump again, left alone by Montgomery.
And that's where guys are looking to score big runs. But by that stage, you probably are maybe 4 or 5 down, and so there goes your point about the low order and scoring the runs. And I think it is the balls. I think the batch of balls potentially. Some of the bowlers are saying you just get really soft in the seam. There's no real seam in there, and so potentially that's the main reason why it's happening. So
Ben Sanderson's theory, and I don't know if you've had any feedback on this, but his view is that it might be down to the adhesive even that's being used for this batch of balls, and that was his thought, that they were perhaps just not quite holding together as well. Here's Scrimshaw in and bowls short, and again Montgomery lets it go through to the keeper. So with that, I mean, I think everyone, it's like the why does the ball swing more under the lights discussion.
Who knows?
Well, indeed, yes. But this was, I did ask Ben Sanderson about it. That was his suggestion.
Yeah.
But
he does have a lot of theories, Ben.
well, again, I'll let
you might be right on that one.
Again, I'll let you say that. But yes, it's as plausible as anything else. Slip in a gully. Scrimshaw from the city end, in bowls full and clipped away nicely by Montgomery. I think this may well go all the way for 4. It's heading out towards the members' pavilion. There's a long chase and a despairing dive out on the boundary, and in fact it's a successful despairing dive because it keeps the ball just in and it saved a run, and that's good commitment from your overseas. I think it is. Is it Nathan down there, or is it George? It's too far away. It's Nathan.
It looks like Nathan.
It is Nathan, yeah. Thought it was. 3 anyway to Montgomery.
He's done a 100-metre sprint there.
I was going to say, that is a long way around there. But he did it in front of the head coach, so that's all right. 45 to Montgomery, 2:15 for 2. Jewell back on strike. Scrimshaw round the wicket to him. Outside the off stump, tight leave, but a good one. 2:15 for 2 at the end of the over. The partnership now worth 59. Jewell 37, Montgomery 45. Derbyshire hoping they can get through to tea.
Looks like Safe Zabe's coming on now before tea.
Yes, well, with Safe Zabe, you're talking about the over rate. He's the natural inheritor of the Simon Kerrigan sub-minute over.
But he's not. He always does the job. He never. I mean, what's he bowled? 1 over for 2. He generally doesn't go for many runs, and he always seems to pick up a wicket. So I'm hoping for our sake he'll just get 1 year before the tea break.
Yeah, well, he's another one. You talked about James Sales probably being underbowled in recent years, and I would suggest Safe Zabe is probably another one.
No, you're 100% right there.
I think he feels that as well, and I'm sure it's all been discussed, obviously, in the dressing room, but it's another string to the bow. 1 over for 2. That just pre-lunch over, and he's going to be bowling with Vasconcelos at slip, round the wicket to Montgomery, who pushes it back down the pitch. Zabe fields off his own bowling. I think Simon Kerrigan was the quickest I've ever seen in terms of getting through an over. Zabe in again, flights that one up a little bit more and driven nicely by Montgomery. It beats Harrison in their extra cover, and it goes through to Sales, who's sweeping on the cover boundary. So 1 more to Montgomery, goes to 46. 216 for 2. We did once put the stopwatch on Simon Kerrigan, and he did get through an over in under a minute. It was against Yorkshire at the county ground, I do remember. His Zabe in again and brings Jewell forward, pushing it out into the covers. And there is no run. Justin Broad out there. An extra cover. Forward goes Jewell, plays that down behind square on the offside down to deep backward point. Bartlett comes in off the boundary to field. How close is Justin Broad now? I think that's something that I know Northamptonshire supporters will be wondering about.
Yeah, he's back playing. He's scored quite a few runs in the second team.
Zabe in bowls short and cracked away by Montgomery. More work for Sales to do on the deep point boundary. 1 more to Montgomery, who goes to 47, 218 for 2.
So yeah, he's back. He's back batting and scoring runs, which is always a good thing. But I think we're just monitoring his back. I think he's had a jab last week.
Zabe to finish the over, pushed out into the offside by Jewell. Two fielders converge. Proctor Field's end of the over. 218 for 2. Montgomery 47. Jewell 38. And we have 3 overs to go in this session. It's going to be interesting, obviously, with the T20 looming large on the horizon.
Yeah, so I think we're trying to get him fit, make sure he's 100% fit for that to be able to bowl as well, because he could be quite a big player for us.
Yeah. Well, it helps, and I suppose with him and Calvin Harrison, it does help balance the side.
Yeah.
And it makes, but in some respects, I suppose when he does come back, it's going to make selection interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we could do with we do miss him. We miss him as a bowling all rounder. And I mean, from a batting point of view, he's been batting really well. We've done a lot of work with him in the winter, so he's looking really good. But I suppose to get into our side as a batter, the media now is quite tough because all the batters are scoring runs. So really, for him to force his way in, he needs to get his back sorted, which the medical team are doing everything they can. So I'm hope he's going to have a bowl tomorrow, I think.
Nathan McSweeney coming into the attack for a little roll before tea, just as Zabe and McSweeney came on just before lunch, and that first ball is turned away by Montgomery away through mid-wicket for a single. He goes to 48, 219 for 2. Just checking his guard, Caleb Jewell with umpire James Treadwell, himself an offie of some repute. Kenton, England. Got a man on the drive now at short extra as McSweeney is in and Jewell drives out into the covers where Harrison fields. McSweeney took a wicket with his 4th ball in Championship cricket against Lancashire, first game of the season, and that's blocked by Jewell back down the pitch, and McSweeney clearly just trying to get the over rate up as he trots back to his mark. Forward goes Jewell to this next delivery. It's really interesting, the discussion you're having with Fletch about bonus points. I think that's one that needs to be seriously thought about. Round the wicket comes McSweeney again, driven by Jewell past short extra. Work for Harry Conway to do out at long off. That's another run to Caleb Jewell. He goes to 39, 220 for 2. Finish the over. McSweeney in bowls and defended by Montgomery. End of the over, 220 for 2. I mean, even in club cricket, and I know you've been playing in the Northamptonshire League for a bit in the last year or two when you've had the chance. The argument's been going on for years that it's sort of Parkinson's law about work expanding to fill the time available for its completion. If you say, right, your maximum batting point is, 300 on a Saturday afternoon, and you've got 50 overs or 55 overs to bat, then how often do you see a side get 300 in 50 or 55 overs? When they might get them, if they hadn't got that artificial target in their mind, they might get them in 45. They might think they don't need to bat that long.
No.
In the games where obviously you can give the opposition overs, give yourself more time to bowl them out. Outside the off stump from Zabe, and driven just a little bit loosely, a little bit uppishly by Jewell.
When I was brought up in South Africa, we used to play. It was time game, but also bonus points where so there was maximum points for your batting. For example, say 300 was your maximum batting points, but if you got those in 40 overs, you had 50 overs to bat. You could take those 10 overs and you could actually bowl with them. So it incentivized you to
Zabe in again and worked into the onside by Montgomery. No run.
It incentivized you to play attacking cricket, but it also gave you a chance to bowl more overs. So that could be a way.
Zabe flights that one up, looking to on drive. Does Montgomery. Doesn't get up as far as mid-on, which is where he was aiming. Zabe comes across to field. These two have got through 3 overs in absolutely no time. Forward goes Montgomery and defends again. Zabe, 1 ball left in the over, which will be the penultimate over of the session. Here's Zabe in again, and punched up to mid-on, where Sanderson fields, and that is the end of the over. 2:21 for 2. Jewel 40, Montgomery 48, and we have 1 over to go before tea. But it just seems... I mean, you think about that match situation, Northamptonshire's last game against Worcestershire, when George Bartlett went in and basically had to have a slog. It was very selfless of him to do it, and rightly got credit from the head coach for doing so. But in 4-day cricket, you shouldn't really be having to do that, I don't think, is McSweeney?
No.
And that's punched away off the back foot by Jewell. It's running down towards the boundary at third man, out of our sight. But it is obviously reeled in, as you can see if you're following on the stream, and they come back for 3. So Jewell goes to 43, 224 for 2. And it's the sort of the whole idea of 4-day cricket was, that you play more games, you play out games in the same way that you do in the 5-day test matches. McSweeney in, bowls reverse sweep from Montgomery and plays that very well. There is a man out there, George Bartlett, comes round and sends in his return, and that is a 50 for Matthew Montgomery, who's looked very impressive. 50 off 92 balls, came in and was positive right from the get-go, and reaches his half century. 226 for 2. The reason that they moved up, obviously, from 3-day to 4-day back in the day was that they thought there were too many sort of artificial time constraints and games having to be manufactured. Here's McSweeney in again. Montgomery blocks it out into the offside, and they come through for a single as Lewis McManus tidies up from behind the stumps. 51 to Montgomery, 227 for 2. McSweeney with a slip and a short extra cover, bowls to Jewell, who defends out to short extra, and there's no run. But again, you're bringing in a sort of a different type of artificiality when you force batters to play like that. Here's McSweeney in again, and played down towards backward point by Jewell for a single. He goes to 44, 228 for 2. I don't think it's right that when you're looking to build a big score that somebody has to go in and throw the bat and then you start playing properly again afterwards. It's bizarre. Lovely looking square drive from Matt Montgomery, and another long chase for George Bartlett. He'll have put his step count up a bit today. They come back for 3, and that is tea on this first day here at Derby, and Derbyshire go in at 230 for 2. So they've lost a couple of wickets in this session, but they have added 126 runs. They've lost Rees for 39, Kane for 73, but Matthew Montgomery 53 not out, Caleb Jewell 44 not out. They've put on an unbroken 74 for the third wicket and have taken Derbyshire to 230 for 2 at 64 overs at tea. Greg Smith, thank you so much for your time. Great to have you with us.
Thank you.
And we will talk to you again later in the game. So 2:30 for 2. Please join us when we resume again here at Derby in about 20 minutes' time.
And welcome back. It's the final session of Derbyshire's County Championship match with Northamptonshire here at the Central Co-op County Ground. 32 overs left in the day, as you might expect after tea. Derbyshire 230 for 2 and 16 overs away from the second new ball for Northamptonshire, which they will be very grateful for, I'm sure, when it finally arrives. If they need it, they may well bowl Derbyshire out before then, who knows. Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby and Andrew Radd from BBC Radio Northampton bringing you the commentary, and Calvin Harrison from the racecourse end, bowling to Caleb Jewell, who pushes this out into the offside, goes through for a single, moves on to 45. Or 62. Montgomery 53 off 94, went off like a house on, no, he didn't go, like a train, let's call it that. Settled down a little bit since then, is on strike now, and Harrison thinks about fielding off his own bowling, and then lets Safe Zabe do it for him. Crawled onto the middle of the pitch to do it. Harrison is in again, and that one is driven into the offside, almost knocks Zabe over. Not quite. I think it bounced off his knee, actually, which is very unpleasant, but especially for a man who's been used to wearing the fielding pads, who hasn't got them on now. Next one from Harrison is off the outside half of the bat. Montgomery picks up another single out to the cover boundary. I believe it's Nathan McSweeney. Drops his sunglasses. Puts all the floppy hats on the offside. As Harrison, one from the bowler, of course, pushed out into the offside, picked up by Sells, who didn't have a shot at the stumps. He picks it up and throws it back to the wicketkeeper McManus. They've gone through comfortably enough for the single. Jewell moves to 46, 233 for 2. Overrate still says -1, which I find slightly difficult to believe, but that one is pushed into the offside by Montgomery. A touch from Safe Zabe. Deflects it to Luke Proctor. The over comes to an end. 233 for 2.
Yeah, I suppose they were a little bit late. We were about 20 minutes late going to tea. But it's interesting what Greg Smith was saying when he was up in the box with us before tea, that he thought that it was very likely that Harrison would bowl from one end until the new ball falls due, partly because of the overrate. And they wanted to get it up well into plus figures. So I suspect we will see a bit of Harrison, and we're now going to see George Scrimshaw, and presumably they just want to keep Ben Sanderson, who's fielding immediately down below us at fine leg, and Harry Conway, who's up there at mid-off, fresh for the new ball. Here's Scrimshaw then, round the wicket to the left-handed Jewell, who turns the first ball down to long leg, where Sanderson gets the long barrier out and fields. Sends in this sort of very distinctive sidearm return of his. 234 for 2. Jewell to 47, obviously to minimise wear and tear on his shoulder. Sanderson now stays where he is down at third man. George Bartlett is sort of a deep backward point, or a wider third man. Two fielders on the boundary down there as Scrimshaw bowls, and Montgomery tries to force off the back foot but doesn't time it. Rolls out into the offside where Calvin Harrison trots round to field. Ricardo Vasconcelos swinging his arms. If you think that is possible sign that he's going to bowl, I think again, because I don't think he will.
Has he ever bowled?
He has, and in fact, he managed to damage himself when he was captain. He bowled right at the end of a game fizzling out to a draw against Kent It wasn't quite a Ben Folkes job, but his Scrimshaw in bowls to Montgomery, who on drives, and Harry Conway goes down in easy stages at mid-on, but gets down to the ball and cuts off any chance of a run. But somebody hit the ball back to him and broke his thumb. And he was out for in fact, I seem to remember he missed if not all of the T20, then most of it. Not long after that, he decided to stand down as captain. Here's Scrimshaw from the city end, in bowls and driven by Montgomery. Straight to Sales at extra cover. And there's no run. I'm sure they'll just be looking to these two bowlers just to try and keep things fairly tight till the new ball is due. It's been a very good day for Derbyshire so far at 234 for 2 after winning the toss. All 4 batters have got in. Scrimshaw in and bowls to Montgomery, who goes to pull that away on the leg side, and it wasn't too far away from the gloves. On its way through to Lewis McManus. Airliner in the distance, heading into, assume, East Midlands. Just glinting in the sunshine as it banks round to the left. The sun is properly out now, very pleasant. Darker clouds in the distance as Scrimshaw is in bowls, and Montgomery has a firm-footed flash at that. They've been so good and so disciplined, these two, but that was a bit of a waft outside the off stump, and it could so easily have taken the edge, but it didn't. Montgomery survives. He's 54, Jules 47, 234 for 2. The showers, I think, are coming up from the south, according to the radar, and they have had some fairly heavy rain at Worcester. We just happened to have caught it, and they're still off, actually, down there. There is a bit heading in this general direction, but whether it'll hit us or not, hopefully not.
First ball of a new Harrison over is pushed into the offside by Caleb Jewell, and there's no run. It's about this time of the day when the sun starts streaming into the commentary box. It makes it very difficult to work. That one is played off the back foot into the offside. It's hell in here.
Well, there's a couple of other boxes elsewhere on the circuit, which is, well, Canterbury, of course, first thing in the morning.
That is one.
Chelmsford likewise.
That's just hell anyway. Here comes Harrison and bowls. He goes for the expansive drive. Does Caleb Jewell gets a thick inside edge. Goes out towards square leg and he picks up a single.
Yes,
35 for 2. Sorry.
It's no. I was going to say it is funny the way we all slightly have blind spots about one ground or other, or more than one maybe.
Harrison strikes the pad. Oh, he's been given. So Harrison breaks through. Montgomery can't quite believe it. He turns and walks off, and Derbyshire lose their 3rd wicket. Harrison picks up his first, and they're 235 for 3.
Well, that's an interesting one. He looked to have a bit of a stride in. Let's just see how much of a stride.
Not a huge
stride. Not a huge stride, no. I think height was the only thing that might have been an issue. It would be interesting, actually, to see that from side on, because he seemed to hit him fairly high up. It's one that I've seen given not out, put that way, some of the ones. But, well, not as surprised as Matthew Montgomery was. Right. Here we go. Now, we are going to see it. Thank you very much. We are going to see it from side on. Easy to tell from... Well, the ump's in the best position.
Some you get, some you don't, I suppose.
Yeah. But it's an important wicket for Northamptonshire to get a wicket just before. There's still 13 overs to go until the new ball, but they would have wanted to try and break that partnership. If they get another one before the new ball, then they will feel they are in business.
No question. As, Wayne Madsen comes out at 5, which he won't have done. Well, he certainly hasn't. I'm sure in my time covering Derbyshire, he's never batted as low as 5. Possibly if a night watchman had been in and pushed him down the order, but certainly not slated for 5.
Similarly, I suspect Louis Kimber has never batted at 10 before, which he did. Well, he was actually 9 slated to and batted 9 in the first innings. Then there was a night watchman, so finished up batting 10 in the second innings. Guy that's got double 100 in the championship, etc.
Yeah, good player. And Harrison 1 for 19. Madsen just marks his guard, kicks away some of the dust that has accumulated even since tea. 235 for 3. In he comes, and Madsen pushes this out into the offside. The post tee tickle in the throat. I've no idea why.
If I have that piece of flapjack, I should be similarly afflicted.
That one is played interestingly into the offside square, fielded by George Scrimshaw. Madsen survives the final 2 balls of the over. And we see go down and have a chat with Caleb Jewell.
Harrison's 13th championship wicket of the season. So he's put in serious stint, as we were discussing before tea. 155, 156 overs he's bowled so far this year. I know it's not quite in the sort of the Titch Freeman bracket of the number of overs that he used to bowl and spinners of a much earlier vintage, but it's by modern standards, especially in April for a leg spinner. It's a lot of bowling, but you can see why, because he does give Northamptonshire, as Greg Smith was saying before tea, a bit of control. Here's Scrimshaw round the wicket to bowl to Jewell, who just with a little hop pushes it out into the leg side. They complete 1. That's all there will be as Luke Proctor, Northamptonshire's captain, comes round to field. 1 more to Jewell. He goes to 49. Important innings for him, as Fletcher's been underlining. 236 for 3. And Wayne Madsen to take strike against his old teammate, George Scrimshaw. With 2 slips and a gully. Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second, Bartlett in the gully, third man. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square and a long leg. Scrimshaw in and bowls to Madsen, who lets it go after you just sensed he was having a thought, well, should I play it after all? And then Lewis McManus didn't take cleanly. It's an interesting, rather a strange bit of cricket, that. One of those when you're tempted to say cricket was the loser, but anyway.
Suggestion of an inside edge for Matthew Montgomery.
Oh, right, okay.
Unhappy as he went up the steps, I'm told.
He didn't look a terribly chuffed
No, he didn't, did he?
bunny, did he? Here's Scrimshaw in bowls to Madsen, who looks to try and force it away on the offside. It goes off a inside edge into the leg side. And there is no run. Yes, he looked far from gruntled, I think it's fair to say.
Drew on Blue Sky, unimpressed.
Dear.
I won't read it out, Drew. I might get into trouble for that.
Here's Scrimshaw in bowls and cut away by Madsen for his first runs. Fielded down to the boundary by Ben Sanderson, who, tumbling, goes over the ropes, and he's now gradually
He'll get it.
dribbling the ball back towards where the action is. And the upshot of all that, it did take a while for Ben Sanderson to get to his feet and send it in, is that Wayne Madsen picks up 3 runs, his first 3 runs, 239 for 3, and as Greg Smith was saying before tea, Northamptonshire need really to keep Sanderson in cotton wool, for not just for Championship but for the T20 as well, because he's got 26 wickets in the T20 last year. Big part of Northamptonshire getting to finals day. Here's Scrimshaw in bowls to Jewell. Drops it down into the offside. And they will get a single, and that is 50 for Caleb Jewell. 50 off 69 balls, becomes the third Derbyshire batter to get to 50, and the fastest one, I suppose, which is not hugely surprising. 69 balls for his half-century.
What is this finals day you speak of?
It's this strange mythical event that takes place at Edgbaston, which Northamptonshire haven't been to for a long time, but did get there last year. Courtesy of beating Surrey at the Oval, which was rather nice. Here's Scrimshaw in bowls and a gorgeous straight drive from Wayne Madsen, and that will be 4 runs. And we haven't seen many, if any, better shots in the day. There was one that Matthew Montgomery played early on, very similar shot back past the bowler, but that was equally impressive. 244 for 3 at the end of the over. Jewell is 50, Madsen is 7. There are 12 overs to go before the second new ball is due. It is starting to get a wee bit dark over in the distance.
Yeah.
A bit black over Bill's mothers, as we used to say in our part of the world.
I fear you're right.
Sort your silencer out.
Calvin Harrison bowls to Jewell, turns it into the leg side. And there is no run. The suggestion is sort of 30% chance now and 40 in an hour's time, as that one is defended by Jewell. We might get away with it. We might not. It's as good as the forecast. It's as good as the weather forecast. It'll either rain or it won't. Jewell pushes this one out square on the offside for a single.
Well, a couple of showers sort of roughly around Leicester at the moment. It's just a question of what the precise track is. Sounding very meteorological there, but
Very good.
thank you.
I've got one of those shower trackers as well, but I can't find it. Harrison bowls. That was a quickish delivery that's pushed out into the offside by Madsen. Yeah. Oh no, let's volume up, turn the volume down. That one's punched off the back foot down the ground by Madsen, but Sanderson's there to pick it up so they don't take a run on this occasion. 2-4-5-4-3. Put Derby at the start of your message. No, that's a different number, isn't it? Here comes Harrison again. Full delivery. Madsen drives. Sanderson gets there with his left hand. That's nicely done by Ben Sanderson. Have to be careful there. There are now 3 cars out the back. Oh dear.
Some people are getting bored, I think.
I think so. The head coach and the bowling coach have been photographed. Stephen's just joined in there. He says, making merry with the players because they don't know they've been moved. Now, Stephen, if you were listening to the commentary, which you clearly weren't, and he probably isn't now, you'd have heard the story. You heard it here first.
Oh, absolutely. Always the exclusives are here.
Yeah. 246 for 3. That was the final ball of the over.
Scrimshaw it will be to continue from the city end. Large stand behind him. Slip and a gully. Scrimshaw in and bowls, and it's short of a length, and Madsen tries to pull it away, and it just scuffs it into the ground. It trickles out into the leg side. Madsen rehearses the stroke, but he picks up a single. He goes to 9, 247 for 3. So Northamptonshire with the first bowling point, and Derbyshire just 3 runs away from a first batting point.
They're almost at fever pitch out there, the supporters.
I was going to say there's strong men weeping out there at the moment. Here's Scrimshaw in, bowls, and the little jump. Jewel plays that out into the covers where Sales fields, and there is no run.
Finally got through all the adverts. And I've got the tracking the cloud tracker, whatever it's called, rain predictor. About 6 o'clock we might get something, 6 o'clock, 6:30, so we might not quite get to the very end.
We've got 26 left after this one, so good sort of best part of 2 hours. Scrimshaw in, bowls, and Jewel again just a little bit tucked up, plays it up towards mid-on where Proctor fields and there's no run. There's a piece of flapjack staring at me reproachfully from my notepad, and I daren't start to eat it because there's always the risk with flapjack of little bits going down the wrong way, or indeed gumming your teeth together, neither of which is conducive to talking on the wireless. Here's Scrimshaw in, that's a beauty. It just got a little bit big on Jewel. In the end he played it well with soft hands. Down past Gully, and he picks up another run down to third man, 52 to Jewel, 248 for 3. The sun has, at least for the moment, disappeared.
Wayne Madsen has moved past 24,000 all format runs.
Gosh, amazing.
That's ridiculous.
Remarkable stuff. Well, as we say, I think Griff said his 100th first-class appearance here on this ground.
Last home game. Yeah.
Last home game. Here's Scrimshaw going full and clipped away by Madsen out to deep backward square, where McSweeney fields down in front of the players' pavilion, and Madsen goes into double figures, 10 to him, 249 for 3. Northamptonshire physio. Clinical lead, in fact, I think is the formal title.
As it should be.
Lee Daggett,
Not all nonsense. Physio.
former Northamptonshire bowler, of course, carrying his bag of tricks around the boundary. Scrimshaw round the wicket to Jewel, and Jewel gets into line, pushes it up towards mid-on, just about reaches Luke Proctor there, and that's the end of the over. 249 for 3, Derbyshire. Jewel is 52, Madsen is 10. In the other games, Hampshire 235 for 8 against Essex at Chelmsford. Jake Lehman out for 89, always Dattleby Cross. And Ben Brown made 73. In fact, Hampshire now 9 down, 235 for 9 against Essex. Somerset 249 for 5 against Glamorgan at Cardiff. Tom Abel 44 not out.
Harrison begins a new over from the racecourse end, and Wayne Madsen goes to cut it. Goes over his bat and into the hands of Lewis McManus, who clutches onto it at the second or third time of asking. A bit more bounce than Madsen was expecting, possibly. This next delivery he drives, but doesn't time it, goes straight to Sales at extra cover. 249 for 3. Stand by for the ovation for the 250 as he strikes the pad. There's an appeal from behind the stumps.
Exclamation, I think. He's a little inside edge, I suspect, but
Well, I'm now getting suggestions that the ball might have hit the pad before it hit the bat when Montgomery was out, but anyway, he's out. That one is striking Madsen's pad as he pushes it through a bit quicker, Harrison. He's just inconveniencing Wayne Madsen here. He's on 10. Everybody's got to double figures. That's the main thing.
including extras.
249. We'd have to worry about them. 249 for 3. And Harrison in again. Madsen does chop it into the ground, down towards third man. That'll be 4. Entirely where he was aiming, I don't think, but he moves on to 14. And the 250 does indeed come up for Derbyshire. 253 for 3. Merely a ripple. It's gone up on the board now. Will that prompt anybody else to clap? Nah, not bothered. It's only a bonus point. Nobody cares.
I was going to say it's Friday, it's 5-5, but it's not quite.
No. Madsen waits, Harrison bowls to him and he defends it back to the ball. The over comes to an end at 253 for 3, 14 to Madsen, 52 to Jewell. They put on 79 for the third wicket with Matthew Montgomery before he became the first man out in the post-tea session for 54.
Well, 253 for 3. We have 9 overs to go until the second new ball. Game not quite in a sort of holding pattern yet, because Northamptonshire will know that if they could, as we were saying, nip another one out before the new ball, they would be very much in business. Slip and a gully. Scrimshaw round the wicket to bowl to Caleb Jewell, who has a little fiddle at that outside the off stump and looks cross with himself. Plays the shot that he meant to play. Little punch away.
A bit hurried, wasn't it?
It
Really?
was. I think it just did him on the angle, looking at that coming round the wicket. Maybe didn't bounce as much as he was expecting, but either way, gives Scrimshaw a bit of encouragement. In his 12th over, no wicket for 41, his first championship match of the season. Here's Scrimshaw in bowls and turned away nicely by Jewell. Certainly one. Will they take on Safe Sabe's arm? No, they won't. They'll settle for the single. Jewell to 53 and Derbyshire to 254 for 3.
I have a recollection of Scrimshaw bowling well in a championship match at Hove for Derbyshire some time ago.
Championship figures for Northamptonshire not massively distinguished.
Very fine white ball bowler, but
Well,
yeah, you're right.
26 wickets,
Yeah.
as did Ben Sanderson last year. They both got 26 T20 wickets. Here's Scrimshaw in. Short, pulled away by Madsen, but again, doesn't really time it. He's going to get a single down to deep square. Madsen to 15, 255 for 3. Field changes over for the left-handed Jewell. As I say, he hasn't played a great deal of red ball cricket for Northamptonshire. This is like his 13th championship match in his 3rd season at the club. He's in again, bowls and on the hip of Jewell, just turns it away comfortably, and they'll come back for 2. It's sort of one of those mutual consent ones where they know that Luke Proctor's not going to hair after it and stop the second, so they just jog through for 2. Proctor also doesn't exactly hair after it. Jewell to 55, 257 for 3. Scrimshaw and red ball cricket for Northamptonshire going into this game. 9 wickets at 50. Here's Scrimshaw in bowls and Jewell defends. Added to the covers, Sales Fields. His red ball record for Derbyshire, 16 wickets at 33.68.
Much better.
Much better. But as he and Sanderson both taking 26 T20 wickets last year. Scrimshaw's economy rate not in the same bracket as Sanderson's, but he did have the knack of getting people out. And as at the Oval, he's in again, bowls and very full to Jewell, who steers it down to backward point, and they come through for another single. Backward point is deep. So Jewell keeps the bowling for the start of the next over. He's 56, Madsen is 15, Derbyshire 258 for 3. In that game down at the Oval, I mentioned earlier, he dismissed Laurie Evans, Ollie Pope and Dan Lawrence. So a little bit of the sort of the Surrey engine room.
Absolutely.
On the way to a famous victory.
Just trying to find that game against Sussex. There he is. I thought he bowled well. In July 2023, Sussex bowled out for 402, but Scrimshaw 16.2 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 49. That first ball of a new over from Harrison is played back to him by Caleb Jewell, and then came out and saved the match. Next delivery is defended again by Jewell. That was the game in which Leas de Ploy scored 128 off 117 and Haider Alex 73 off 54. Between them, they put on 150 in next to no time as Derbyshire were chasing whatever it was, as Jewell plays it out into the offside for a single, moves on to 57, 260 for 3.
Thought it was interesting. Smith was with us before tea and was talking about the fact that he didn't think that Northamptonshire had been at their best today with the ball. It was a fairly honest assessment.
Matson tries to drive but mistimes it horribly, and it's fielded by Harrison off his own bowling. That first hour probably with the new ball was probably the most disappointing part of the day, I would have thought.
Agree.
As Madsen goes back and crashes it out into the offside, nicely stopped there by Sales at extra cover.
Yeah, it was all just a little bit scruffy, wasn't it, that first passage of play this morning. So when Ben Sanderson slips a couple down the leg side.
Yes, Madsen goes for the slog sweep really, and he's managed to get a bottom edge on it, and it's gone down to fine leg for 4 runs. He moves on to 19, 263 for 3 at the end of the over. 2 batters touch bats, which is the new punching gloves. Rather disappointing. Glenn Chappell and Greg Smith down below us going for a walk. They've taken a rather large lead over Darren Lehman, who's a quarter of the field away. He'll catch up in no time.
He will. He's getting a little bit gloomy. We're going to see a bit of off spin from Nathan McSweeney. Bowled 3 overs. Well, he bowled 1 over this morning before lunch, 2 overs this afternoon. Now he's going to come on again. So again, I think we can assume they're looking to try and get through a few overs here, hasten the second new ball. But it is getting a little bit murky.
Get the lights on. They won't make any difference, but get them on anyway.
Well, as Northamptonshire found during that slightly infamous Middlesex match, it didn't seem to make any difference because the lights were on and they still came off. Here's McSweeney round the wicket, bowls and forced away off the back foot by Jewell into the covers where Bartlett fields. And there is no run, 263 for 3. Slip, short extra cover. As McSweeney is in, quicker ball. And this time Jewell, in punching it away off the back foot, manages to miss the man in the ring. It goes out to the man sweeping out on the cover boundary, and they're through for a single. Jewell to 58, Derbyshire to 264 for 3. Wayne Madsen having a look around the field. 139 runs he scored this year at 34.75, turned away into the leg side for another run. More work for James Sales out there on the boundary to do. Takes Wayne Madsen to 20. 265 for 3. Decent partnerships today. 112 for the first wicket between Kame and Rees. McSweeney in again. Bowls to Jewell, pushes forward and only goes as far as Calvin Harrison in there at short extra. 44 for the second. 79 for the third. And 30 unbroken so far for the fourth, as Jewell trying to play that late, give himself some room to cut it away down past short third man. Doesn't succeed in beating Ben Sanderson there. Does his job in saving the one. McSweeney in again, bowls again flatter and quicker. This time it goes to Ben Sanderson's left, and he puts down a slightly weary left hand and misses it, and leaves it to James Sales coming round behind him, but they're able to come back for a second. So takes Caleb Jewell into the 60s, 60 to him. His highest score of the season, beating 56. 267 for 3 at the end of the over. There are 22 to go in the day, 6 to go until the new ball is due.
Yeah, that 56 was in the first game of the season. We all thought everything was fine against Worcestershire when they made 625 for 9 declared, I think. It's Harrison. Balls to Madsen, who gets a full delivery, pushes it towards Ben Sanderson, who does pick up cleanly on this occasion. And there is no run. Already these two have added 32. There's Harrison's in again. Madsen leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Still to come Brooke Guest. Well, Martin Anderson before Brooke Guest, but Martin Anderson and Guest, and then Zach Chappell, Ben Aitchison, all of whom can bat to varying degrees, as this one is chopped away by Madsen out towards the cover boundary. They go through for another single, 268. 4-3, and then Rory Hayden, who showed down at Kent, absolutely no inclination to bat. And Shoaib Bashir, who hung around very nicely with Lewis Rees in the first innings in a half-century stand for the 10th wicket. I wonder if those two will swap places, as this one's dabbed into the offside by Jewell. He sets off for a quick run, gets there comfortably in the end, as it's picked up by Harry Conway. Jewell's on 61, Madsen on 21, 269 for 3 now. As Harrison is in once more, Madsen plays it into the ground and it's fielded there by McSweeney. It's of such little consequence, this game, that 5 Live Sports Extra hasn't even thought about coming to us today, as that one is defended by Madsen and picked up by the bowler Harrison. That was the end of his 9th over, 1 for 32, 269 for 3, 61 to Jewell, 21 to Madsen. Even when there were only 4 games won in one round of matches, it rarely came to us.
Yeah, you think this was the big one?
Well, I would have said so.
Where the popular interest is. McSweeney will continue from the City end. 269 for 3, eminently satisfactory position for Derbyshire, and even more so if these two are still there when the second new ball is due in 5 overs time. Here's McSweeney round the wicket, bowls to Jewell, a little bit short, and Jewell again gives himself room, cuts it away down to deep backward point for a single. Jewell goes to 62, 270 for 3.
Just on the BBC's cricket correspondent. Is it New Road to see Ben Stokes?
Oh, right, okay.
So I'm told.
Here's McSweeney in again and whipped around the corner by Wayne Madsen, but George Bartlett is there looking to save one just behind square on the leg side and does so.
Might get 30 seconds before the football tonight.
Round the wicket again comes McSweeney, and little short arm jab from Madsen out to deep square, fielded by James Sales, who underarms the ball in without quite the force that Peter Willey used to do it. 271 for 3.
Is he back for the T20?
David, yes,
David
he
Willey.
is.
Sorry, no,
Yeah,
it's not Peter,
yeah,
but yeah.
no, yes, he is. Yeah,
I thought he
yeah,
would be.
captain again.
Yeah.
Defending that next ball.
Getting
Jewell.
my Willies mixed up.
Can't touch you for it. 271 for 3 is McSweeney. And again bowls, and again Jewell giving himself a little bit of room. Chops it down to backward point and comes through for a single. Sanderson fields. 63 to Jewell, 272 for 3. Just coming up to 5 o'clock.
Good shout. Panic me then.
Local time. Derby Central time. Oh, roundabout's getting busy.
Oh, it'll be horrible on there now.
There's McSweeney in, flights that one up and tickled round the corner by Madsen. Can't get it past George Bartlett, and another over ticks by. 20 to go in the day. 272 for 3. Jewel 63, Madsen 22. Greg Smith did reveal that he and Wayne Madsen are dining together tonight.
Yes, yes.
I don't know where they
I
would.
don't know how old Greg is. He's probably younger than Madsen, is he?
Could well be.
Well, he could, couldn't he?
Still playing a bit. He's still playing a bit in league cricket. Northamptonshire's president has just landed in the box next door to us.
I know, he's 43, so they'll be similar ages. That one all goes through Caleb Jewell, the first ball of a new Harrison over. Not sure how it didn't touch something on the way through, but it didn't. Something for Jewell to think about on 63. Harrison's in again. That one is played off the back foot and out into the offside for a single. He moves to 64, 273 for 3.
It's quite a popular viewing point, isn't it? The box next door to us, because we have Northamptonshire president and Ian Peck, we mentioned earlier.
No, they don't lock the door either. As this next one is driven to the building, or indeed the room, is driven into the offside. McSweeney doesn't get there, but it is fielded by Luke Proctor, who's behind him. Harrison again. Back goes Madsen and cuts out towards the cover boundary. They'll go through for a single. Ball thrown in by James Sales, who's out there now. Zabe is on the square leg. Oh no, he's not. He's on the point boundary now because he's left-hander Caleb Jewell. And Jewell pushes this next delivery into the offside, where it's fielded by George Bartlett. Jewell will be feeling a lot better about life, I would imagine. He looked particularly disappointed down at Kent. He pushes this one square on the offside. Conway gets around to pick the ball up at about the same time as Jewell says no. There was never a single there. It was the end of the over. 274 for 3, 64 to Jewell, 23 to Wayne Madsen. Big Clive's been on.
Well, hello, Clive.
Yeah.
What's he got to say? Is it repeatable?
I haven't read it yet.
Fair enough. McSweeney will continue from the City end. Bowling initially to Wayne Madsen. Now, Harry Conway's nearly at long on. He's sort of about 10 yards in, but he's just being moved a little bit straighter by his housemate, Nathan McSweeney. Turned around the corner. First ball of the over by Madsen. Bartlett fielding just behind square.
I don't really understand it, so I'll not bother.
McSweeney fires that one in on leg stump and clipped away by Wayne Madsen for a single down to Sales at deep square. Madsen to 24, 275 for 3. Field rearranges itself for the left-handed Caleb Jewell. Harrison now going in at sort of short cover position, and Bartlett in at short extra, and they're bringing Harry Conway in just a touch at long off rather to a deep mid off, steered down to point by Jewell. Next ball from McSweeney, fielded by Harrison. McSweeney in again, and Jewell defends back down the pitch. 3 balls to go in the over, and then 2 balls to go in the over rather, and then 2 overs to go until the new ball is due. Here's McSweeney, flights that one right up edged, and it's gone. I think he got an edge to it. It's gone past Vasconcelos. No, it didn't hit anything. Must have just landed in a foothold, and has gone for 4 byes. That'll please Lewis McManus not a great deal. Yeah, it just landed in. It was very, very full, and it hit footmarks and beat the keeper, beat slip, and went down to the boundary for 4 byes. 279 for 3. McSweeney in again. And Jewell defends. Back down the pitch. He's not the worst, Nathan McSweeney, as an off spinner. He's got a bit of a reputation back in Australia for being the partnership breaker, just nipping in with a useful wicket here or there. As I say, he picked up a wicket with his 4th ball in Championship cricket against Lancashire back at the start of April. 279 for 3. And just a couple of overs to go before the next fairly important phase of this match will be upon us, which is when the second new ball is taken, and Northamptonshire will need to make decent use of it. As Madsen drives the first ball of the over up to deepish mid-on. There's an easy single to be had as Sales fields. Now for Jewell, Harrison is just bringing Harry Conway up into the ring to save 1 at backward point. Round the wicket he goes, and forced away by Jewell past the aforementioned Harry Conway, out to save Zabes, sweeping on the boundary, and they pick up another run. Jewell goes to 65, 281 for 3. Harrison just a slip in, bowls, and he turns that around the corner, Wayne Madsen. I think he got bat on it, goes down to fine leg where Conway feels they take on his arm. There's an appeal for a run out, and that was a little bit tight. I think he was home, and the umpire certainly of that opinion, but it was a slightly risky second, taking on Conway's arm, but no, he was home fairly comfortably, I think. Madsen to 27, 283 for 3. Gosh, that would have been an awful way to lose a wicket in this stage. Quicker ball from Harrison. Madsen punches it out into the covers. McSweeney fields. And there's no run. Partnership now worth 48 for the 4th wicket. Here's Harrison in again, bowls, and lovely flowing squared cut from Madsen. He's going to pick up 2 down to deep backward point. Sanderson fields, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. Madsen goes to 29, 285 for 3. There's a ripple. There's a definite ripple.
Just about a ripple, yeah.
I've seen 1 or 2 look as though they might be heading home for tea.
Yeah, that kind of time, isn't it?
Time on a Friday. Harrison in and bowls to Madsen, who defends. Up towards mid-on. That's the end of the over as a helicopter comes up from the south over the ground. 285 for 3. Jewell is 65. Madsen is 29. And we have 1 over to go until the second new ball becomes due.
Till the end of the phony ball.
Yes. Holding pattern.
Could well be very important. Unusually, it's usually a very important first hour. It could be a very important last hour.
It could.
For Northamptonshire especially. Derbyshire 285 for 3. And Caleb Jewell crouching over his bat as McSweeney begins a new over. Just chops that one away. They're going to come back for 2 on the arm of Ben Sanderson, who's out there on the cover boundary. I bet he's delighted to be out there. He may well be bowling fairly shortly, you would have thought, along with Harry Conway. He's down at long off to the left-hander in front of the chairman's box. Jewell on 67 waits as his fellow Australian bowls his cut away. I'm not exactly sure what Calvin Harrison was doing there, but he stopped it. Did a full pirouette. As McAndrew bowls, gives that one a bit of air, and Jewell just guides it down the ground, really. An all-Australian play as it's picked up by Harry Conway in the far distance. He moves on to 68 now, Caleb Jewell. He's a Tasmania. I know he is an Australian technically, but he's from Tasmania. They're completely different. This next delivery is turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. He's the quietest Australian I've ever met. Caleb Jewell keeps himself to himself. He just asked Luke Proctor if he can change his gloves before the... he's having a drink before the new ball is taken, and as you'd expect, Luke Proctor says, well, of course you can. Do what you want. McSweeney bowls to Madsen, who pushes it straight back to him. And the final ball with this ball. Would have been better if I'd said delivery. Will be bowled over the wicket by Nathan McSweeney. To Wayne Madsen, who clips him into the leg side quite straight. Just fools. George Bartlett in there? No, it can't be. Might be.
It is.
It is.
Yes,
George
it is.
Bartlett hasn't fielded that close to the bat for a long time. Fools him, goes down the ground, and they pick up another single. Madsen on 30, Jewell on 68, 289 for 3 as the second new ball becomes available, and Mitch Wagstaff brings out drinks for both batters, and he's got gloves, he's got a towel, he's got all sorts, Mitch there. Haven't seen much of him. He's got a couple of centuries for the seconds this season so far, Mitch Wagstaff. Was in the match day squad. A couple knocking on the door. Yusuf bin Naeem batting nicely, apparently, and Amrit Basra has scored a century and picked up wickets in the, or did do in the match that finished against Leicestershire yesterday. And there is the new ball. Paul Baldwin sort of showing it to people.
It has been brandished by umpire Paul Baldwin towards the scorers, sitting immediately to our right. And Ben Sanderson is going to take the new ball. As I say, neither he nor Harry Conway got a lot out of it this morning. Both of them, the lines not quite as tight as you would normally expect. Certainly, as we've seen this year in the matches so far, Harry Conway is doing a little sort of knees up dance down on the boundary in front of the boundary bar. Now, there were 3 slips in, and they've now taken one of them out, and he's gone into mid-wicket. So, Ben Sanderson with the new ball, 2 slips in, bowls wide outside the off stump, and cut away by Madsen for 4. Actually, no, it's not going to go. It's stuck. Was it? It's just stuck in the outfield.
He sort of looped it
was
in
up
the
in the
air.
air.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
a
it
weird
was-
one, that.
It was a wide ball. It wasn't a great. Again, it wasn't a great bit of cricket. It was a wide ball outside the off stump. Madsen cut it, got underneath it a little bit, safely enough. I thought it was going to go down to the boundary, and it just stuck in the outfield. And as a result, they come back for 3, 292 for 3.
Very excitingly, both fielders who chased it lost their floppy white sun hats, so they were strewn about the outfield.
Well, it was a bit of a Larry Loosener from Ben Sanderson, who's in his 16th over. They're getting their money's worth again. The field is people running in all directions. Bartlett's going into the gully. McSweeney's coming across to extra cover. And Sanderson round the wicket to the left-handed Caleb Jewell, who steers it past gully down to Safe Zabe coming in off the boundary at deep point, and comfortable single to Caleb Jewell, who goes to 69, 293 for 3. Yes, I don't know why it should surprise any of us, and you do come across as sort of a quiet, modest and humble Australian, but I remember when Mike Hussey came to Northamptonshire, and again he was very much out of the same mould. Goodness, what a player he was.
Wasn't
Here's Sanderson in and bowls on leg stump, pushed up to mid-on by Madsen, fielded there by George Scrimshaw. Lights are not on, I don't think they're probably needed just yet, but it may not be too much longer before they might be required. It's, well, as I say, with memories of that Middlesex game very much in my memory, I think this was about the time they probably would have come off. Here's Sanderson. In and bowls outside the off stump, and Madsen tries to force it away and just cloths it into the ground. It rolls up to extra cover, and there is no run. The shower that we were just keeping half an eye on looks to have fizzled out a bit somewhere south of Derby, so hopefully we might be okay. Some filthy weather over to the west. Here's Sanderson in bowls and pushed up to mid-on. A little bit more force and slightly better timing from Madsen, but Scrimshaw moving to his right at mid-on cuts it off. And so they had, I think, a bit of a storm down at Worcester, and around the sort of the marches. It's some really heavy rain by the look of it, but not here. Sanderson, 1 wicket already on leg stump and clipped away by Madsen down to deep backward square. Good fielding, really good fielding from Safe Sabe. Quickly to the ball, gets rid of it, gets the throw in and keeps it to 1. So Madsen keeps the bowling. 34 to him off 47 balls, 69 to Jewell. It's 294 for 3. And Harry Conway peeling off his sweater, handing over his floppy hat to umpire James Treadwell, and he will take the new ball from the City end.
Ice cream van has just departed.
Oh no.
They've decided they're not going to sell anymore.
Is it still a first-class fixture if there's no ice cream van here?
The one at Canterbury stayed there 24 hours a day, and the guy obviously left in his very expensive car from all the profits. It was very warm there on days 1 and 2 especially.
Wasn't quite as warm when Northamptonshire were down there, second week of the season, but
No,
but they were still there. The
couple of chilly matches, weren't they?
But the van was still there.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's got an engine. Conway from the City end to bowl to Madsen, who leaves the first ball of the over alone to go through to the keeper.
George Bartlett just bowling that one on to Nathan McSweeney. If he gets a go, then it'll be 9 bowlers used in the day.
And it doesn't look like there's any room, but they just shove them all slightly tighter and slightly smaller font.
I'll struggle to get another one in there. I think it's tight.
It's his 13th over of the day. Conway is in now, bowls to Madsen, who almost chops on. He gets an inside edge, and it dribbles away into the leg side behind the stumps. There's a little bit of good fortune now, the Derbyshire skipper, as he moves on to 35, 295 for 3. Perhaps Conway getting a bit of movement with the new ball off the pitch. I don't know how warm it is out there. You'd think the ball would move through the air in this case. It's quite heavy now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Perhaps it'll start swinging tomorrow when Derbyshire bowling. Raining at Bristol. They're going to start again at 5:25 though, so 10 minutes time. Here comes Conway. 2 slips and a gully. Bowls to Jewell, who turns this one into the leg side. Conway chases after it initially and then realises that the fielder out there has got far more chance of getting to it before he does, Nathan McSweeney, and then decides to leave it for him. But he was off. He was ready to go to the edge of the circle. So I think he and Shoaib Bashir will keep us royally entertained throughout the course of the 4 days. Whether batting, fielding or indeed bowling. He's bowling now, Conway, not McSweeney. Conway bowls now, it's left alone by Madsen. And he just stops at the end of his follow-through, just have a look at the stumps. How far away was that? Not far, probably, but far enough.
Just had a little word. The last word of which was mate. I detect only the... Oh, crikey, that was tight.
Yeah, it was a good leave.
Yeah, it was.
Moved away as well, actually, which helped Wayne Madsen enormously. If it had jagged back in, he'd have been in all sorts of trouble. He's on 35. It's only his 3rd game of the season, of course, Wayne Madsen. As Conway bowls, it's driven. That's a fine piece of fielding by Nathan McSweeney, diving away to his left. If that had gone past him, I fancy it might have been a struggle to catch it before it reached the Monarch stand.
Hampshire have collapsed in a heap.
It's not like them.
No, 193 for 4 to 235 all out.
They are struggling.
6 for 30 odd runs.
Really struggling this season. Give nobody any pleasure, of course. As Conway is in, bowls to Madsen, who just very trademark push square. Conway's not happy with something as Madsen picks up another single to move to 36 and keeps the strike, 297 for 3.
Now the umpires are going to consult, and I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see the lights coming on.
I wouldn't be surprised.
3 wickets each for Sam Cook and Vian Mulder down there. Essex have just started their reply, 19 for no wicket at Chelmsford.
Here we go. Paul Baldwin on the radio. And there it is. That's what's causing that. We found out in the last match.
Oh,
We get a
right.
bit of interference from the radio.
Well, they've...
I don't know why.
Jane, the scorer, has spoken through the serving hatch. It's like a,
She tells Jamie. Jamie then gets on the radio to somebody. There's a chain of command. And
it's job creation. It's very
in
impressive.
about 2 or 3 minutes, somebody will go to the big switch.
It's like a little serving hatch through there, isn't
Yes.
it?
Yeah.
Somerset 283 for 6.
Here's Johnny.
Against Glamorgan down in Cardiff. Tom Abel 67 not out. Here's Sanderson in and bowls to Madsen again on leg stump. Most un-Sanderson-like, and it's turned away down to deep backward square for a single. It's been a little bit straight today. We saw that this morning. Madsen to 37, 298 for 3. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 273 for 7 against Surrey. Joe Clark 112 not out. Jack Haynes made 82. Here's Sanderson round the wicket to Caleb Jewell, who's squared up, and it goes off a thick outside edge between second slip and gully. It's just as it gone, just about being kept in by Harry Conway. And they come back for 3, and that brings up the 300 for Derbyshire. So a second batting bonus point, 301 for 3. Jewell goes to 73. Leicestershire 276 for 7 against Sussex down at Hove. Nobody's got 50 there. Lots of 30s and 40s. 4 wickets for Jack Carson, the off-spinner. Here's Sanderson in bowls to Madsen, who tries to force off the back foot, and a curious looking stroke. I'm not quite sure how to describe it.
It looks like it kept a bit low on him.
Yeah,
and
he
was
almost-
reaching for it.
He almost sort of toppled forwards. Bit like me trying to get something out of the washing basket. Lose your balance. 301 for 3. Here's Sanderson. In and bowls. No ball called. Another one. Called by umpire Baldwin. Was that 7 or 8 today? I was just trying to...
8.
8, yeah.
5. Bowled by Ben Sanderson.
Well, as I say, he does go through these little patches with no balls. But Very frustrating for all concerned. Warwickshire all out for 147 at Edgbaston against Yorkshire. Here's Sanderson in bowls and turned away by Madsen down behind square on the leg side. More work for Safe Zabe. Coming in off the boundary. A single takes Madsen to 38, Derbyshire to 304 for 3. So that game is moving ahead at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 147 all out. Yorkshire 84 for 3. Harry Brook has just gone in. He's only hit 1-6 in his first 28 balls.
Has to get a move on.
29 not out off 28 with a 6 and 5 4s, so he hasn't been doing a lot of running. Jewel back on strike. Sanderson round the wicket to him and he leaves that alone. Goes through to Lewis McManus. Off for rain at Bristol, as you mentioned. Gloucestershire 240 for 4 against Kent. Ben Charlesworth made 85. Side that Northamptonshire play next, down at Bristol. And at Old Trafford, Lancashire 201 all out against Middlesex, who just started their reply. And still off for rain at Worcestershire, 149 for 4, Worcestershire against Durham. Sanderson, round the wicket, bowls to Jewel, who pushes it up back past Sanderson. Proctor comes across from mid-on to field, and that's the end of the over as the lights start to take effect. 304 for 3. Jewel is 73, Madsen 38. We have 13 overs left in the day, and the umps are coming together to talk about something. Well, the lights are coming on.
Won't get appreciably lighter.
No, it won't. It won't. It's well, as I say, let's just say I've seen other instances this season when I think we might have been heading back to the pavilion.
Harry Conway from the City end bowling to the Derbyshire skipper Wayne Madsen, who drives it up to mid-on. It's fielded by Sanderson, and there's no run. No sign of any ground staff down below us on the hover cover. Or indeed coming out of their hut, and it just gets a little brighter now with those lights taking effect. First sight of Derbyshire at the top of the stairs, came out to have a look, and he's gone back in again. 2 slips and a gully for Conway. Madsen clips this off his pads out towards Scrimshaw. He's going to come back for the second on the Scrimshaw arm. He gets there. Does Wayne Madsen. That's good running, and you can hear the banging on the windows from inside the changing rooms. It's a very annoying habit. Just come and sit outside and applaud. Oh, the Derbyshire, the Northamptonshire players will almost certainly do the same as well. I imagine sitting indoors watching an entire day's cricket through a window.
It's like being a little cocoon in there, isn't it?
306 for 3. Madsen up to 40 with those 2 runs as Conway is in. Bowls a full delivery that Madsen pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run out to the boundary. Goes James Sales on the leg side. How close he'll get to the rope. But there's a huge expanse on the leg side now, which is completely unguarded. They're happy to give Wayne Madsen the clip towards straight mid-wicket. As Conway is in, and it strikes him on the pad. There's a big appeal. Not out, says umpire Treadwell. He's leaning back now, and now he's going.
I think he's
trudging
James
back.
Treadwell suggesting it was going down, which it was. It was also might have been a little bit high.
He is marvellous. He is absolutely marvellous to watch. Harry Conway.
I don't know. Harry Conway was just having a word with James Treadwell. Whether he wants it in writing or not, I don't know. It's possible.
How can you deny me? He's into bowl to Madsen, who just guides this into the offside. Where it's fielded by Luke Proctor, who now has the cap. And back on. Louis Kimber is out there as well, just stretching his hips. If you can stretch your hips, I'm not sure you can. Well, I know I can't, but he's all right, he can move around. He's been sitting down all day like us. It's not easy, you know. 306 for 3. Last ball of Conway's 14th over. 1 for 58 his figures up to this point. And he bowls to Madsen, who clips it into that sort of straight mid-wicket area. Ben Sanderson does really well there, because at one point it looked like he wasn't going to be able to sort his feet out to get to the right side of the ball, but he did. And Madsen moves on to 41 and pinches the strike. 307 for 3 with Jewel on 73. His highest score of the season.
It's that time of day when the umpires just keep looking at each other and they just
gazing at the sky.
Just start to get a little bit twitchy, don't they?
Yeah.
But,
they needn't.
But the thing is, Fletcher, I mean, we visited this ad nauseum in the Middlesex game, but if you're going to invest in floodlights, and that's the expectation, then what's the point? If you're going to put them on and then comes, a few minutes later come
indeed.
off.
Well, Derbyshire had hoped to have new lights by this season, but they've just got a couple of hurdles to get over in the planning process. Bats, I believe, are involved.
Oh, okay.
The flying variety.
Sanderson running away from us and bowls to Madsen almost with exaggerated care, pushes that up towards extra cover. McSweeney comes across to field and there is no run.
Yeah, they're going to be slightly taller and LED, which means at the flick of a switch, the whole place will be illuminated. Because playing the T20 in May and June, not really needed that much.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowls and beats Madsen outside the off stump. He did pull the bat inside the line, but I think after the ball had gone past and then just indicates with his hand that nipped a little bit away from him. These two have had any number of tussles down the years.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sanderson a whippersnapper at 37. Madsen, 42 now?
Yeah.
Running away from us. Bowls and Madsen defends out into the covers and there's no run. I did ask Ben Sanderson during the Lancashire match about the fact that Jimmy Anderson was still bowling beautifully at nearly 44 and whether he was then planning to go on as long as that, and he said the over rate's a bit slower in Test cricket, suggesting that he hasn't had to bowl as many overs maybe as Ben has, but not sure whether the figures would support that view. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls and driven fluently by Madsen, taking a step down the pitch, but drives it straight to mid-off where Luke Proctor fields, and there's no run. Proctor, for my money, I don't know what you think, Fletch, probably the pick of the bowlers today.
Yeah, no, he bowled well.
He's been very tidy. Harrison's asked a few questions, but neither Sanderson nor Conway perhaps quite at their best today. Here he is again, Sanderson outside the off stump, left alone with a flourish by Wayne Madsen.
Could be many more things more annoying for a bowler than seeing a batsman do that.
It was a late decision to leave, wasn't it? But it was entirely correct.
That was Terry on the walkie-talkie that time.
That's extraordinary that
Isn't
it comes across here. Well, 307 for 3. Sanderson in and bowls and just hurries Madsen a little bit. It was a much better over from Ben Sanderson. Possibly the best six he's bowled today. 307 for 3 at the end of the over. Jewell is 73, Madsen is 41. Sanderson 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 41. So not in any way, shape or form saying Ben Sanderson has bowled badly, but he just sets very high standards, and we saw what he's capable of in the previous game against Worcestershire, and I suppose unsurprisingly, because they're not robots, he just hasn't quite had the same nip today, but it's a different surface, of course. Oh,
we might even get what they're saying in a minute, but the sound of it, I can't think of a way of stopping it.
It's like the Doctor Who and the Cybermen, circa 1973.
Conway in and bowls. That one's up in the air off the... probably off the splice into the leg side, and Conway races after it. He had absolutely no chance of getting anywhere near it. He's currently as far away from the pitch as probably every single player. Jewell picks up a single to move to 74, but he wasn't in control of that. The NV has got itself in a bit of a tangle, because it's currently suggests that's better. Perhaps it was just me. Might just have been me. Here comes Conway to bowl to Madsen, who drives out to the extra cover boundary for 4. I had no idea if he'd... this is how dark it is, really. If he'd got full value for that, and he certainly did, out towards the covered stand in the distance.
That's a magnificent shot, wasn't
Moves
it?
on to 45, effortless. And for a moment, I thought he'd spooned it to McAndrew.
Nobody moved.
McSweeney, rather. No, they didn't. So he's obviously hit it very well. Too good for my eyes.
And mine.
And in comes Conway again. This time it's short of a length, and he swivels on it, sends it out towards Sales on the square leg boundary, goes through for the single, moves to 46, 313 for 3.
One of those days in terms of interviews. Well, I think you all have more choice than I have.
Well, I don't have any choice. I just speak to who I'm told to speak to.
Oh, right, okay.
By the powers that be. I'm more than happy not to have to make any decisions. Just pray that the people are still there who we're supposed to be speaking to.
Yes.
Conway is in to Jewell, who leaves that one alone outside the stump to go through to the keeper.
Do with somebody doing something in the last 10 overs or so of the day, if we get them in. But, at the moment, it has the feel of a coach day.
Yes. Derbyshire had one of those when they'd conceded 191 runs to the 9th wicket pair against Gloucestershire. Fortunately, I was at Burton, but he sent the batting coach out. In comes Conway, and that's pushed into the offside by Jewell. There's no run. Probably the last thing you want when the bowling unit has struggled a bit is to be speaking to the batting coach. But Chris Wright did speak to us after one game. I can't remember. The first home game of the season, the draw. Mickey Arthur had legged it to go to his daughter's wedding in Perth. Entirely understandable, of course. Final ball of Harry Conway's 15th over. Bowls it to Caleb Jewell. That's way down the leg side. No, it's not the final ball because it's been signalled wide. He's going to have to bowl it again. He's not a happy man. It was quite wide, though. I'm not sure it was wide enough to be called wide.
Well, put it this way: if that was a wide, then the one that went for 4 byes, this morning,
that's a good shout. Should have been a wide.
Should have been a wide,
yeah.
but anyway, fine. But it was it was wayward, certainly.
No column for that, though. A wide or a wayward. He'll be angry. It's a good delivery, that one. It's on off stump, and it's just dabbed into the offside by Caleb Jewell for his 75th run of his innings. 315 for 3. Madsen has 46. Between them, they've put on 80 so far. The dignitaries next door have had enough.
Yes, they perhaps going back for their cocktails or whatever they get in the chairman's box.
Whatever they want, I think.
Yeah. One of those sort of places, is it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Sanderson will continue from this racecourse end. 315 for 3. Excellent, excellent day for Derbyshire. Just lost the 3 wickets. Rees for 39. Kane for 73. They were both in the afternoon session, and then Matthew Montgomery for 54. Next ball from Sanderson, start of a fresh over. Again, just squares up Caleb Jewell a little as he plays defensively, but solidly enough. There are a few people starting to maybe just drift out of the ground. Pentagon roundabout looks a little less busy than it did maybe an hour ago, half an hour ago. 2 slips and a gully, waiting for a nick as Sanderson in bowls. They're not going to get one there because it's driven off the middle of the bat by Caleb Jewell out to deep cover for a single. He goes to 76, 316 for 3. Or as I called it this morning, the Pentangle roundabout. I was trying to think of their big hit. It was light.
Did they have one?
They did. Well, it was used as a TV theme in the late 60s. Light Flight, I think it was called.
We'll soon find out.
I can hear it going through my head. His Sanderson in, bowls, and clipped away by Madsen. More work for Safe Zabe to do down at deep square. It's a single. Madsen goes to 47, 317 for 3.
But I'll soon find out. That might take slightly longer than I'd imagine.
Field changes over for the left-handed Jewell on 76. Comfortably exceeding his highest score of the season coming into this match, which was 56. Sanderson in, bowls to him, and he lets that go through to Lewis McManus. The television series, I'm pretty sure, was Take 3 Girls,
That might help me.
with Lisa Goddard, Susan Jameson, and somebody else. My dad was certainly in an episode of it.
Light Flight, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
The airliner either going in or coming out of East Midlands Airport in the distance as that nips back from Sanderson, and Caleb Jewell, it bounces off thigh pad. Oh, dearie me. Bounces off his thigh pad, drops down into the onside. McManus shies at the stumps because Jewell was a little bit off balance. Went through for a sharp single, threw at the stumps at the non-striker's end, missed, and so, unfortunately for Northamptonshire, did George Scrimshaw, who was supposed to be backing up, gave it the long barrier, but no part of the long barrier came into contact with the ball, and it went for 4. So come 5, and Caleb Jewell goes into the 80s because he obviously got a little bit of bat on it.
With a run that he didn't even
No,
intend.
he didn't even want. And,
No.
you know,
No.
81 to him, 322 for 3. As the Northamptonshire dignitaries walk round, I would assume, to the car park. Unless they're staying at the hotel, I suppose, which is possible.
I'm not sure that's a hotel designed for dignitaries,
No.
if I'm honest.
322 for 3. Here's Sanderson in and bowls and clipped away by Madsen. That's going to be 4. Away through mid-wicket. Once it had beaten the man in the ring, it was just too much to do for Safe Zabe. And that is yet another half-century for Wayne Madsen, who becomes the 4th half-centurion of the day. 51 off 72 balls.
came from 72 balls and contained 5 fours.
There you go. So those are the vital statistics. Becomes the 4th half-century maker of the day. 326 for 3. Partnership closing in on 3 figures. 91 they've put on now.
The 138th time Wayne Madsen's reached 50 in his career. He's gone on to make 43 centuries.
Extraordinary record. Now, for the start of the next over, they've moved second slip out to gully.
Conway runs towards us from the city end. Bowl to Caleb Jewell, who leaves the first ball alone outside the off stump. 326 for 3. Derbyshire, having won the toss this morning, and decided they'd have about first. Got about half an hour's worth of cricket left if we can get it all in. It's not getting any darker. One or two more people decide that their boss is going to leave soon. Friday night, things to do. People to meet. Now the football season's finished. They're all over the cricket and sports scene at 6. As this next delivery is defended by Caleb Jewell out into the offside. It's picked up by Sales and there's no run. I keep looking across to the west for the weather, but the Derbyshire Falcons flag suggests I should be looking the other way, and the clouds up above barely seem to be moving either way. What happens will happen. It's Conway around the wicket to his fellow Australian Jewell, who goes up on his toes and cuts this one away. He'll get one, I fancy, as George Scrimshaw comes in off the backward point boundary to do the fielding.
Well, the
Moves
weather,
to 82.
sorry, Fletch. The weather radar is suggesting it's just coming up pretty much due south.
Which is bizarre, isn't it?
Maybe
Which is-
slightly
which
from
is from there.
Maybe slightly from the southwest,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's somewhat counterintuitive, but
I don't understand weather really. If I'm honest.
well, as you say, it'll do what it'll do.
Yeah. Conway, halfway through his 16th over, bowls to the Derbyshire skipper Madsen, who just pushes it out into the offside, sets off for a single and shouts no at the same time. There wasn't one there. It was picked up by Nathan McSweeney. So my little app suggested it might pass either side of Derby, but there is an awful lot of horrible weather around Stoke and Birmingham. But that's Stoke and Birmingham for you, isn't it? Really?
I say they're around the sort of Welsh marches as well. It looks a bit. It's a bit dodgy.
Might even be raining in Manchester unusually. As Conway's in, that's a drive from Wayne Madsen. He mistimes it. Goes straight to Proctor at mid-off. Just in time for everybody to play cricket tomorrow. Bit of gloomy weather coming in. There's a big football match just no more than half a mile from my front door tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow night. Bolton against Bradford in the playoffs. There'll be a lot of people at that. As Conway's in, bowls to Madsen, who defends it back towards him. He leaves it to go through to Proctor. And that was the final ball of his 16th over. 1 for 68, 327 for 3. Caleb Jewell has 82. Madsen has 51, and the partnership is now worth 92 runs.
Off for rain, off bad light, beg your pardon, at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 147 all out, Yorkshire 110 for 4. Harry Brook 29 not out, but they are off, as I say, for the light.
Need better lights then, don't they? Maybe test standard lights like these.
Well, they're doing the job at the moment, and that we are still playing. And I think you're right, actually. I think it has maybe the natural light's just improved a tad.
The good thing about these lights is they're not strong enough to cast shadows in 6 directions, so you're never quite sure.
Sanderson running away from us. Round the wicket, bowl to Caleb Jewell, who pushes it up back past Sanderson. Proctor comes round from mid-on to tidy up. 327 for 3.
Being a Tasmania, be used to gloomy weather, won't it?
Not quite as windy. It gets very windy, doesn't it? In Tasmania, I've never been there.
No, neither have I. I've never been below the equator. In fact, I don't go anywhere really.
South of
Went to
Hove.
Canterbury last week. Yeah, don't go south of Hove, no.
Here's Sanderson in bowls and just maybe holds that one back a touch and worked into the onside by Jewell, straight to Sales at mid-wicket.
I don't think that's strictly true because I'm fairly sure that Plymouth and Exeter are both south of Hove, and I do go there.
Yes.
Not to Exeter next season, I'm delighted to say, but Plymouth look like we'll go to Plymouth.
Well, Rafi Weatherall will be doing his exams in Exeter at the moment, or not necessarily at this moment, but that's why he's not playing in this match. Round the wicket comes Sanderson, and Jewell defends out to extra cover. And there is no run.
Terry's getting cold, he's put his sweater on.
He has, yeah. Well, Terry tomorrow, no, it'll be Sunday, won't it? He'll be doing the park run. He always does whatever the nearest park run to
Magnificent.
the ground on which Northamptonshire happen to be playing. So he will be
Fair play.
herring around somewhere or other. Not quite sure where the nearest one will be.
Rather him than me.
Well, indeed. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Jewell, who just plays across that a tad. It goes out into the leg side where Sales fields and immediately sets to work trying to keep the shine on the ball. 327 for 3. There's a goal which may have got lost.
We couldn't be further
Over
from the
Derby,
sea.
I was going to say. Just dipping over the ground. Sanderson again, bowls to Jewell, who defends. Out to extra cover. And there is no run. Large crane over just the distance. I'm not sure what that's working on. Well, it's not working on anything at the moment, but
Cranes seldom do they? It seems to me.
don't often see them in action. Here's Sanderson. In again, bowls to Jewell, who plays it out to Sales, who's had a busy over in there at mid-wicket. End of the over. Just a single off it. 327 for 3. 82 to Jewell, 51 to Madsen. The partnership worth 92. Sanderson, 20 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 52. So going at comfortably less than 3 and over. We've had 89 overs in the day, so 7 to go as the clock ticks round towards 6 o'clock. So we're just going to be, assuming we get them all in, just a little bit into overtime, but not too much.
Give the traffic time to clear.
Yes, well, that's true.
Conway, 17th over of the day. City end bowls to Madsen, who guides it down towards third man. He's got a hand on it again, Harrison, and he's not happy. As Madsen comes back for the second, Zabe comes around to do the fielding. Once again, he just gets struck on the hand as he tried to field that one.
I mean, I'm assuming it may be this issue that he had in the previous game, because when he went off straight away, couldn't finish the over. We were all slightly fearing the worst, but he did come back on the field fairly soon thereafter and batted with no apparent ill effects, but maybe just caught it in the wrong place earlier today.
Conway to Madsen, who guides it to the right of Harrison. This time he doesn't put his hand down, though, rather wisely, because they were always going to take a single, which indeed they do. Madsen moves to 54, 330 for 3. What's happened to Derbyshire's fragile batting in this match? Cricket makes no sense, really, does it?
Not a lot, in the nicest possible way.
Oh, absolutely. You turn up at the ground and pretty much anything could happen. And Nothing has happened with the Derbyshire batters. This Jewel just defends this next one from Conway back towards the bowler. He's 18 runs away from his first century of the season. And now, I'm not sure whether he made any in the Sheffield Shield. It could be his first century since last season. With an average in the 20s, I'd be surprised if he did. He waits now as Conway bowls trim and he goes back and cuts this one out towards a backward point where it's fielded by Scrimshaw. Moves on to 83, 331 for 3. Field swaps over. The annoying left-handed and right-handed combination out there.
As there has been for a good chunk of the day.
Still no message from Kevin Howells about a late excitement on Sports Extra. If you haven't listened to that service, you really ought to. It goes around the grounds and tries to find the big story. As Conway's on his way in, Madsen just turns it into the leg side. And again, they trot through for a single. Very comfortable indeed. Madsen moves to 55. The partnership up to 97 at 332 for 3.
He did get one during the winter.
Oh, did he?
Made 102, one century, 150, and average 25. Just less than
I beg his pardon.
25.
Thank you, Radders. Well, he's 17 shy as Conway comes in and bowls him and he drives it, and now he's 13 shy. That was a glorious shot from Caleb Jewell out towards the extra cover boundary. His 7th 4. He moves on to 87. Derbyshire up to 336 for 3. The umpires are looking at each other again. Umpire Treadwell looks a bit twitchy. On the century stand, 141 balls for these two.
I think we're going to see a change. Sanderson is going to give way to his captain, Luke Proctor. He's going to come on and bowl from the racecourse end, presumably for a last little burst of the day. Just made the mistake now of trying to find this century of Caleb Jewell's.
Oh dear.
It was in the last game of the season.
Really?
Made a century against New South Wales in March, middle of March.
Well, he's in banging form then.
Well, as I say, he's played very responsibly today, as indeed all the Derbyshire batters have. It's been a really good effort by the top 5. And Northamptonshire just left to toil away. 6 overs left in the day. Proctor starting a fresh spell outside the off stump, left alone by Wayne Madsen. So this the second century partnership of the innings. Opening partnership of 112 between Harry Kame and Lewis Rees, which ended just after lunch. 104 runs for no wicket in the first session. Second session, Derbyshire added 126 and lost a couple of wickets. And in this session, so far, they've added 106 for the loss of 1 wicket. So steady progress throughout the day. Proctor in bowls and Madsen back on his stumps. Turns it out to mid-wicket where George Bartlett fields. And there is no run. It was the Caleb Jewell got that 100 in the Ninja Stadium, Hobart.
Yes, which is also known as something else, isn't it? But yeah, for advertising purposes.
Here's Proctor in, bowls, and this time he will get a single, Madsen, as he turns it out a little bit squarer. of George Bartlett, so he gets another run.
Bluntstone Arena.
Oh, right. Wasn't he the guy that sang "Say You Won't Mind"? Or it's Colin Bluntstone, isn't it? 3:37 for 3. Mind's wandering. It's been a long day.
Balreeve Oval.
Certainly has for Northamptonshire's bowlers. 3:37 for 3. Darren Lehman and Glenn Chappell starting to pack up the training kit over in front of the Players' Pavilion as Proctor is in bowls and Jewell pushing this out in the covers. I'm sure he would dearly love to get to this milestone tonight. Equally, I'm sure Northamptonshire will be very keen to try and
make him stew on it
and come back in the morning, or even fret to the point where he gives his wicket away. But I think that he might file that under wishful thinking. But a couple more gentlemen decide they've definitely had enough and head back to the car. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Jewell, pushes it out in the covers, nicely fielded by Bartlett. Fairly still. There hasn't been much of a breeze all day, really. Judging by the flags at the far end and the trees at the far end of the ground, they're just billowing gently. But pleasant enough. And as I say, the fact that there was fairly serious rain forecast for this afternoon as Proctor is turned out into the leg side by Jewell as far as McSweeney. Another over goes past. 3:37 for 3. Jewell is 87, Madsen is 56, and now the umpires are going to have another chat.
Aren't they?
Well, it's 2 minutes to 6.
We won't gain any of the overs that we lose now either.
No.
Or regain them.
No,
What are they saying? Carry on. Yeah, we'll carry on. I like that. I think, yes.
Well, yes.
I like it.
As players are here to play cricket and we're here to watch it and talk about it, it's nice that they're actually doing it.
Rather cunningly, the Met Office has moved the threat of rain that was here at 5 o'clock back to 7 o'clock now. A very good bit of forecasting there.
Keep moving it further and further back.
And there is some first thing in the morning, but nothing until 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Sunday looks pretty good, and Monday looks pretty good too, which is excellent news.
Very good.
Nickelback just finishing in my ears, so I'm about 3 minutes away from an update. Terrific song. And it's going to be James Sales.
Just quickly to thank Glenn for coming on and saying, yes, it was the theme to Take 3 Girls. Thank you very much.
Sales in a bowls to Madsen, who cuts this one away aerially out towards backward point. Saves on the boundary, and he gets a single. He moves on to 57. Harry Kame earlier made 73. Matthew Montgomery making 54. The only man to miss out on a half century today was Lewis Rees, dismissed for 39. First wicket down just after lunch when the score on 112. 3:38 for 3 now. Jewell waits. Sales bowls to he turns it into the leg side. And there is no run. We're going to hear from Wayne Rooney tonight on Sports Scene at 6.
Well, in that case, you'll have to do the last little bit without me.
You're going to be listening to it? Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, well, you can always listen on BBC Sounds later on.
Of course I can.
Yeah, don't worry about missing
Thank you for the reminder.
Don't worry about missing the start to it. As Jewell drives, that's hit very hard indeed. It's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4, and he'll move into the 90s, Caleb Jewell. Really nice shot. It was there to be hit. It was over-pitched and wide. And once I looked up and saw, with the greatest of respect, it was George Scrimshaw out there. I don't think anybody would have got it, in all honesty.
But it's been a hallmark of this innings that Caleb Jewell knew what he needed to do. He's obviously not had a great start. And his judgment of what to leave and what to hit today, I think, has
just
been
a bit skittish, I thought, at the start, but
yeah,
he's no longer that skittish. Why would you be on 90? I have no idea what it's like to be on 91. Genuinely. No idea what it's like to get to 50. Must be very exciting.
Yeah, the only time I ever got 91 against my name, I was bowling.
2 balls left of the Sales over then. Perfect timing for me to nip off during the next over. The Sales is in again, a short ball, and Jewel ducks underneath it. You're not hitting that one to the cover boundary for 4. You can uppercut if you want. Vasconcelos has been the permanent companion for Lewis McManus all day today, pretty much. Took a good catch at slip to dismiss Harry Kane. And Sales comes in to complete the over. It's just pushed into the onside, where it will be fielded by Luke Proctor. We have 4 overs to go. 342 for 3, 91 to Jewel, and 57 to Madsen. The umpires are coming together again.
They're twitching, aren't they?
They're very twitchy out there. They want the ball to make sure nothing happens to it. 4 overs to go, boys. Is there any point in coming off at 6? Well, we won't have to add these 4 on tomorrow. That's what they're thinking. Madsen and Jewel look quite keen to get off, actually.
Yes, they do. And I think they're going to get their wish.
They're going. I might have to leave it for you to wrap up.
That's
fine.
All right, no, of course. So they are off for bad light. 342 for 3. The light meter reading is being taken, of course, to act as the benchmark for the rest of the match. It is a bit gloomy, as we've been saying for a while. Whether it's any worse now than it was 10-15 minutes ago, might take a bit of convincing, but obviously I'm just going with the evidence of my eyes rather than obviously the technology which the umpires have available. Now, Harry Conway, unsurprisingly, and you'll hear the applause, and very well deserved applause for Caleb Jewell, 91 not out, and Wayne Madsen 57 not out as they leave the field. The Northamptonshire players just waiting to go off together. I like that. They're just waiting for Harry Conway and James Sales and 1 or 2 of the others to join them. And I think they will all leave the field together. Captain's just going and shaking hands with his bowlers, which is nice to see. And then Northamptonshire will leave the field, and I would imagine that will be it for the day. I'll be very surprised if we get any further play. We'll obviously hang on for a wee while just to confirm that for you, but with just 4 overs to go, I think it's very unlikely we will be getting back on. So just to briefly canter through the day, Derbyshire winning the toss and unsurprisingly choosing to bat first, and a very, very good decision it's turned out to be. They lost the first wicket after lunch, 104 for no wicket at the break. And Lewis Rees was caught by James Sales at mid-wicket off Conway for 39. That was 112 for 1. Also in the afternoon session, Harry Kane caught by Vasconcelos at slip off Sanderson for 73. That was 156 for 2. It was 230 for 2 at tea, and almost immediately after tea at the start of the evening session, Matthew Montgomery was LBW to Calvin Harrison for 54. Not a decision, I think, that filled him with any great joy, but he had to go. And since then, we've seen a century partnership, an unbroken century partnership between Caleb Jewell, 91 not out, and Wayne Madsen, 57 not out. And that, I think, is that. So that is it for the day. We've had 92 of the 96 overs, and Derbyshire 342 for 3 at close of play. We will be back, of course, Dave Fletcher and myself, when things resume here at the ground, at the Central Co-op County Ground at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, or just a tad before, so we can set the scene for you. Hopefully the weather will be as good as it has been today. As I say, considering the forecast this morning was not encouraging, we've done pretty well. No rain, and we've got through 92 of the 96 overs. So Derbyshire very much in the ascendancy, 342 for 3 at the close. please join us on the BBC Sport website and app, and of course on the Derbyshire live stream when play resumes tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. From Dave Fletcher and myself, good night.